Hi there. Thanks for your enrollment. We are in 1 minute ad break. In this break, I'm going to show you that I have so many courses uploaded over Udemy. And if you're going to enroll my courses, you will get 95% discount every month, 3 times. First week, mid of the month, and the last week of the month. I am sharing the coupons. If you go and use those coupons, then my courses related to CCNP, related to CCI, all those courses, you are going to get heavy discount up to 95%. You can see the prices are a little bit higher here, but if you go and apply the coupon, the prices will go rock bottom. So go use those coupons. Suppose if you don't have those coupons, then you can always ping me over YouTube. You can send me email. You can ask for those coupons. I will provide you that coupon. So get the coupon, get the discount. Some of my courses over Udemy, they are bestseller. Some of the courses are quite new, like SD-WAN automation, DNA automation, CCI data center 3.0. Those are the new uploads as well. So please go continue your learning, take the coupon, enroll my courses, and study well. All the best. Hello, everyone. Thanks for your enrollment. You can go and enroll my courses over Udemy. You can go and subscribe me over YouTube as well. But either Udemy or YouTube, whenever you're watching my courses, obviously you are looking for the documents. So what I have done, I have created this giganetworkers.in blog site where I created different menus related to different courses that I have at various platforms. So for example, if you're looking for CCNP SD-WAN document, you can go here inside Cisco CCNP and can see that you have CCNP SD-WAN. You can go and click there, and then you will get all the documents related to CCNP. So once you scroll down here, so not only that I have uploaded the documents here, but you will get the video link as well. Hello everyone. Thanks for joining CCNP SCOR. In this course, you are going to learn Cisco best security practices. I hope that this course will be informative to you and you are going to learn new things related to Cisco security. We are going to discuss about the CCNP SCOR domain and those domains, how it is divided into the chapters that we are going to understand in the upcoming sections. So here you can see that we have 6 different domains, and these domains are divided into security concepts, network security, securing the cloud, content security, endpoint protection and detection, and finally, secure network access, visibility, and enforcement. You can see the relative percentage as well. So overall, we have to go and learn, understand these 6 different domains. Now, what I have done here, that these domains I have separated inside different chapters, and you can see that 6 domain further divided into 11 different chapters. Starting with chapter number 1, that is cybersecurity fundamental, cryptography, SDN, AAA, etc. You can see all those 11 chapters that we have. Now, all the chapters we are going to learn, understand one by one. And interesting point here is this, that how I am going to map the domain with the chapters. So you will find as per the curriculum that we have. So if you go and log into the Cisco website to check the syllabus, I will find that syllabus is divided in terms of domain, correct? And then that domain, because we are going to divide into the chapters, so you will find that few of the content will belong to few of the chapters. And that's why you can see the domain 1, monitoring and reporting. The full coverage for this particular domain will find inside chapter 1, 2, 3, and 8. So here you can see chapter number 1 is the cyber security. Chapter number 2 is cryptography, then SDN related. security, and then the VPNs. Correct. So remember this domain and then the chapters. Now, why we are focusing much on the domain? Because the goal here is this, that once you do the SCOR, you should be able to understand Cisco cyber security first of all. Cisco cybersecurity, that means the Cisco, they have their own curriculum related to CCNA cyber security and CCNP cyber security. So not only that, you will go and go in this direction, and from here you can go and check CISP exam as well, that is different vendor exam. It's a very popular exam. So that means that you can fulfill your knowledge, or you can fulfill the criteria that you are understanding a score and then the CCNA, CCNP cybersecurity, and then you can go towards the CISSP. That's the one direction. Obviously, this knowledge, somehow they are linked together. The other direction you have that SCOR, and then you can go and do your CCI in security. That doesn't mean that these are not linked, because we know that CCI exams, they are nowadays they are focused on design, implementation, operation, and troubleshooting. So when we are talking about CCI exams, they are completing full cycle, each and everything related to security. And when you are focusing much inside the cyber security and you're looking for cyber security curriculum, then you can think like SCOR, CCNA, CCNP, cyber security, and CISP exams. Yeah, and weightage is very high nowadays for cyber security courses. All right, and why we have domains? Because if you go and check the CISP exam, you'll find that they also have divided their curriculum, their topics into domains. So same as SCOR, also you will get the feeling that that we are going to cover different type of domain related to security concepts, security, cloud, etc. And somehow those domains will match. So one place you are talking about the technology, how you can use this technology inside the organization, and one place you are talking about the process, the best security process, how you can improve the process. So somehow they are linked in long term. If you have this knowledge, obviously that will be used in other fields, other certifications as well. Okay, so that's the overall agenda we have. Again, these domain and the content that we are seeing here, we can go easily and verify these topics. They are as it is covered in the Cisco syllabus. So Cisco SCORE syllabus, they are covering all these things that we are going to learn in the upcoming section. So domain 5, and finally you can see the domain number 6. Okay, so once we will complete domain number 6, then you're ready to do your exam. Means you can prepare for examination first of all, and then you can move either in the CCI direction or the cyber security direction, or both. So once you do the CCI security, then you can check the other as well. But goal here is this, that how your knowledge is getting utilized, help benefited to the organization. All right, so this was the introduction about this particular class. In short, that we are going to cover each and everything related to SCORE and few of the upcoming technologies as well. Hi there, thanks for your enrollment. We are in 1 minute ad break. In this break, I'm going to show you that I have so many courses uploaded over Udemy. And if you're going to enroll my courses, you will get 95% discount. Every month, 3 times. First week, mid of the month, and the last week of the month. I am sharing the coupons. If you go and use those coupons, then my courses related to CCNP, related to CCI, all those courses, you are going to get heavy discount up to 95%. You can see the prices are a little bit higher here, but if you go and apply the coupon, the prices will go rock bottom. So go use those coupons. Suppose if you don't have those coupons, then you can always ping me over YouTube. You can send me email. You can ask for those coupons. I will provide you that coupon. So get the coupon, get the discount. Some of my courses over Udemy, they are bestseller. Some of the courses are quite new, like SD-WAN automation, DNA automation, CCI data center 3.0. Those are the new uploads as well. So please go, continue your learning, take the coupon, enroll my courses, and study well. All the best. Let us start with chapter number 1, Cybersecurity Fundamentals. What are the topics we have inside this? You can see here that first of all, we'll go and check the difference in between cybersecurity versus InfoSec. We are presently in InfoSec and how we are going and turn knobs on for cybersecurity. What are the things that we need to learn, understand for cybersecurity? Because InfoSec we are doing from long time. Now things has been changed due to this digital world, and then now everything is falling inside cybersecurity. Okay, it's a broad topic, and we are going to discuss about that. Now, who are the governing bodies? And there are many, but we are going to focus on NIST standard and ISO standard. I'm going to log into the URLs as well related to NIST. I'll show you that how you can go and get the standard best practices documents as well. Okay, then in the same chapter we have to learn about the threats, vulnerability, exploits, different type of threats, vulnerability, exploits, some of the examples as well. Apart from that, the common threats like virus, worms, trojans, ransomware, etc. Then the covert communications, then the common software hardware vulnerabilities. Then you have authentication based vulnerabilities, and finally the CIA triad. Okay. Finally, we are going to talk about the cloud security threats as well, some examples related to DOS attack, some examples or references related to forensics and incident response as well. This incident response is actually a big topic, and that's why you can see that we are going to discuss a little bit deep inside incident severity labels, what is PCERT, CVSS, although these terms, these topics we are using, but behind the scene, what is the theoretical aspect and how Cisco can play a role, how from Cisco we can go and get the documents and do the correlations. Those things we are going to discuss in upcoming section. So be ready for chapter number 1. That will be the cybersecurity fundamentals. In upcoming section, we'll go and learn about those important fundamentals. Let us continue where we left off. So in this section, we are going to learn about NIST different standards and ISO different best practices standard as well. NIST is a governing body. What NIST is doing, first of all, let me show you the role about NIST, and let me highlight here. So you can think that NIST, they are creating the standard baseline for different organization, including actually everything, either it's a government, corporates, or individual. So what NIST is doing, that they have their governing bodies, they are doing a study about different type of cybersecurity standard. They are creating different type of standards, best practices, and the companies. So for example, Cisco, we are talking about Cisco SCOR exam here, how it is important. Cisco, you will find that most of the security related configurations related to Cisco, they are referring some sort of special edition that will be published inside NIST. So not only Cisco, but different vendors related to networking and security, they are following the best practices that is governed, or the best practices defined by the NIST. Okay, so directly or indirectly, either you follow the best practices and you change apply those best practices inside the organization, or Cisco, they are following the best practices. What we need to do, we need to go and learn Cisco security best practices, and we can go and apply those. When we are using those controls related to Cisco configurations, related to security or cybersecurity best practices, we can refer, okay, NIST special edition, this section, this subsection, referring this Cisco CLI command or this Cisco best practices. Cisco, they have their own, they have their own best practices. So if you go and search like Cisco LAN security best practices or Cisco routers security best practices, you will get set of commands. I'll get set of configuration. Actually, behind the scene in the backward direction, they are following the NIST best practices. Okay, so the point being here is this, that you collect the NIST best practices, you collect the Cisco best practices, so you can map it, create your own document for your organization, and then you can implement it. Okay, great. So NIST is nothing but the National Institute of Standard and Technology, coming under US Department of Commerce. They are creating, maintaining the best practices related to, and here you can see the diagram, you'll understand, related to policy, people, process, and technology. Okay, how you can find it? There are URLs. I'm going to point those URLs. You'll find all those important and updated documents there. But this is the parent one, nist.gov, where you'll get the documents. NIST framework having risk management framework, having the cybersecurity framework, having NCWF framework. Okay, and these are the main documents I'm going to refer. So let me complete these 2 slides here, and then I will log into the NIST site and I'll show you those documents. So they have FIPS. You can see this is the official publication series for a standard and guidelines, but mostly we are referring to the special editions. So special edition 800, what you will find inside this series reports the ITL, that is the Information Technology Library, research guidelines and outreach efforts, information system security. Then you have 1800, that will give you the cybersecurity practices and guidelines. Then there are others as well. NIST internal and interagency reports, NISTIR, and they report focus on research finding, including background information for FIPS and SPs. Then you have IT library bulletins. There you will find the in-depth discussion of single topic. Let me quickly show you how you will find these topics here. Let me go to the URL here. So you can see that you have the 800 special edition 800 and the list of topics you have. Then you can see the 1800 and the list of topics. Correct. So NIST is not only the governing body we have. Cisco is following ISO as well, International Organization for a Standard. They have 1300, actually 13,000, more than 13,000 standard best practices document. And here you can see few of the examples. So ISO 2700 is a specification for information security management. ISMS 002 describe the code practices for information security management. 003 provides the implementation guideline. 004 provides organization can monitor and measure the security using metrics. 005 high level risk management. 006 outlines the requirement for organization that will measure 2700 compliance for certification. There are 20 more documents in this area. So that means that including the best practices that we have related to ISO, including the best practices that we have related to NIST, we can create the guideline for cybersecurity for our organization. Then we can go to the vendors like Cisco or Palo Alto or any other security vendors. We can map those guidelines that with respect to configuration or architecture or design, those configuration, they are meeting the criteria that is following as per NIST or ISO or not. And then we can meet the best practices related to my organization best practices cybersecurity. Okay. All right. So let's just stop here. In this section, we are going to discuss about threat and vulnerabilities. So first of all, what is threat? Now, threat is any potential danger to the asset. The point being here is this, that we may have different type of threats that has not been exploited. That means that we may have some open holes, that we may have some issues, that we may have any security flaws in a network. That is the threat, but it has not been exploited. That means that someone, the malicious actor, that's the term, they haven't attacked to the system and they have exploited the threat. Okay, so threat is nothing but the danger, and that should be fixed. Again, how we can fix it? So we need to check that what is the potential threat in a network. We need to identify that threat, and then according to that, we can mitigate. Second very important point, what is vulnerabilities, or what is vulnerability? Vulnerability is a weakness in the system design, and you can see this is the broad term. So system design, weakness, implementation, failures or issues with implementation, software or code, or lack of mechanism. So vulnerability may be design specific, maybe implementation, maybe operation related or process related, software and code. Correct. And there are vulnerabilities in a system. Correct. We need to identify these vulnerabilities, and there are some guidelines, there are some practices, there are some vulnerabilities numbers that we can refer. We can match those numbers, those CVE numbers, to our existing network, our existing IT infrastructure, and we can work to mitigate. Let me list you all these vulnerabilities. So you can see that we may have vulnerabilities related to application. Why? Because when we are using the application, they are configured for usability, not for security. So there are chances that we can miss some best security standard practices while using these application within the organization. Then there may be vulnerabilities within the operating system. So time to time we are doing the patching, or the vendors, they are releasing the patches to fix those vulnerabilities. Then vulnerabilities may be hardware related, and good examples for that are Spectre and Meltdown. You can see that processor related issues or processor related vulnerabilities. We have the examples for Meltdown and Spectre. I have given few points here. You can have a look on this, that how this Meltdown is working, means how it is compromising the space in between the operating system and the application, and then is stealing some important information, and likewise the Spectre as well. Now, the good thing about Meltdown and Spectre is that there are patches that we can patch the images, we can patch the software to mitigate. Okay, but there are chances that we have open vulnerabilities related to hardware as well. Then misconfiguration. Now, this is something that we are not following the process while doing the configuration. So while doing any configuration, those configurations should be checked in a lab. They should be checked. We should check the behavior of those configuration before coming to the production. So what should be the order? You check those configuration in the lab environment, check those configuration with a smaller set of devices, and finally check those configuration of, then you place this configuration in a real production or the production environment. So check the configuration with a smaller environment. If you find that this is mature enough, watch it for maybe 15-20 days, and then use those configurations inside the production. Then we have some shrink wrap software, and these are the software, those are freely available, but they have so many application and they have usability. So
It's something like we should not go to the internet and purchase any software and install as per our usability. We should know the stability, we should know the security flaws with those software while using inside our production network. Great. So now you can see that we have the threats, and the threat, that means that potential danger. We have the vulnerability. Point being here is this, that are we monitoring, or do we have any governing or monitoring bodies who is identifying the threat? So what happened in 1990, 1995, 2000, 2010, 2000, 2020, etc. Means, do we have the year wise, or do we have the threat wise list where we can go and check these threats, these vulnerabilities actually? Uh, the answer is yes. So we have the governing body, and here you can see the governing body is, so CVE. I will come to that point, but CVE is the industry-wide standard. CVE is sponsored by US CERT, the Office of Cybersecurity and Communication at the US Department of Homeland Security. Okay, so the term that we have, common vulnerability exposures, and these are tracked by the group called MITRE. So MITRE has a copyright the CVE list for the benefit for the community. So they are making ensure, MITRE, they are making ensure that these numbers, these common vulnerability list are publicly available. It is maintained properly or not. Even we can go and check Cisco site as well. You'll find that Cisco is also giving the vulnerability number and detail about that vulnerability, where you can go and find that this vulnerability is hitting this particular code and how to fix it. They are always publishing the list of the vulnerabilities. Even in the GitHub also, you will find the list of vulnerabilities that is arranged properly, means that is maintained properly year wise. Okay. Again, if you want to get the more information about CVE, so you can go and check the cvemiter.org. And let me go and show you this, so how it look like. So here you can see the cvemiter.org, and then here you can go and check the CNAs. These are the CVE numbering authorities. Then you can go and check the board, about blog. So good amount of informations are there. Even we can go and check the CVEs hitting to the network devices under Cisco websites as well. Okay, so what we have discussed about the threat and vulnerabilities, and these CVEs, they are maintained by MITRE. The list we can go and verify, means you can always check this list, and always we should check this inside our network security advisories to mitigate from that. So mitigation is time to time you can go and do the patching. Apart from that, you can check the misconfiguration, you can check the hardware stability, operating system, and the application usability and visibility as well. All right, so let's stop here.
In this section, we are going to discuss about the exploit, and the next video, I will show you that the use of exploit to gain the root access. So let's discuss first of all, what is exploit and how dangerous this will be. Okay, so here you can see the official definition of exploit is that exploit refers to a piece of software, a tool, a technique, or process that takes advantage of a vulnerability that leads to access, privilege escalation, loss of integrity, or denial of service on a computer system. Okay, so that means that somehow you know the vulnerability in the system, and with help of the various hacking techniques, different type of tools, technique, process, etc., you can go and gain the root access. This is exactly same thing I'm going to show you in the next video, that is 11-minute video, where you will find that I have done some sort of scanning. I know who is my target, etc. And then with help of Kali Linux, with help of Metasploit, you will see that how we can gain the access. So at this moment, for that particular lab, we know that what is the exploit.
correct? So I know what's the vulnerability, and using that vulnerability gain the root access. Okay. Now exploits are dangerous because all software has the vulnerability, and then the hackers, either internal or external, they know those vulnerability to take the advantage. Correct. Now sometimes these attacks are severe because you can gain access to one system. From that system you can gain access to other system, etc. Means you can compromise the complete security, complete network security. Okay. So being said here that a vulnerability can be exploited, or the vulnerability in the system, either it's a database or server patches, etc., and then getting the root access. What will be the solution for that? A solution for that may be different type of patches. So the vendors, the OEMs, they are releasing a different type of security patches, and time to time they are telling that, okay, this is the vulnerability, this is the severe vulnerability, you need these patch. Now even we have the patch. So first of all, suppose if we know that this operating system having this vulnerability, so we may wait. Maybe at that time we don't have the patch to patch that vulnerability, correct? So one risk is that we may wait. Other risk may be that that particular server running critical services, and all of a sudden we come to know that we have to do the patching. That means you have to go and do the patching, you need some maintenance window, etc. So that is also one problem we have. Then apart from that, the management has to take decision that while doing the patches to all the system, how much time it will take. So anyways, if a vulnerability is there and you want to do the patching, it may be time consuming, and that particular time may be critical because it can be exploited, correct? So that's very important point we have here. Now how we can get the list of different type of vulnerabilities we have? The answer is not straightforward because the hackers, the attackers, they may use dark web, dark net, correct? So there are places such as deep web, dark web, and that's why I have given the list here, the dark web, for example. There may be places that is the target for the tourist, for the attackers, for certain group of interest. Now to do access these dark web, deep web, it's not as straightforward because the search engines, they are not capable of searching these, because to log into such deep web, dark web, we need some sort of software. We need some sort of access credentials. Correct. So it's not simply that we can search via the Google. Even they are not detectable while the Google search. Their IPs are hidden, etc. Okay, so that means that you have a specific group of target people there behind this darknet, and they are using some sort of VPN, some sort of dedicated software, and behind the scene means, so one wall is internet. So behind the internet wall, you have deep web or dark web. Correct. So deep web is something that is a big network, or we know that definition of internet is a network of network. Correct. So deep web is also the network of network, but it's not for good purpose. Correct. It's something undetectable from the search engine, something that they have the good amount of invisible websites, but with certain specific software tools, we may log in and we can get, or maybe we can sell something there. Again, this is the dark side of the internet. That's why the name is dark web. Okay, so be careful about this dark web or the deep web. But as a security practitioner, we should know that how it is functioned, because we may have to use this to get certain information. Okay.
Great. And apart from that, there are a researcher, there are scientists, there are organization who is providing what type of exploits and vulnerabilities are there. Correct. So there are certain places such as exploit DB where we can go and get the list of vulnerability, the GitHub, etc. So public places are also there where we can go and get the list of the critical vulnerabilities. So here you can see exploit DB, it is giving the list of the vulnerabilities. Apart from that, we can log into Kali Linux, that's the tool. Inside that Linux operating system, inside that you may have different packages for vulnerabilities and other hacking related tools. So inside Kali Linux, if you go and check the search exploit related to SMB, you'll get the list of the vulnerabilities or the exploits. Okay, so what I'm going to do here after this video, you'll find one video related to how we can use the vulnerability to get the root access to a particular server. Now we are all set to attack the target. So what we have done so far, we have done port scanning. We come to know what are the open ports. Then with help of Metasploit, we'll come to know that what is the vulnerability. Now we are going to exploit that and we'll get some root access with help of that exploit. That is the overall goal of this particular section. So what are the things we have in our lab? First of all, we'll try to attack. And once we are successfully attacked to that particular server, in the next section with help of Cisco firepower, with help of IPS rules, we'll try to mitigate. Okay, so let us attack, and you can see here our resources. We have Kali Linux, that includes Metasploit, that will be the default. We have attacker resource, that is we have done the vulnerability assessment with help of Nexpose. We have one attack target as well. Then from the defense side, we'll see that we have FMC as a centralized console management, and we have sensors like FTD. Okay. So we are going to use all these attack and defense tools one by one. First of all, let us attack. So for this, I am going to use Army Tag as a attacker. So with help of this particular application, inside Metasploit, I'm going to do the attack. I'll show you all the steps that how you can launch the Army Tag and then you can do the attack. Although if you want all the step configuration and options, you can see here. The same thing I'm going to show you with help of our Kali Linux Metasploit. So let us log. I am inside my Kali Linux. The first thing that we should do inside Linux, that to check that your Metasploit is running or not. So we can check the initialization of that, and that should be MSFDB. So let me correct that little quick, and we'll wait. So once I'll get the configuration confirmation that it is started and it's already configured, then I'll go and start my Army tag. Let's start this. So simply you have to go and type the keyword Army tag, then it will pop up. Let's see. So here you can see that yes, I want to connect. User is MSF, and let's connect it. Yes, so all these things you need to read and choose either yes or no. So yes, I want this Metasploit RPC server to be connected. Let us connect that. We have some legal warnings. We'll check that. Illegal access one, enable warnings, all these things. Now we have new window, and here in the bottom you can see that we have this CLI as well. Now we want to exploit, obviously. So what I'll do, I'll go here and check inside this exploit, because I'm very much looking for the
struts. So what strut we have here, you can see that I have so many, but I'm looking for struts content type 2. And if I double click this, here you can see the detail description of this strut plus what is the source, what is the destination. If you click the plus sign here, it will tell you that okay, what is the remote port, what is the target URI, what is the local host, all this information. Okay. Yes, I want to use a reverse connection. That's important. And before launching this, let me close here. Let me go back to the CLI because I just wanted to show you some other aspects as well. So here you can go and you can see that what is the source script you're running. So let me show you that. Let me open. Yeah, so let's open this. If I go to my root folder, let me go to the root folder, and inside the root folder, let me show you the program that we are running. So here you can see that I have program, and what is the program that I want to show you. Let me open that program as well. So if I do module 4 RC, here it is. So here they use the exploit that we are going to do the exploit, the payload, the remote host that we know what is the target, what is the remote port, what is the target URI I'm going to use, and then the local host as a C2 attack, then the local port. So this is set actually that where I'm going to attack. Let me go back one more time. Let me start Armitage one more time, and then we will do the attack. So although you can see that the steps that we are using here in our lab, that's a similar type of steps or similar type of pattern that a hacker also can do, and they are using the similar type of pattern. Like first of all, do the reconnaissance test where you will find that what is the target server, target ports. Once you know that open ports, then you check for running applications. Once you know those applications, then you go and check what are the vulnerability inside those applications. Once you know the vulnerabilities, then you have to write a code. Suppose the code is available, then it's good. Otherwise, you have to write the code. Once you write the code, then the next step is from your source to the destination, you have to create a connection, because by the end of day, you want the access, you want to access those servers. So I'm going to use the reverse connection and launch. Once we do that, we'll see that how it will work. So here you can see the console is there and the exploit is there. So payload, the set remote port, SSL false, unknown variable. This is trying. Okay. He's trying to do all the things to connect that. Exploit failed. The following option failed to validate. rhost complete but no session created. So here we see that okay, our attack has been failed, and then we need to set the correct variable. So why it is the following options fail to validate. It is failing to validate the remote host. As we seen that our first time attack is failed, and if I go and check the module, so here you can see that the remote host, instead of DNS I have given say the IP address, remote port I have given 80, although we know that what are the ports are open. What is the target URI? That's very important. See, client portal file upload dot action. So I need to check this as well. I need to check where I am going to do this attack. So all these parameters should match inside Armitage. So let me open one more time and let's do it. Now it is opening. Let's wait till it opens. Yes, it opens. So inside exploit, what I will do, I'll go and search the vulnerability. Double click that. Now here you can see in the remote host, there is nothing. So what I'll do, I will put the correct destination, that is 20.5. Then here I will give the port number as 8080. And what is the target URI? So let me correct that as well. That URI is client portal slash file upload and then upload action. Okay. Alright. So we are very much good up to this point. I will use the reverse connection and launch. Let's see that this time we got success or not. Say if the attack is successful, what you will find that and this will change the color and it will show you that it has been compromised. Here you can see that I can go right click cell interact, then the cell 1 will open. If I type who is the, say who am I, little bit of Linux things will help here. ls minus la, what is the present working directories. So you can see that now I am root and now I can do anything. So part by part you can see that how I exploited that, how I checked the vulnerability, how I've done the port scan, and now I am inside the server.
In this session, we are going to discuss about risk and different type of hacker categories that we have. All right. So first of all, let's understand risk. Risk is nothing but is the realization of threat. And what are the elements we have that is falling under risk? There are three elements: asset, threat, and vulnerability. Correct? So that means that um, if suppose if our assets, they have some issue related to maybe a loss of assets or maybe um, some sort of natural disaster, and there are so many other things as well that we are going to discuss in upcoming slide. Correct? Then threat may be there because say until unless someone will go and exploit the vulnerability, or until unless someone will go and use the open holes to go and do some damage, threat will not accept it. Correct? So we have to create the risk management framework in a way for our organization that we should understand the threat, and we should have the proper threat management. In other way, you can say that we should have the proper risk management framework. Great. So do we have any governing body that we can use within our organization to protect from the risk? And answer is yes, we have the risk management framework that is falling under the US federal government, and there are standards, there are best practices under NIST as well. So 837 guide for applying the risk management framework to federal information system. Correct? It has 6-step risk management framework. So we can go and follow the standard best practices, but not only the standard best practices, but we should have the good security design within the organization. Correct? All right. So now we are going to discuss about what type of threats we may have. Okay, and I'll come to the threat. Before going there, you can see the asset. So sometimes we are thinking that our routers, switches, servers, they are the asset. Answer is no. Apart from the physical devices, appliances we have, the virtual one as well, or the conceptual one as well, such as the formulas, databases, spreadsheets, trade secrets, those are also falling under asset. So everything that is belonging to a company, if someone will get those information, those physical or virtual assets, or those physical or virtual elements, that will be cost effective for the parent company. That means that's the threat. That means that's the risk actually, correct? So loss of cost. If the company having the economical cost, that means that that's the risk. All right. So before discussing more about the risk, let's quickly see here that what are the possible threats. Means these threats that we are studying, or these terms that we are studying here, these are like documented, some document that we are following. But if we go deep, you know, we can find other terms as well, which is not listed in this slide or this document, correct? So we have given a few examples like routers, servers, hard drives, laptop. What about if we have some internal or external devices, even the tapping inside the cables as well, stealing the or compromising the Wi-Fi network as well. So this is just a small list, correct? You have to prepare the list. According to that, you have to prepare the security, means what security you want to provide to what type of virtual or physical devices or formulas, etc. Okay. So again, let's follow the listed document related to threat, the natural disaster, weather, and catastrophic damages. Now we can't do anything because, you know, we may have these things which is not in our hand. So what we can do, that we can create one design like we have our DC and DR, means we have the primary and backup servers. Primary server is in one location, means geographically in one location, say location one, and the DR may be in other location, just in case of these disasters, correct? So you can still have your backup copy somewhere geographically in other place. What about the hacker attack? Because hacker attack, and again, it's a broad term. So hacker may target one server, may target one application, may target a small piece, may target everything. It depends upon uh, size of attack and what is the motive of attackers, what they want. Okay. Now the point being here is that either it's an inside or outside attack or hacking, or try to hack the inside or outside, means you have the insider or outside the hacker. In any case, the point being here is this, important point being here is this, that you should not have any loose, link, weak links. Sometimes we are telling, and weak links are always humans, as per the, again, the rule book. But you should not have any weak link in a system that can be exploited, and that can be easy access or open gate for the hackers, either insider or outsider. So we should have the proper security management. We should have the proper security related to physical and virtual appliances devices, correct? So you may have the hacker attack, you may have cyber attack, and we know that in this pandemic, the attack has been increased 400 times. Okay, great. So cyber attack, when we are talking about cyber attack, means attackers who target uh, critical national infrastructure such as water plant, electrical plant, gas plant. See how critical these are the life saving, or these are the life related life related resources, and that may be managed by the government.
So that means that if these attacks are happening, suppose for example gas plant, so that means the attackers, they are not targeting the gas plant, but they are targeting that particular government. Because in that case, once suppose if they compromise the gas plant, they can cut off, they can do whatever they want to do. If they compromise the security for the gas plant, that means that they can tell government, okay, this is cut off, 2000 people may be affected, you agree on these terms. They can ask that, okay, release such criminals or terrorists, etc. Even they can ask for money as well. So again, it's like, it's like that, now you're playing, you know uh, with the decisions that's government having. So you are taking the privilege as an attacker. I'm talking that it's too bad if you do not have security to these plants, these gas plants, these saving resources. It's bad. The other side here is this, that the security for these plants and these water plants, etc., these government based organizations, the security is not actually that much great. That if you go and check the private organizations, so they have proper servers, updated servers, patches, firewall, gateways, proxies, everything. But these government related organizations, they may have, they may using very old infrastructure, and all those things that can be exploited. So it's a point of concern, the cyber attack. And that's why you're seeing that uh, different places we are getting this news of cyber attack. All right, one example I have given is here is a Stuxnet. That's a computer worm that is attacking to the PLCs, programmable logic controllers. Again, you can read more about that, but this is just one example. There are thousands of examples about the worms, viruses, attacks, compromising the system, putting their own agendas and everything. Right. Apart from that, we may have viruses and malware. These are again the program. They are looking for the host. Once they are getting the host, they are start replicating themselves. Then disclosure of confidentiality information. This is something that maybe insider can do. So someone is working in a company, getting all the important informations, and while leaving the company, or maybe for their own benefit, they start selling those important information to the other company. So conflict of interest is there, motive is there, that they want to steal the information, sell other, get money, etc. It's too bad. Disclosure of the confidential information. So security management, or the security within the organization, in a way that you should not give access any to any. So whoever needed what information, they should get only those information. We should have some sort of a restriction while sharing the information. Okay, great. So what are the list of these threats? So you can see the natural disaster, hacker attack, cyber attack, virus worm, disclosure of confidential information, and finally the DOS attack. Now this DOS attack, it can be one type of cyber attack as well, where the attackers, they just wanted to uh, make down certain application, or it may be coming from peer companies. Means for all these attacks, it's, you can see here, except one or two, it's not that attackers or hackers are involved. It may be normal procedure that someone can do the DOS attack. So 10 different places you can ping to one certain IP, and if that IP, they are not restricting the pings, they are not restricting such type of TCP DOS attack, etc. That means it is keep being replying. Okay, ping request, respond. TCP three-way handshaking, syn like that. It will respond all the time, so they will not do their main job, that is to provide the application services. Great. So the term that hacker that I used earlier, hacker, um, initially, originally, it was something who is very much um, getting the knowledge about computer network, their security. Correct? So they are the good guy, the hackers. But again, someone want to compromise, someone wants to exploit, someone wants to use the open vulnerabilities, someone want to do the wrong thing. Those are the cracker. Correct? So hacker and the cracker, good and the bad guys. And in between, you can see that you have the ethical hacker who is doing the good, and then we have the categories of different type of hacker. Let me quickly show you this. So we have white hat hacker who is doing the good thing, black hat hackers, they are doing all the wrong thing, and then you have the gray hat hacker, they're in between. So sometimes they work with the bad, sometimes they work with the good. But while hiring these gray hat hackers, be very careful because they can get the information and they can sell, okay, this dark net and this deep net, all those things that we are going to discuss in the upcoming section. Now, what type of hackers are the threat actors? That's the term. Threat actors you have is script kiddie, someone they don't know the programming. Simply, they have some tools. They are playing around those tools and they want to use some sort of they want to use those tools just to disturb the services. There's a term as a script kiddie, but nowadays, remember, there are so many tools available. With those tools, if we know proper use of those tools, we can even damage the weak secure targets. So this is also dangerous, not like script kiddies, but in terms of threat actors, in terms of hacker, someone do not know programming and multiple things, their term is a script kiddies. Then organized crime group, there are groups, they want money and they are doing the crime. Then maybe a state sponsors and governments, so target maybe the government agencies and the government related or welfare related organizations. So those are state sponsor and government type of hacking. Then you may have the activist, people who carry out the security attack aim to at promoting a social or political cause. Again, you can understand these are the term defined in the book. Any type of hacking is not good, it's not legal. And finally, terrorist group. You know that terrorist group, they can either use good trained people inside their terrorist group, or they can hire some services from the black hat hackers, and then they can target certain government organizations, or maybe one government to other government, one country to other country. Okay, so these are the threat actors. What we have a study in this section, that first of all, that what type of risk we have. Risk is just a realization of threat. Inside the risk, what elements we want to protect, the asset, threats and vulnerability, we want to secure these areas. Then we check about different type of hackers. So we have the hackers, we have white hat, black hat, gray hat, we have check about the threat actors, and finally we have checked different type of threats as well, such as natural disaster, hacker attack, cyber attack, virus malwares, disclosure of confidential information, and finally the DOS attack. All right, so let's just stop here. Now we know about the threat. To overcome from those threats, we can use threat intelligence. So let's understand that what is threat intelligence. Threat intelligence is referred to the knowledge about existing or emerging threat to asset, including network and system. So somehow we have mechanism that we can understand about the threat pattern, and then we can take actions against them. Correct? So the threat intelligence includes context, mechanism, indicator of compromise, IOC, that's an important term, implications and actionable advices. Apart from that, threat intelligence include specifics on tactics, technique, procedures of that adversaries. Okay, so that means that we have overall mechanism that we should understand about new emerging threat, the patterns, and then we should overcome from that with different type of tools, technique, tactics. Okay, so threat intelligence extends cybersecurity awareness beyond the company, beyond the enterprise. So not only belonging to my organization, but I should learn the threat intelligence from third party, from others as well. And those features, those threat intelligence patterns, those information we can use within our organization. So it is not limited within the organization. That's the key point here. Apart from that, we can proactively prepare rather than wait something will happen and react. Correct. So it is telling about the proactive approach. It is telling about constantly increase the knowledge base uh, to learn against the threat. That's the threat intelligence. Correct. We have 5-step process. So let me show you that 5-step process. The 5-step process is to do the planning and direction, do the collection of all the new threats, do the analysis, use those mitigations in the production, and finally dissemination and feedback. That's the 5-step process we have inside the threat intelligence process. Now, the new question here is this, that do we have any standard or governing body? Answer is yes. The MITRE has developed the language. They have developed the automation APIs, or you can say the protocol. So the language, the expression is nothing but the structured threat information expression. That's the STIX. An express language designed for sharing the cyber attack information. That's one thing. So this is the language which is collecting the information about the threats. That's why we have the threat intelligence. Apart from that, the MITRE has developed the protocol as well. The protocol is TAXI, Trusted Automated Exchange of Indicator Information. Now both you can find. So now these are maintained by OSS. We can find this information to the URL. So let me quickly show you that the informations are there. You can see that OSS Open GitHub, Strix and Taxi, both are working hand in hand. And here you can see the definition of Strix is nothing but the language. So a structured threat information expression is a language and the serialization format used to exchange cyber threat intelligence. Now, this language, this intelligence needs some sort of protocol to do the transportation. And that's the right thing. That's why we have the TAXI. TAXI, Trusted Automated Exchange Intelligence Information, is an application layer protocol for the communication of threat intelligence in a simple and scalable manner. And here you can see in the diagram, there's some sort of client and server relationship protocols where the API has been called. So TAXI is a protocol use CTI, cyber threat intelligence, over HTTPS. TAXI enables organization to share the CTI by defining API. So you can see that API calls happening in between different, you can see the producer, the consumers, the subscriber, very much that we know that how the modern network and API works like that. So you have the language, you have the protocol and the API to transport that, and it is managed by the OSS. Correct. So this is the threat intelligence. I have given you a note here that it should be noted that many open sources, non-security focused sources can be leveraged for threat intelligence as well. So not only that these are standards that we have, but we can check many open source information available. We can gather the information from social media, forum, blogs, other vendor websites. Okay, so this was the important knowledge information about threat intelligence.
In this and upcoming sections, we are going to learn more and more about the malicious software. We're going to discuss about the malware, viruses, worms, spyware, trojans, etc. In this recording, I'm going to cover malware, virus, worms, and spyware. Although this is a broader topic, but we are going to discuss that what these malicious software are capable of doing, and what are the common link in between them, and while writing the program, or what are the main components of these viruses or the malicious software. Okay, so first of all, either it's a malware, virus, worm, a spyware, Trojan, etc. The uh, usability, that means the threat that we have, that it can steal the information, it can spread, destroy certain hard disk, it can encrypt certain drives, and it can ask ransom to do the decryption for that. That means that directly or indirectly we have revenue loss, we have business loss, etc. So the factor here is this, that it is going to damage the infrastructure, correct? And here you can see that some malwares, that when they are using, when they are getting used, means they will hack the system, and then they will display the message that your system being hacked, any type of message, like, and there may be different motives to put different messages over the screen while your system being compromised. That's one example. Other example is that your program will work erratically, means whatever desire it will not work, it will give some different type of output, or they will encrypt your hard drive or your files, and to decrypt it, they can ask money for that, or they can destroy the data or the hard drives. This is the malware, correct? But there are different type of malicious code software such as virus. They need host. That means they're not the main program. So they will go and find the main program. Inside main program, they'll find some sort of folder files. They will start attaching their own program, means they are the sub programs or subroutines. So they want some sort of parent attaching with that parent, and then they will do some destroying things. We'll discuss about that. Uh, what are the common purpose, what are the components we have with the virus. Then worm, unlike virus, they don't need host, they can spread from themselves. One example is such as someone has sent some email attachment. Once you click, then from that attachment, that means you behind the scene, you click some sort of exe file, it will start executing within your system, try to gain root access to the system, etc. Correct? And while it is generating so much noise within the system, that means it is going to create some sort of denial of service attacks as well, DOS type of attack as well. Then a spyware, as name suggests, it is some sort of hidden type of virus or worms. The use of a spyware, again, it's very much like it will go and steal some information and spread. The programs will work erratically, etc. But the spyware, the problem here with the spyware is this, that they're hard to find. They will hide somewhere, and it will be difficult for the antivirus programs or the security features of program to find it where it is hidden. So it will hide somewhere, and then it will work. Okay, until unless you'll find that a spyware is there, it will do its work. Okay, such as steal information, such as uh, a spyware redirect your traffic to some other websites, etc. Means, anyways, the idea here is to uh, do some sort of problem within the network. Okay, now we are going to discuss about the components of the virus. There are two basic functions they have, at least two, but we're going to discuss five, but there are two. A very important one, search routine. That means we know that this is a sub function. So somehow it will go and try to find out the file, the folder, the files, sub files, etc. It will go and attach. The first function is to search. It will go and search where I have to attack, where is the new targets, correct? Once it will search it, then it will start doing the infection. That means that it will either it can convert that file in own version like .exe, .abc, etc., or it will try to manipulate that thing. Means what is happening actually. So once it finds the program, so suppose it finds the one
program called F1, then it will go and put their exe, means they will go and add 4 lines of code inside this. Okay, that means that this file is now infected. And what is the payload, we can discuss in upcoming slide, but this is infected. We have searched this file. Now this is infected file. Now it will go and look for the new. Correct. Now the infection depends upon the payload. So let me show here the payload, and that's important. I'll come back to this payload and rest of the things, but I have an example randomly taken from here and there. So this example, you can see that what this program V is doing, maybe stand for virus, but virus V is prepend to infected programs, and the entry point to the program is the first line of the program. Is I told you the first is a search routine, find it. So as you can see, I am finding 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, etc. Means such type of pattern. Once it will find the pattern, then it will try to run the infection routine. So get the executable file, then try to prepend V, whatever payload, and then it can do anything. So whatever you have in the payload means delete this, remove this, change some pattern, change some hexadecimal, etc. And here you can see one of the example. So in this example, let me try to explain here. So you have virus top, you have virus bottom, the files, then you can see the search. So it will go, first of all, it will search. Let me show the logic here. So first line, open the file. See here, you have files dot each. We know that each means each and every file. Do the random file, randomly it is searching. Now, if it is not a virus, you can see if it is not a virus, then what it will do, it will go and rename the file. So once you file the new target, start renaming with any abc.exe or etc. Because next time when you search, when you find that, oh, already you have destroyed or already you have done some modification in this file, you will go to the next. Correct. You will not infect the same virus file that you have infected earlier. That's the logic. So get the file, change its name, put your marking there that this is a virus file, and then you can go here. You can see that you have the bottom. Then you are going and adding some sort of payload inside that. Okay, so you have the search routine first, and then you're adding the function that is infection routine. So search, infect, and then while you're doing the infection, how will you do the infection? Obviously, you need the payload. What payload is this? That most viruses don't just stop here and also contain a payload. The purpose of the payload routine might be erase the hard drive, display a message to the monitor, because this is the payload, correct? This payload means that you want to display something, you want to destroy something, possibly send to the 50 people in the address book, etc. So virus, while it is searching, while it's doing the infection, then it can destroy, it can send message, it can send same virus to 50 people to again infect everything. Then the viruses may have anti-detection routine. So the antivirus, they are not able to search it. They may have the trigger routine. That means that at certain specific time, the virus will get triggered. Correct. So these are the important informations about the worms and the virus. Basically, we have discussed about the virus here.
Hi there. Thanks for your enrollment. We are in 1 minute ad break. In this break, I'm going to show you that I have so many courses uploaded over Udemy. And if you're going to enroll my courses, you will get 95% discount every month, 3 times. First week, mid of the month, and the last week of the month. I am sharing the coupons. If you go and use those coupons, then my courses related to CCNP, related to CCI, all those courses, you are going to get heavy discount up to 95%. You can see the prices are a little bit higher here, but if you go and apply the coupon, the prices will go rock bottom. So go use those coupons. Suppose if you don't have those coupons, then you can always ping me. over YouTube. You can send me email. You can ask for those coupons. I will provide you that coupon. So get the coupon, get the discount. Some of my courses over Udemy, they are bestseller. Some of the courses are quite new, like SD-WAN automation, DNA automation, CCI data center 3.0. Those are the new uploads as well. So please go, continue your learning, take the coupon, enroll my courses, and study well. All the best. Next threat vector, we have Trojan. In this section, we are going to learn more about Trojans. First of all, what is Trojan? Now, Trojan, this malicious code, they are the program that they pretend to do one thing, but when loaded, they are performing the other. That means that somehow they will go get inside the system, and they will show that they are the legitimate program, but behind the scene some malicious code will be hidden. Now once they are inside the system, they can do different type of malicious acts. What type of things they can do? They can go and take the remote access. They can go and use the keylogger type of thing, means whatever you're typing, they are storing those information, etc. They can plant or work as a backdoor. They can do denial of service, or moreover, they can go and disable the firewall settings or protection settings. Correct. Different type of Trojans are there. For example, GUI based Trojans or HTTPS based Trojans, the defacement Trojans, botnet Trojans, rat remote access Trojans, data hiding, etc. I have listed few of the Trojans here. So let's check those Trojans one by one. RAT, remote access Trojan. As name suggests that the attacker can gain the full control over the system remotely, and then they can act, they can play around with the system. Then you can see the data hiding Trojan. The popular name for data hiding Trojan is the ransomware. In next section, I'm going to deal more about ransomware, and after that, I have recorded one video related to ransomware, how that's the lab environment. Within the lab environment, we'll see that how with a ransomware we can attack. So I'm going to show you the lab related to ransomware. After this video, we are going to discuss about ransomware. After that, we will have one lab related to ransomware. Getting the e-banking information, steal the information of someone's banking information, and then play around with this. Then you can see the DOS attack. That means the target is that the company, maybe for company, their application. So the company is not able to use their application because of DOS attack, or maybe the victim may be a user, they are not able to use different applications. So different type of DOS attacks are there, but with Trojan, the DOS attacks are possible. Proxy even more dangerous. You compromise some system, and from that system, you are doing some malicious act. Correct. That means that you are stealing someone identity, and with that identity you are playing around, you know, with different systems. You are manipulating the system. That's a proxy. It's very dangerous. Then FTP, maybe you are using or compromising port number 21 to upload or download certain files with respect to FTP servers. The security disabler, somehow you manage to disable the antivirus settings or firewall setting, etc. Now, the Trojan ports and the communication methods, you may have the overt communication, like somehow you have created the backdoor. So you are going and coming and you have bypassed the authentication system of that particular system. Right? So no one knows that when you are going, when you are coming, because you are not uh, because you are not passing by the authentication process. So obviously the footprints will not collect, the logs will not generate. Correct. Again, this is also very dangerous, this backdoors. Now, what are the Trojan goals? Some of the Trojans are okay, but some of the Trojans may be
very dangerous. I have listed few of the Trojan goals like getting the credit card information, compromising the digital wallets, compromising or getting the passwords, gaining the inside information, using the data storage. Somehow you manage to uh, what you can say, somehow you manage to bypass the storage security. Somehow you manage to get the storage access with some other route, with some other way, and then you're utilizing that data store. You're putting any type of videos, not good videos, it's any type of videos, any type of things there inside that data storage. Then we may have advanced persistent threat. I'm going to discuss about advanced persistent threat in upcoming section. Now, the Trojan infection mechanism, how these Trojans are spreading. One of the popular way is the peer-to-peer application. We know about the torrent, BitTorrent, etc. Those are the P2P applications. People, they're thinking that they are downloading something for free, but nothing is free. So maybe inside those files, you have some encoded scripts, some encoded malicious code that is coming, infecting your system. From your system, it will infect others as well. That's the same is the case of instance messaging. You are getting some message, you are getting some attachment, and then once you click there, the virus will get spread. Then the internet relay chat, same way that can happen. The email attachment, one of the common use Trojan is spreading method, that you are getting one email with the attachment, clicking there, and again it will get a spread. It's very important. That's why I have given a note here that while opening any email attachment, if you feel that this is not legitimate, try to open this with proper security, proper antivirus. If you feel that okay, antivirus is not detecting it as a virus or the Trojan, then you are okay, you can go and open that attachment. Then physical access, somehow someone can access your devices physically, tap the wire, use some hard drive connecting to the system, and then they can spread the Trojan. Then browser and the browser extension vulnerability. Nowadays, time to time, like monthly wise or maybe after 3 months, we are getting browser update, browser security update. We should go and use those security updates, because if there is any vulnerability, if there is any possibility with the browsers, we can get infected. That patches will get make it to secure. SMS messages, again, these messages, emails, attachment messages, etc. They are really very harmful until unless it is coming from the trusted source. Okay, so this is also one way to spread the Trojans. Finally, the impersonated mobile apps. Nowadays, people are creating their own apps, putting in Google Store, Apple Store, again, for sake of awareness, or people they don't know about that thing. They think that okay, that application, that particular software is free, download it, install in the mobile, and that can be the soft target for the attackers. Finally, the watering hole. That means somehow the attackers, they are figuring that okay, these are the websites that these users they are using quite often. Somehow they are cracking, means they are putting the code inside those websites, their malicious code inside those websites, those malwares inside those websites. And now if the user will go and use that site, the code will come, they will get infected. Once they will get infected, then they can spread that across the community, across the users in that system. Correct? And then finally, freeware. Again, nothing in the life is free. Again, the attackers can use those freeware tools. We think that is free, do not use it until unless you are know that who is the source, who is producing such type of freeware. If it is harmful, then it will harm the entire system. Okay, so that was the knowledge related to Trojan. Let's stop here. In next section, we'll go and learn about ransomware, and after that, we'll go and do the lab related to ransomware. Now, let us understand remaining topics such as ransomware keyloggers, rootkits, backdoors, and ATPs. And after that, we have lab related to ransomware attack. Now, as we know that the term ransomware in such type of malicious code who can encrypt your hard drives, and for decrypting, it can ask for money. That's a straightforward definition of ransomware. Here you can see I have listed few of the examples, and these examples are WannaCry, Parta, Naita, Sedino, Kibi, Bad Rabbit, Grand Crab, Samsung, etc. Okay, you can see all other famous ransomware as well. Okay, so simply ransomware is a malicious code who will do encrypt your hard drive. For decrypting, they can ask money. Again, you have complete lab. So in the next section, again, I'm going to give you the definition of ransomware, how harmful it will be, and then you will see the lab as well related to ransomware attack. Next topic in this list, we have the keyloggers. They can be hardware, they can be software. Uh, what keyloggers are doing, someone is typing, someone is doing. So here you can see some click, some website visit, some programs open, even the typing. All this information getting stored somewhere, and then whoever has the keylogger plugged in, he can see all those information. Now, keyloggers are something that is not detectable via antivirus. There are some companies who are creating keyloggers. You can see easy to attach. Here you can see with the keyboard, a small adapter, and then they have plugins to connect. You can go and check this New Zealand-based company, keyghost.com. They have their product related to keylogger. Okay. Next, we have rootkit. Actually, rootkits, they are from two different names. Root, we know that in Linux world, Unix world, the root admin, someone who has all the privileges, he has the root access, correct? He has the access for everything. That's the root. And kits, in software terms, we are telling about toolkits, etc. means the package, all the bundles of program. So that means that rootkit means with help of different type of software packages, you can get the, or you can gain the root access. That's the whole idea about the rootkits. Okay, so it's a malware, it's a malicious code who will attack to the system and gain the root access. Okay, then next we have the backdoor. Backdoor, again, as the name suggests, that someone will bypass the security authentication measures of that particular system. He can go and come in, and no log, no footprint will get generated. It's quite dangerous, because if someone has a backdoor, anytime he can go and come and no one has noticing it, he can steal important information from the system. Then finally, again, one of the persistent attack, you can see one of the severe malicious code we have termed as advanced persistent threat, ATP. And these threats, actually, these are the big ones. Why? Because typically a nation, a state, or a state-sponsored group, and nowadays you will see some group of hackers also, they are capable of doing this advanced persistent threat attacks. This is one of the severe cyber attacks where the attackers, the group of attackers, they can go and steal the information related to government, defense, finance services, legal services, industrial, telecoms, etc. So it can be very, very devastating. It is a dangerous attack against the government, government organization, against the government agencies, against the public sectors, and it may lead very bad, um, effect to the government, to the people living there. All right, so these are the attacks that we have in the cyber attack. We check all different type of, actually, the malicious code related attacks. So we have checked almost everything in our list. Okay, so after this, again, go and watch the lab related to ransomware, and then we'll move to the next topic.
Now moving to the next attack, that is the ransomware. So what the attacker can do in your network, they can send you some sort of attachment, malware. Once you click to those attachment, poof, your system will be compromised. Then you will get one message that your
hard disk is encrypted, your system is compromised, you do these things, you pay this much amount at this account, you go there, deposit the amount, blah blah, all these things you will get. So how does they victimize, or how does they do the attack? So there are several types of malware, some of which are extremely automated in nature to attack as many people as possible with least amount of intervention. The attacks will focus on manual infecting one user, and then they can expand from one user, say, to 100 user within very small span of time. This is a common characteristic of APT, that is Advanced Persistent Threat, mixed with traditional botnets and newer ransomware. So what is happening that they may do some sort of social engineering, they may attack your systems, and then due to the prestige issue that I have, because all the customer that I have, those data, those informations are secured within my premises. Now they can do some sort of you know, ransom, or they can tell, okay, your reputation will go because I'm going to publicize all this information in the public domain. So that is one of the biggest threat with the ransomware. If some attack will happen at some point, at some place, they can't public that thing because they have internal threat. Those things should be or may be publicized. Okay, first thing. Second thing, that those data may be crashed. Then how can I recover that? Because once the attack will happen, you will get that message. So when a victim open a document, the victim machine will be infected with a ransomware, and also they can do remote administration tool. Means remotely also they can access all those things, plus they will send you XYZ link, go there and do all these things for recovery, but for that you have to pay. Why it is happening? Because we may are running some sort of, say, old or traditional firewall or IPS IDS system, or in general the security devices. Or the other reason, that now we have the new compilers, say for example Google Go language or some Python scripts and compilers, that the traditional or the old security devices are not able to understand those things. So these are the reason that that can cause to such type of malware or ransomware attacks. Now how we can protect that? We can use the advanced malware protection from Cisco. We have some other options as well, like Cisco Umbrella for DNS security. These are the things that we can use it, correct? And while we are using the AMP, we can use as a host mode and network mode as well, that I'll show in the next slide. But here one question arises, okay, last time we have done some sort of IPS tuning and we protect those signatures to do attack in my network infrastructure, correct? So why not my firepower will protect from these attacks as well? The answer is that, say, I can't enable all the signatures inside the firepower because it will simply crash my firepower sensors, because the load on the CPU will be so high. So I can't enable all the 9,000 signatures and all the updates that I'm getting from the Talos. That means I have to go and manually tune all those things to protect. But still, if new attacks are coming, then we need some sort of other engines to do that. So for that purpose, we have some new innovations, or we can say the new appliances we have. So for example, AMP, Advanced Malware Protection for Endpoints, AMP for Network, AMP Threat Grid, and Email Security Appliances. So these are the Defender tools from where I'm going to attack. Say we have Kali Linux running outside network, we have Ubuntu server, which may generate some sort of say malware or ransomware scripts. Then I'm going to target this particular domain or subnet. So this is my source from where I'm going to target. This is my target, but these are the defense tool. So with help of these defense tool, we'll see in the upcoming sections that how we can protect. Okay. So first of all, I'll show you that how you can target, and we are going to use one of the ransomware script. We will enable PowerShell Empire. You can do a little bit of Google on that. You'll find this is 1500 line code. It's a tool actually for penetration testing, but criminals or hackers also use to do this. They are using this tool. It uses Microsoft built-in PowerShell command shell natively designed to evade detection and bypass restriction. So I'm going to show you that how the attack will happen, but again, that is not our goal to do the attack. Once we are the victim, how we can protect from that attack, we'll see that. So I'll get one email and the attachment. Once I click this email and attachment, after 5 to 10 minutes, you'll find all your hard disk, everything will be encrypted. So we are not able to open all those things. Then we'll go on and we'll see how we can mitigate, what improvements we can do in this running system. Say with respect to spool svc.exe executables. Here I'm inside my Kali Linux. Let me show you the file that I have here. I have this start empire. Suppose if I am not inside the root directly, I can go inside the root first and then I can run this script. So now this script is running. What I will do next, that I will go to the desktop, because inside desktop I have my other script that I'm going to run, that is a send-pish.sh. If we see this file, you can see that it will send some attachments svc host doc, and it will tell, okay, this is important, I am patient, you can review my records, like that. So some sort of social engineering is required, that which type of emails that particular doctors they are going to read from the patient side. Okay, so let me start this pish as well. So now I have started the empire and the phishing email. Next step is to go and verify the email security appliances, or I will RDP to that particular system where I have sent these emails. So let me go and RDP. Let me open the email security appliance. Okay, advanced. Let me give the username and the password for this. Parallelly, I am doing the RDP as well. So RDP is also on. Let me open the Microsoft Outlook. So we should get emails that we are sending from the outside world, from the hacker. We can wait here till we receive the emails. It is updating the inbox. Yeah, say. So to Dozy Hauser, the dcloud@attack.com, I am getting that mail. Let me open that mail for you. This is important. I am patient. Can you review my records? I'll go and double click on this. So this is the attachment that we'll get in the real world. Click enable, and I just wanted to show you that what type of a script will run behind the scene. So here you can see the inbox. I have click enable, and you will find some different script will start running here. That will be very similar that what exactly I have inside my Windows system. And even I can check the processes as well. You can see. So we'll wait till the different executables will come and enable. And here it is telling, okay, enable the content. Now you can see PowerShell.exe is running. All three PowerShells are running now. Say PowerShell 1, 2, 3. They're running behind the scene. Okay, see. So these are the executables I just wanted to tell you. Now close the program. So behind the scene is still the binaries are running, and we'll get one message that we are getting in the ransomware attack. So what are the links, where to go, how to recover, where to pay, etc. In the meanwhile, let me go and log and check the ESA. Okay, this is my email security virtual appliance. I can go here and I can actually go to the dashboard, or even I can go to the overview. Let's go to the overview. You can see that it is populating the messages, and if I scroll it down, still it is populating the messages. No problem. What I'll do, I will give them some time. I'll wait for 2 to 3 minutes, and here you can see at the moment the virus detected is none, messages none, nothing is there. If I scroll down, nothing is there. Even I can go to the monitor and message tracking. I can click search here. Let's search what are the messages we are getting. So who is the sender? Who is the recipient? Still everything is empty. We'll wait. And I can see that I have 2 and 4 items. Okay, so we'll wait for some time, and the message will populate for us. Still things are running behind the scene. In the meanwhile, I'll go back to the main dashboard just to verify that we are getting the email virus threats or all those log messages or not. No data found. Still you can see that I am getting new messages again, and I can open this one more time. I can edit the enable content. Okay, just to show you that you will get messages and your email security will detect those messages as well. So I'm going to close my ESA and I'm going to reopen that. Let me reopen that one more time. Now once I reopen that, now you can see here that virus detected 33% to, and now it is detecting the virus. Clean message 67%. Now let me go and show you some other things as well. So I just wanted to see the message tracking. In message tracking, what type of messages now I am getting and from where I am getting, those things are important. Still, it is not able to fetch who is the sender, who is the receiver. Correct? So let me clear this. Let me give some other time range as well. So what I will do here, start time and the end time, I'll give a start time as a 28 and the end time is say 31 search. Here you can see attack.com, nurse, who is the recipient, what is the attachment. Then again you can see who is the recipient. So once the recipient is nurse, then the recipient is Hosher. Here you can see the attachment. So now you can see that we are getting those messages, some undelivered messages as well. And we have all the list of messages, correct? Now if you want to see this message in detail, you can go and click to detail. So where is the attachment? So this message number 3 I'll open. If I open message number 3 and if we study that message, that size of the message, envelope sender, envelope recipient, the message header, SNMP, SMTP auth, attachments, then the IP address, then the detail about that message, so CID, all those things. If I scroll down, then SMTP delivered, the message opened, Cisco Iron Pot interface is this, delivered status to this, delivered status to this. So you can see the detail of all the message exchange that we have here that we can track as well, correct? Now let us go to the RDP session, close this program. We'll wait because we are going to get that display or the message of the ransomware or from the ransomware. Now here it is. So if I open the Chrome, you can see what happened to your files. All of your files were protected by a strong encryption. This, for more information, go to this particular place. What does this mean? This means that the instruction, the data within your file have been irrevocably changed. You will not able to work on them, read them or see them. How did it happen? Especially for you on our server was generated the secret key. So all those files and folders, they are encrypted with some secret key. What do I do? If you do not take the necessary measure for the specified time, then condition for obtaining the private keys will be changed. If you really need your data, then we suggest that you do not waste valuable time searching for other solutions because they do not exist. For more instruction, go and visit these sites. So it is telling that do not waste your time. Download and install these browsers. These sites are some alien sites, correct? So this is actually the format of the attack that we are seeing here. And systems have been compromised. To recover, you need to follow these things.
This section we are going to discuss about the different type of vulnerabilities. First of all, the question that came to our mind is that who is the governing body, or do we have any organization who is maintaining these vulnerabilities? Answer is yes. MITRE, they are maintaining all the list of vulnerabilities. They are termed as a CVE, Common Vulnerabilities and Exposure Identifiers. And here in the bottom, you have the URL. You can go and have a look on that list. Now we are going to discuss about different type of injection vulnerability. Here you can see we have SQL injection vulnerability, HTML injection, and then command injection vulnerability. Apart from that, we have other list of vulnerabilities or other list of malicious activities as well, such as object injection, remote file inclusion, uncontrolled format string, shell injection. Now, first of all, we'll go and understand about the SQL injection. So that means the hacker, they will go compromise your SQL database, and they may become the root admin for that. Correct. So that means they can go view, insert, delete, modify. They can do all sort of activities after exploiting. So once they know the vulnerability, they can use those exploit, and they can compromise the system. Correct. The structure of SQL, you can see that we have different type of languages. Um, you can see we have data manipulation language, definition, data configure, and then TCL. That's the transaction control languages. So what is the activity? Here you can see in the diagram, activity is such that the hacker, they can send any type of query. So once they're sending the query, because they know what's the vulnerability belonging to this particular SQL database, so that query will be passed or parsed to the database. And once that database will confirm that, yeah, this is belonging to me, then somehow hacker will bypass uh, all the security, if that website has the security, and then finally they will grant the access, so they can go view the records, they can alter the record, or even they can become the administrator. How dangerous, you can see this attack maybe. So hacker, they may have full access to the database. That means they can go and view all the users because they are the admins. So they can make their own rules as well. Correct. One of the example is WebGoat. You can have a look on WebGoat as well. The next is the HTML injection. One of the popular one is the cross-site scripting. We are going to discuss a lot in upcoming section about the cross-site scripting. Again, such type of code is something that it will be injected inside the browser. Mostly they are browser related injections. And again, we will discuss about this in the upcoming section. So that means that your browser may get compromised and then the hacker can use your browser to enter your system and then do different type of manipulations. Now, suppose if the SQL injection will not work, suppose if HTML injections are not working, means somehow they are not compromised, then there is one other type of injection that is termed as a command injection. What this command injection is doing, that you can see that command injection is an attack which an attacker tries to execute commands that he or she not supposed to be able to execute on a system via vulnerable applications. Same thing, that vulnerabilities in the applications are not there, so they can do some command execution. Now, how the system will not find that these are the exploit related to vulnerabilities, because the query or the data, in this case, that's the command injection, that will be either web forms or cookies or HTTP headers or other elements. So that means they will go and bypass the system and then they can go and inject something inside the system cell. Okay, great. After that, we have authentication based vulnerabilities as well, such as do the brute force attack, something like hit and trial method. So someone who know your maybe username and then he's trying to get the password using brute force, or maybe he will do the session hijacking, or maybe he will redirect the session. So that means you're logging somewhere, you're giving your username password, and that username password will reach to the redirected website where the hacker is sitting. He will steal your credential. Exploiting default credential, exploiting weak credential, Kerberos vulnerability, where you have all the stored username password. So point being here is this, that do not use very simple password, use complex password. Nowadays, the security agencies, they are telling that use a password with 13 character using uppercase, lowercase, numerical digit, etc. Correct. So that means that cannot be brute force. It's very difficult to do the brute force for that. Put some limit that someone will try more than 3 times, then his system will be locked, etc. Correct. So let's discuss a little bit more about this. So there are two type of attack. One is the online. Someone inline or online is trying to brute force the username and password. But again, if we go and put some sort of limit, like after 3 or 4 fail limit, his session will get locked. The second high efficient brute force is offline. Offline means that someone has the encrypted password, and with different type of tool, with different type of computing system, he tried to decrypt the encryption. He tried to get out of whatever maybe MD5 or MD9 passwords, and that is there. But again, this is actually this is high level type of brute force where you need high computing, very high computing, to analyze all those hashes, because once the password get hashed, it's very difficult to crack. Correct. Now, to what we can do in such cases, we can do multi-factor authentication. Maybe we are putting the username password and then passcode is coming to the mobile or maybe mobile application where we can get the passcode, and then once we press yes, then we'll get the access. Correct. Again, if you want to check the millions of password, you can go and check this site. That's the worldlisthacker.org. Here we'll get the passwords related. It's the default password related list, or too much password. Okay. Again, cryptography, we have separate topic for cryptography in upcoming section where we'll go and learn more about that. But if you want to refer now, you can go and check this Cisco link where Cisco is telling about different type of cryptography mechanism, their keys and their depth related to security. All right. So last topic in this session, we have about the session hijacking. I already told you that hackers may try to get your information while they are doing. Suppose you are the user and then you are using any type of web application. In between, the hacker will come. If he will come in between, that is the MIM type of attack, man in middle attack. That means he has tapped in the wire and then he is stealing the information. In case of wireless network, he has tapped in your network. Somehow he has compromised your SSID and he is also one user in your SSID and then he is snipping all those data. Session snipping is also there that can collect all the packet. I mean, if it is unencrypted packet, then it's very easy. He can get the hacker can get the information about that. Predicting the session tokens, do not use such type of simple session tokens that can be predicted. Then finally, you can see that we have the man in browser attack as well. Someone is trying to compromise your web browser. Okay, default credential, do not use the default credential. And after this video, I'm going to uh, create one 6-minute video. You'll find one 6-minute video related to credentials. So there are people, they are buying the routers or switches. They're not changing the password, or maybe they are changing the password after 2-3 days. So those devices, they are coming with a default password. You can go and get the list of the default password as well. Okay, that is not good. That's not a good security practice. So what I have done, I created one video related to Shodan or Shadan, whatever you can pronunciate it. This is one of the highly desirable website with the hacker perspective. I have created one 6-minute video. You can go and watch that, how this Shodan or Shadan is really very, very dangerous. All right, so let's just stop here. Shadan. Shadan is a search engine which is ranked or which is considered as the world's most dangerous search engine. And it's really dangerous. So it is marked as a search engine for hackers, and how it will work. You can go to the URL shadan.io, and from there you can do various nasty things. Let me show you few of the things. I can go to Shodan here. You can see that you can create your account. Once you create the account, obviously you can do more things. And I haven't created an account, but still on the top you can see I have exploit, developer pricing, enterprise access, and other stuffs. I can create a free account, get those information, etc. But let's click here to explore. Now, once I click here to explore, you can see that top voted webcam cams. So if I go here to webcam, here you can see that webcam, even you can see the maps as well. So if I go and click to the maps, please log into search filters. Map wise, I can check top services, HTTP, HTTPS, etc. Top organization, you can see Deutsche Telekom, Wind Telecom, etc. So we have that list as well. So if I go back to the webcam, let me go back, and if I open this link, it is telling, okay, webcam is there, and what services it is using, port 80, and this is the webcam name. So like that, I have the information. So if I go to this particular URL, simply if I go and paste, so waiting for response,
And you can specify what port number it is running. So this port number it is running is 80. Okay, so by default that will be 80 only. It is trying to establish the connection. So let's wait for that, and let me go back, because generally we are a network engineer and we are very much looking for routers, correct? So likewise you can go and check. Here you can see I have routers in terms of default password, and in the top is the Reliance communication, then the ABAP communication, then the Only National WinMax Iran server. Those IPs are there. So for example, I can go here, and what other information I have related to this? Let me copy this. It is telling that it is using default password Cisco username and password. So some HTTP port. So if I go and click this, you'll see that what ports are open related to this destination. So say 22, 23, 80 and 443. I can go and say check first of all 23, that is the telnet port. Randomly I am choosing the destination. So telnet port is not working, no problem. I'll go and check SSH. See, SSH is working. Now I can see some of the login banner messages as well. Say telnet is not working, 23 is not working, no problem. But if they set default password like Cisco, so anyone can log in, correct? So you see that how insecure this will be if it is open to the domain, correct? So let's leave that. And apart from that, you can see the port 80 and 443. So then next, what a hacker can try, that he may go to this, and again it is asking for level 7 username and password. So hopefully they haven't using their default password. So sometimes we are very careless, we are giving Cisco everywhere, or Cisco 123. That is not good. Now you can see that the power of this particular tool, I am using only the default one. I'm not creating an account here, and I'm doing the exploits, or I'm doing some other stuffs. So for that reason, what we have done, we have our own lab where we can do all type of testing rather than going and checking in the public domain. But you know that as a hacker perspective, and as a new hacker perspective, mostly, they can go and try all those nasty stuffs.
Let us understand cross-site scripting and unprotected API. So first of all, I'm going to start with the cross-site scripting. Here you can see that we have three different types. We have reflected XSS, that is nothing but non-persistent XSS. Then we have a stored or persistent XSS, and finally DOM-based XSS. What is reflected XSS or non-persistent XSS? Now you can see here, you can understand this easily. First of all, we should understand that who is the target. So target is nothing but the user's browser. That means that these codes, they are going to infect the user browser, okay? And the server or the web application where you are trusting, those are usually known as the trusted site. So here you can see that you are the user trusting to the trusted sites or applications, and from there, somehow the browser get infected.
Okay, now again we will see the difference between non-persistent and persistent XSS. Let's understand the persistent XSS definition. Now, these excesses occur when malicious code or a script are injected by vulnerable web application using any method that yield a response as a part of valid HTTP request. So clearly you can see here that it's first of all non-persistent because you don't have backup database. It is something that the browser is responding to the valid HTTP request, correct? So I am a client, I open my web browser and then from there I want to go to reach to certain website, correct? So obviously the three-way HTTP handshake will happen and then the site will open. Now, the attackers, they can use such type of uh, traffic, such type of request and response hijacking, and then they can infect the browser. Okay, so that's the non-persistent. What's the difference in the persistent and non-persistent? Here you can see the similarity is this, that the victim is the user browser. Again, the server that we are trusting is the trusted site. These are the similarity. What's the difference here is that this type of attack occur when malicious code or a script is permanently stored on a vulnerable server using a database. So in this case, you have the web application, but in this case, the code or the vulnerable code, they are stored inside the database server, and that's why it's a persistent. Okay, now let's move to the DOM. DOM is a cross-platform and a language-independent application programming interface that treats an HTML, XHTML, XML document as a tree structure. So it's a tree structure application programming interface that can be very much be infected, and the attack will be very much similar to the reflected or non-persistent XSS attack. Okay, so again here also you will find that who is the victim, who is the target, who is the source, who is the destination. It's very much similar because anyways the victim is always the client browser in such type of attack. Okay, so what is happening in DOM based XSS attack, the payload is never sent to the server. Instead, the payload is only processed by the web, that's the client browser. Okay, great. So these are the XSS attacks, or the types, the category, reflected, stored, and the DOM based. Next, we have the forgery, cross-site forgery. Now here we'll see the difference between the XSS and the cross-site request forgery. Here, what is happening? Again, you can see the definition here. The such type of attack, such as CSRF or XSRF attacks, occur when unauthorized commands are transmitted from a user who is trusted by the application. Okay, so some user, they are trusted by the application, and still the unauthorized command transactions happening. Now this CSRF attacks are different from XSS attack because obviously we know there you have the trusted site, there you have the victim, that's the user browser, and again inside user browser somehow they are getting the uh, malicious code with respect to some sort of cookie, some sort of web form, etc. Correct? But here they are different. Why? Because they exploit the trust that an application has in a user browser. So this is something like forgery, correct? Because this is trust violation, correct? So you have the, so user, they have the trust with the application, but while they are accessing the application, they are getting forged. Okay, sometimes these are referred as a one-click attack or session writing as well. So clearly you can see the differences in XSS. Here you have either application based or you have the database attack, where you have the victim as a browser. Here you can see that user and those users, they trust with the application, but they are getting forced. Okay, great. Now, next topic we have in this session is the APIs, application programming interfaces. And if they are not secure, so we can say that they are unprotected if we are not providing proper security to them. So what different type of APIs we have? First of all, you can see here that Simple Object Access Protocol, SOAP. Now this SOAP developed by the Microsoft, they are using XML based API. You can think like this, XML based API. There are two methods, XML and JSON. So we'll see that some of the APIs they are supporting XML. Nowadays, most of the APIs they are supporting some better data format, some better codec format. You can say that's a JSON. Okay, so nowadays you'll see that most of the Cisco platforms actually they are supporting both, but mostly whenever we are running the APIs, we want the output in terms of JSON, because once you have the JSON output, then you can convert that JSON in any format. All right, so SOAP, if you want to learn more about SOAP, you can check the link here. Next, we have the REST API. That's the thing, REST API, they are very popular. REST API, representational state transfer APIs. Most of the Cisco uh, SDN, such as Cisco SD-WAN vManage, such as Cisco DNA, they are using a REST API, RESTful APIs. Okay, and they can use it. They are using JSON instead of XML. Again, if you want to check more about the REST-based API, you can check the document. Okay. Third variant, we have the GraphQL. GraphQL is a query language for APIs that provide many developer tools. And again, you can see the link here. You can go and check more about the GraphQL. GraphQL now is used for many mobile application and online dashboards. Okay, so now these are the APIs. So three major. The SOAP developed by Microsoft. We have RESTful API, we have GraphQL, which is using query. Again, it's very important that these APIs, what type of methods they are using. So one is using XML, one is using JSON, one is using the query. Now, let's understand the API documentation. So API documentation, mostly Cisco platform like Cisco SD-WAN vManage, they are using Swagger interface. Even Cisco ACI also, they are using Swagger interface, this is the open API. Okay. The Swagger is a modern framework of API documentation and development that is the basis of Open API specification, OAS. Again, if you want to know more, you can check these links. Then you can see that we have the Web Service Description Language document. WSDL is XML based language that is used to obviously for the documentation, the functionality of web service. Again, for this, you can check the link below to know more about that. You have WADL as well. That's the Web Application Description Language. WADL is an XML based. So here you can say this is also XML based. WADL is also XML based. All right. So these are the actually the APIs, and um, so how these APIs is working behind the scene. If you know that APIs are nothing but the small instruction. These API, they can do one task, or some APIs can do multiple as well, but mostly APIs are there to do one task at a time. Now what you can do that you can nest the API. So you can group the API 1, API 2, API 3, and all these API 1, 2, 3, 4 up to N, you can put inside any script. Like suppose you can go and use Python. So that means that first of all, if you are doing API related to Cisco vManage. So Cisco vManage, they have to build the trust relationship. So first of all, vManage will generate the token. You should have the proper credential, and then the session token will get generated. Now, someone can force that session token, correct? Someone can steal the identity, and then they can use the use the APIs to send the query and get the response. Correct. So that's the risk we have with the API. They are very good, they are very nice, but doing the work, so we know the evolution. Initially, we have CLI, then we have GUI based method to do the configuration for devices, starting with CLI, GUI, and now we are in the API world where we want to write the program and execute it. Now, if any vulnerability with the session token, session hijacking, etc., that's not good. If any problem with the programming, someone can change the program and change the source and destination, etc. So anything can happen. Once we are in the programming world, it's even more and more dangerous. Okay. So this was the important lecture related to the cross-site scripting and the unprotected API. What we'll do in the next section, we'll see that how much course we have covered so far, and according to that, we will proceed further. Let us see that how much we have covered and what are the topics remaining. We have actually covered 1.1 and 1.2. Inside 1.1, we have learned and understand about different type of vulnerabilities, virus, malwares. In 1.2 also, you can see that we have different type of injection-based um, attacks. We have different type of bugs that we have discussed earlier, but still we are left with some cloud and some small topics that I'm going to cover now in this video and upcoming videos. So the point being here is this, that make your solid foundation, and then we will go and move little bit deep inside the topics. So at the moment, whatever we have a study that is going to give us good understanding, fundamental about different type of viruses, attacks, vulnerabilities, the references, the governing bodies, etc. And now on top of that, we can go and build the Cisco related security solution that Cisco is providing. Okay, so now what we are going to cover in this, that we are going to discuss a little bit about buffer overflow, the path traversal, and again one of the reference that OWASP is giving. So now let's understand that what is buffer overflow. The buffer overflow, as the name suggests, that it's the overflow type of attack. What is happening in this attack? This is a return to libc attack. In this attack, once you have the buffer overflow, so somehow you have made that you have the buffer overflow. Now in this type of attack, a subroutine return address on a call stack is replaced by an address of a subroutine that is already present in the execution memory of the process. Seems very difficult definition, but point here is this, that once you have the overflow, instead going to the next address, we are pointing that overflow to the memory of the process. Okay, so that means you still try to point out that overflow to the same memory location or to the memory location instead of new subroutine address. Now, what is happening in this case? Let's see a little bit more about this overflow. So this is done to potentially bypass the no execute NX bit feature and allow the attacker to inject his or her own code. Now, operating system that support NX, that is the non-executable stack, help protect against code execution after overflow. So that means that in other terms, you can understand that the attackers, they know the existing vulnerability with the operating system. Once the overflow is happening, that overflow is pointing towards the memory of the processor. And in that case, if that operating system has the vulnerability, then that attacker can inject their code inside the operating system. Okay, so on the other hand, a non-executable stack cannot prevent a return to libc attack, because in this attack only existing executable code is used. Okay, so that's the point here, that non-executable stack cannot prevent return to libc attack. Okay,
Great. Now, next attack, we have the path traversal. Sometimes it is known as directory traversal. What is happening that the attackers, they are aimed to access files and the directory that are stored outside of the web root folder. We know that we have the root folder. Outside of this web root folder, the attacker can go manipulate and access those folders. Okay, so by manipulating variables that refer files with a dot slash sequences and its variation, or by using absolute file path, it may be possible to access arbitrary files and directory stored on the file system, including application source code or configuration and the critical file system. Okay, so in short, this is a type of attack which will try to access the folders or subfolders of file within the non-web root folder. Okay, sometimes this is known as dot slash, directory traversal, or directory climbing or backtracking. Great. We know that we have some open forum who is maintaining, monitoring such type of attacks, and they are providing suggestions as well. In that regard, we have OWASP, Open Web Application Security Project. Now, initially it was free, but now if you go and try to join this place, you have to pay as per the reason. You have to pay maybe $50 to $100, depending upon the reason. In some reason, they are charging $10, $20. Some reason they are charging $50, $100. But yeah, you can go and check these sites. They have complete cover of all the top vulnerabilities and attacks and their prevention. So it is recommended that you become familiar, always keep up to date with OWASP. OWASP not only define each of the vulnerability, but they also provide the technique to prevent and mitigate from those vulnerabilities. You can go and refer this URL, you'll get the detail about this. All right, let's stop here. So before moving further, we just wanted to know that how much topic we have covered. You can see that chapter number 2 is cryptography, and let's see that where it is. What we have covered 1.1, that means 1.1a and 1.b. Then we have covered 1.2 as well in our previous videos. Then you can see that 1.3 is belonging to cryptography that we are going to cover now in this section, where we have to learn about the hashing, PKI, IPSEC, shared keys, etc. So complete cryptography we are going to begin now. After that, you can see that we have 1.4 that belonging to VPN. So VPN, we have one separate chapter, that is chapter number 8. So in chapter number 8, I'll go and cover the VPN. Now, apart from that, let's see what other topics we have in section number 1 is in part number 1. So other topic, you can see that 1.5 related to security intelligence, authoring, sharing, and consumption. This we have already covered in the threat intelligence section. So when I have covered the threat intelligence, at that time I have covered 1.5 as well. So 1.5 is also done. Let me do one thing. Let me erase everything. And let me highlight only those things that I haven't covered. So I haven't covered 1.4 because we are going to learn in the separate chapter. And then 1.6 also I haven't covered because 1.6 also we have one chapter. So what is 1.6? Explain the role of endpoint in protecting humans from phishing and social engineering attack. That I will go and cover in chapter number 11, when we'll go and learn about the endpoint protection and detection. Okay, some of the cloud related topics also you can see that will flow here and there. So we have dedicated cloud related chapter in chapter number 9, where we'll learn more about cloud security. Okay, great. So what we are going to do now, that we are going to start the chapter related to cryptography. Once we complete chapter, that means chapter number 2, that means this and this will be done. Then I'll go and straightforward start the software defined network security and programming chapter.
All right, so let's stop here.
Now we reach to section 1.3, where we have to learn about cryptography. And inside cryptography, we have to understand different type of technologies such as ciphers, hashing, PKI, SSL, IPSEC, etc. So one by one, I'm going to cover all these topics in this section. So this video and upcoming few videos, we will fully understand what is cryptography and what's the usability and what are the technology inside cryptography. Okay, now cryptography, the word itself having two things. First of all, it's a mathematics, means you have to use some sort of mathematical calculations plus computer science, in computer science algorithm. So it's a programming language plus mathematics that will provide you higher data security. That's the cryptography. And then we have to understand about PKI as well, public key infrastructure. That is set of identities, roles, policies, action for the creation, use management, distribution, and revocation of public and private keys. Okay, so let's understand one by one about cryptography. Now, again, I told you that cryptography having two terms, mathematics plus computer science. In mathematics, you have different type of mathematical calculation that can encrypt the data, decrypt the data, create hash, etc. Because all these are logics, all these are mathematics. And that mathematics, it feeded inside programming that is called as a algorithms. Okay, now why cryptography is important? Because it is going to provide you data confidentiality, that's a CIA term, confidentiality, integrity, and authentication. Confidentiality means that right user should have the right data access, means the data is confidential. So not everyone has the access, not everyone can see that data who don't want to see it. Then you have data integrity. That means that data should not be altered, modified by someone. It should not be manipulated. Authentication means that first of all, you go and pass the authentication method, like the user who is the valid user, etc. And then only he can access the data. Cryptography we are using every day. Suppose if you go and open any of the website related to Google, YouTube, Facebook, Insta, etc. At that time, you know that we are surfing the page HTTPS, that itself is TLS, transport layer security. Apart from that, different type of data communication mechanisms like VPN, that's the virtual private network. Either you are sending, receiving the data in the private network or public network. These encryption bit, these VPN, inside VPN you have encryption bits, they are being used. Okay, and then you have the crypto analysis study that the researcher, computer science, whoever providing network security, they are using it. Inside that you have encryption, decryption bits. Now, when we are talking about encryption, the common term in encryption or decryption is the cipher. So what's the logic? The logic here is that, let me get one place where I can draw. So logic being here is this, that you have your message, you have your plain text, PT. Now you can go and use different type of keys to convert this plain text into cipher text, CT. Okay, so that means that you are using encryption methodology to convert plain text to ciphertext, and same in the reverse direction. If you convert ciphertext to plain text, that will be the decryption. So we have two method here, encryption and decryption with help of ciphers. Now cipher having different type of methods like substitution. Substitution means that you are taking a alphabet, and then suppose S has been replaced by A, E has been replaced by R, C has been replaced by X, etc. So when you are sending secure text via the wire transfer, if someone will go and sniff the data, what he will get? He will get some AR, XF, RS, etc. That means he will not get the actual data. This is the plain text. He will get the cipher text. That means very hard to manipulate. Obviously, if you know the key, he can crack, but it's difficult at some level. If it is a normal type of cipher, we will check in this section that we have different type of mechanism that will create this normal text into uncrackable cipher text as well. Okay. So you can see that we have the substitution method, we have polyalphabetic substitution as well. That means not only the single character, you will change a single character, but you can use multiples in between. Then we have transposition method. Transposition method is not simple substitution, but how we are writing the message, it's important. So here you can see that we have one message called this is secret. And now if you try to read like this, there is no sense. But if you go and read this complete letter, like you can see, this is secret, this is secret, like this, up and down, fourth clockwise. So then it will make sense that the transposition, with help of transposition method, we have shifted the letter from right to left, from top to bottom, clockwise, anti-clockwise, and then if someone will get the message, he will get rect chi, etc. That doesn't make any sense because the actual message is this is secret. Okay, so whatever technology that we have discussed inside cyber, methods we have discussed inside cyber, like substitution, polyalphabetic, and transposition, we can see that these are not uncrackable, means someone can go and crack it, because it's like some method that we have to use and create the ciphertext. So to provide much more security, there are so many organizations, there are so many running competition happen in 2000, 2005, 10. It's long back, like 10 years back. And uh, then they come up to different cipher technologies. So I told you that maths plus algorithm, correct? And this maths plus algorithm, again, we'll learn more and more in the upcoming. So to provide much more security, we are using methodology of block cipher and stream ciphers. What it is doing, that they are taking, so in block cipher, we are taking 64-bit of plain text and generating 64-bit of ciphertext. Now they are part of symmetric key encryption. What is happening in symmetric key encryption, that you have plain text, then you are using the key, and then you are generating the ciphertext. Same key, suppose this key is ABC, just for sake of simplicity, same key in the reverse direction. If you use CBA, so it will go and generate the uh, plain text. So in computer science term, we are telling that same key is used for encryption to decryption and decryption to encryption, and that is termed as a symmetric key encryption or symmetric key cipher. Okay, meaning that same key is used to encrypt and decrypt. Okay. Great. So this is the block cipher. In block cipher, you can see that 64-bit of data converted to 64-bit of ciphertext. And examples of block ciphers are AES, AES having three flavor, 128, 192, 256, advanced encryption standard. Then you have DAIS, triple DAIS, blue office, IDEA, etc. The block cipher may go and add some padding as well that has extra overhead. On other hand, we have a stream cipher as well, which is taking only 8-bit, actually 8-bit of data or 1 byte of data, and then byte by byte they are doing the conversion. That's why they are little bit lower size in terms of CPU and processing. So what I have done here, I have created one comparative slide in between block cipher and stream cipher so we can understand this. So block cipher, what they will do, they will take 64-bit of data and then it will convert it into the cipher. The stream cipher is taking 1 byte of data and then it is converting to the ciphertext. The complexity of block cipher is simple, while stream cipher, because 8-bit, 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 8-bit they are using, so complexity for the cipher is little bit complex. Block cipher encryption is hard, means almost impossible to do the reverse, while stream cipher, with compared to the block cipher, it is easy to compare. I mean, it's easy to reverse. So encryption to decryption is little bit easier here with respect to block cipher, because you can see in the block cipher we have AES, advanced encryption standard, which is one of the standard nowadays. Almost all the VPNs
all the security related to cryptography, they are using AES. And there was one running competition, and out of that running competition, 5 algorithm, they are the top. In those 5, AES was number 1. So if you do little bit of research about AES, you'll find that they are using uncryptable type of mathematics. It's almost impossible to reverse it if you are using AES with 256-bit. Okay. All right. So this was the introduction related to cryptography and the bits being used. Let's just stop here. In this important section, we are going to discuss about asymmetric algorithm and the hashes. Now, we have already discussed about symmetric encryption, where we know that the encryption and decryption happening with same key. And the examples are days, triple days, AES, etc. One important point here is that if we want to increase the security, at that time, we have to increase the CPU processing cycle as well. As we know that the symmetric encryption, for example, AES, having 3 different type of bit, 128, 192, and 256, correct? Now, if you want to use 256 bit of encryption, obviously the processing cycles will be more with respect to 128, but obviously the security will also enhance, and it's recommended that we should use AES 256 bit because bigger is better. Now coming to the asymmetric encryption, what is happening? So now it's actually one layer of added security, because in this we are not using only one private key, but we have 2 key. We have public and private key, and these public and private keys, they are used in a way that they can create some sort of public private key pair. And suppose if you are in the server and client model, suppose if you have one server and 2 client, and these clients and server, they are doing the communication. So the communication is happening in a way that when client will send the packet to the server, client will use the server, that's the sender, actually that's the receiver. So the client will use the receiver public key, encrypt it, and send it to the server. Now what server will do, it will use its own private key to do the decryption. So here you can see that server is one who is knowing the private key because they want to do the decryption, and the PC, the clients, they are using the encryption with the server public key, and then they are sending it. Okay, so seems a little bit complex a statement, but that's the way that it can provide much more security. What are the standards we have, or what are the asymmetric algorithm examples? One of the example is RSA. 3 computer scientists, Rivers, Shamir, and Adelman, they have created this algorithm, this asymmetric algorithm, and it is known as a public key cryptography standard, PKCS. And you will see that there are different type of PKCS like 1, 2, 3, 4, etc. So again, the RSA will use public and private and shared key to share the data among. And again, if you want more security, you can go and use 2048 or 2 kbit of encryption. If you are looking for moderate, like in between lower security to the higher security, we can go and use 1 kbit of security key. Next, very important, and almost all the IPSEC VPNs, they are using this, is the Diffie-Hellman key, DH key. Now, DH keys, the interesting fact about DH keys are that although that is the asymmetric encryption, but while they are generating or exchanging the key, so once they create the key and exchange the key, they are using some sort of symmetric encryption. They are using days, triple days or AES. That's the key factor here. Okay. Now there are others as well, like L Gamal, who is using DH-based methodology to exchange their keys. We have DSA, digital signature algorithm developed by US National Security Agency. We have ECC, elliptic curve cryptography, etc. Again, the note here is this, that if you go and use the key, means higher bit key, it will go and consume more CPU, but it's recommended that we should use at least 2 kbit of key because it will go and give you higher security. Okay.
Now, next topic we have hashes, and I will show you small bit of CLI command as well. We know that while we are verifying the Cisco images, we are verifying the hashes for those images. So we are generating the hashes and we are checking in our device and Cisco portal what is the output. So what is hashing actually? In very basic definition, it's hashing is something, one type of mathematical program that may take a variable length input. So input may be varying, but the output will be fixed length, some alpha numerical value or some ABC, etc. I'm going to show you this output, even the input and output as well. So before going further, let me quickly show you that I have three file 1, 2, 3. And these three files, if I go and generate the MD5 hash, you can see I have file 1, 2, and 3. And what are those files? Let me show you file 1. It's like this, then file 2, yeah, etc. And then file 3 also. But you can see that output here, it's the MD5 hash. So that means that I may have variable length input, but you can see the output is fixed. And that's the key here. So the hashing is important because it is going to verify the data integrity. So what is happening? That two parties. So suppose I want to send some file or some data. What I will do, I will take that file into hash funnel. I will make that hash of it. I will send to the other side. The other side also, if he has that data, he will go and compare that particular hash with his own hash funnel hash. So what I'm telling, suppose if we have two parties and they're exchanging the data, but how they will validate that data is not manipulated in between. So they will get the hash value here. He also will get the hash value here, and they will go and match the hash. So instead of matching the actual data, whatever they are getting or sending, they are going to match the fixed length hash value, and then they will tell, okay, it's good or not. And you can see that we have MD5 and we have SHA-512. SHA, SHA is something is that is recommended because of bit size, and there are some vulnerabilities with MD5 hash as well. Once you go and read all this, whatever I have explained, you'll find all these things here in these documents. So three different files. We can go and use the SHA. We can go and use MD5 hash. So these are the hash function. Your Linux box can generate the SHA. Your Linux box can go and generate the MD5 as well. Okay, there are certain vulnerabilities with MD5, so it's recommended that you can go and use the SHA. This hashing method is not only being used in IPSEC VPN, but the Cisco Talos team, they are also using to analyze the malware. So think like this: you don't want to send 2 or 5 GB data to check this data malware, etc. Instead of that, what you'll do, you'll take a small portion of that data and you will create the hash and you will send to the AMP engine, that's the advanced malware protection engine. The AMP engine already have the hash value with him, and then I'm sending my hash value to the AMP engine. It's very easy for the AMP engine to check that the incoming hash value with already declared malware hash value, and they can easily tell that it's having malware or not. Is this particular file is malware or not? Okay, three different hashes mostly use MD5, SHA-1, and SHA-2. As I already told you that MD5 having different vulnerability, so it is recommended that you can go and use SHA, either SHA-1 or SHA-2, and you can see that MD5 bits are 128, 160, means MD5 bit is 128, but SHA having bit 160 or SHA-2 having 224. So it's recommended that you can go and use SHA-2 with 512 bit if it is possible. Okay, there is great document in Cisco website. You can go and check Cisco recommendations as well. They are giving deep explanation about these hashes values and their usability. The link here you can go and refer. Finally, we have HMAC concept. So now, so far what we have discussed, that, okay, you can create the um, hash value, means you can create the fixed um, hash, that the hashes means fixed length output in terms of hashes. But what if someone can go and use brute force method to just try to manipulate that these hashes, anyways, the reverse is not possible. So if you have a data, so suppose if you have data and you are creating the hash, so from hash, it's impossible to create the data. But what if they can go and try and check that this hash is matching with the other hash? That means instead of manipulating the hash, someone can go and manipulate the data itself, correct? So instead of sending the actual hash, what we can do here with the hashed message authentication code is that we can encrypt the hash. That's the idea. And then we can send the encrypted hash to other site. Okay. So in that regard, we have different technologies that we have HMAC MD5, we have HMAC SHA. What these methodologies are doing, they will take the hash, encrypt it, and then send to other site. Okay. Now again, it's recommended. So NIST, you can see NIST has a recommendation that you should use HMAC with SHA rather than using HMAC with MD5. So this is a recommended. Oops. So you can see that this is the recommended one. And I have again given the notes here that SHA-256 provide adequate protection for sensitive information. On the other hand, SHA-384 required to protect classified information of higher importance. All right, so this is the information related to SHA and asymmetric encryption. Let's stop here. Hi there. Thanks for your enrollment. We are in 1 minute ad break. In this break, I'm going to show you that I have so many courses uploaded over Udemy. And if you're going to enroll my courses, you will get 95% discount every month, 3 times. First week, mid of the month, and the last week of the month. I am sharing the coupons. If you go and use those coupons, then my courses related to CCNP, related to CCI, all those courses, you are going to get heavy discount up to 95%. You can see the prices are a little bit higher here, but if you go and apply the coupon, the prices will go rock bottom. So go use those coupons. Suppose if you don't have those coupons, then you can always ping me over YouTube. You can send me email. You can ask for those coupons. I will provide you that coupon. So get the coupon, get the discount. Some of my courses over Udemy, they are bestseller. Some of the courses are quite new, like SD-WAN automation, DNA automation, CCI data center 3.0. Those are the new uploads as well. So please go, continue your learning, take the coupon, enroll my courses, and study well. All the best. In this section, we are going to learn about digital signature. Now, digital signature having benefits like authentication, data integrity, non-repudiation. Whatever knowledge we have in our previous sections, such as public and private key pairs, hashing, encryption, etc., all those knowledge are going to be utilized here to understand digital signatures. Now, in this case, we are going to study about one of the use case. Suppose we have different Marvel characters such as Thor, Iron Man, Thanos, and suppose Thor wants to send some data to Iron Man, and Thanos, he is a hacker, he wants to intercept the data in between. How Thor can send the data securely to Iron Man, we are going to understand with respect to digital signature and this section. Okay, so first of all, what's the use case here? The use case here is this, that both Thor and Iron Man, they want to do the communication, they want to do the secure communication. Now, how they are going to do the secure communication and how their identities and digital signature will come into the picture. We are going to understand that. So first of all, Thor and Iron Man, they have to enroll their identities with the root CA server. We know that all the organizations, they have the CA server, that's the certificate authority server, where these users, they are putting their identities. So that means that somehow Thor and Iron Man, they know that what's the public key of the CA server, because they have to go and enroll their identities. That means these are the trusted parties, first of all, within the organization. They want to do the communication, correct? So here you can see that Thor requests a digital certificate from enrolls with CA, and the CA assign one to Thor. If you and I were to open the digital certificate, we would find the name of the entity. In this case, that's the Thor. And we also find the Thor public key, Thor gave to CA while applying for a digital certificate. Okay, so they have the digital certificate, means the certificate authentication, the certificate validation is done with respect to CA server. That's one point, correct? Means uh, the user identities, they are enrolled, verified by the CA server. Now the actual thing will come into the picture. So we have Thor, we have Iron Man. They want to do the communication. They will go and open the VPN session in between them. So what will happen? Suppose you want to send some of the data to Iron Man. First of all, he will do the hash. Remember, we have a study about the hash function earlier. So that means that you're not, means you're sending the data, but you're creating the hash of it and then you're sending. So suppose you have created the hash of the data, and the few portion of that hash, you are doing the encryption, correct? So you have created the hash. So Thor has created the hash of the data. Few part of that hash, he has done the encryption, and then he has sent to the Iron Man. Now, what Iron Man will do? First of all, he has to decrypt the Thor data. So once Iron Man will get the data, he will use the public key of the Thor, and then he will decrypt the data. Once he will decrypt the data, what he will get? He will get the hash. Now he has his own compute engine where he will do the hash of the actual data to match the hash of the Thor. Correct? And that's the steps there. All of these steps are a little bit tricky, but all the steps are here. So Thor and Iron Man, they have created the VPN tunnel. Thor, what he has done, it takes a small hash and encrypt it using the Thor private key. Okay, so with his private key, he has done the encryption and then he has sent to the Iron Man. Now, the encrypted hash is known as the digital certificates, digital signature actually, important one, correct? Great. Now, what Thor will do? He has sent the data. Now, what Iron Man will do? So, Iron Man receive this packet. It looks the encrypted hash and decrypt it with the Thor public key. Correct. So Thor has done the encryption with his private key, and then he has sent to the Iron Man. Iron Man has done the decryption with the Thor public key, and that's the asymmetric encryption is coming into the picture. Correct. Now, once he has that, then obviously he will go and check the hash as well. Now, once Thor and Iron Man, so in this case, Iron Man will do the decryption, will check the hash. That means I will understand that all these parameters that we have discussed, authentication with the CA server, data integrity with in terms of encryption and hashing is coming into the picture. And obviously the sender verify himself, he is the actual sender, that's the non-repudiation. So all three parameters are getting hit with help of digital signature. Okay, and that's the digital signature concept we have. So that means the sender is sending the correct data, he is an authorized sender, the receiver is getting the correct data, there is no manipulation, that's the data integrity coming into the picture, and then this is the secure communication. Sometimes it is termed as a RSA signature as well. Okay, so the rest of the point, you may think that, okay, we have Thor and we have Iron Man. The point being here is this, that he is using private key, correct, to do the encryption and send to Iron Man. And then Iron Man is doing the decryption with the public key of Thor. So question here is this, that Iron Man, how he got the public key from the Thor. Now for this key exchange as well, correct, the same process is being used. So that means the digital certificate and digital signature thing. So you think like this, while you are sending, receiving the data, you are using all this mechanism of digital signature. Same we can use to do the key exchange as well. That means that Thor, he has sent his public key to the Iron Man. Iron Man has sent his public key to the Thor. So when Thor will get the data, he will do the decryption with the Iron Man public key. Okay, and that's the digital signature, important concept. We are using this concept inside VPNs. All right, so let's stop here. In this section, we are going to learn about IPSEC, SSL, and TLS. For IPSEC, I'm going to give you a rough overview because we have complete dedicated session for IPSEC in the upcoming section. IPSEC or IP security is a suite of protocol. And when we are talking about layer 3 VPN IPSEC, that means that at that time you have IP based VPN, and those VPNs, they are following the cryptography methodology of providing the data security, such as confidentiality through encryption, data integrity through hashing HMAC, and authentication using the digital signature. Okay, since it's a suite of protocol, so you will find inside IPsec, you have different protocols. You have ESPH, encapsulating security payload, authentication header. These are nothing that the way of transport. You'll find that we have tunnel and transport mode for the transport. And for that transport, we have different type of a standard as well. So you can see that there are two primary methods implementing IPsec. Either you are using ESP type or AS type. Now, AH, authentication header, is going to use only encryption. So that means that ESP is the preferred one. Okay, so mainly in production network, we are using ESP. If we have any restrictions, such restrictions, we can use AH. Otherwise, ESP is the default mechanism to use. Now here you can see that the encryption algorithm, the hashings that we are using inside VPN. So encryption algorithm for confidentiality, the better one is the AES 256 bit. And then the hashing algorithm, the better one is the SHA, because we have studied earlier that MD5 having different type of vulnerabilities. Then we have the authentication algorithm like pre-shared key or RSA signatures, or we know about this pre-share key or signature. We have discussed this about earlier. And in the next section also, we are going to discuss about the certificates as well. So we'll learn more and more in the upcoming section as well. And then finally, the IPsec, they are using internet key exchange. That's the key exchange methodologies. That's the IKE. So these are the terminology. Again, the complete lab we have related to IPsec in the upcoming section. We are going to cover different flavor of IPsec, like point to point or site to site. You have site to multi-site, you have DMVPN, you have get VPN, you have any connect type of VPN or remote access type of VPN. So those long list we will check in the upcoming section. Now the next question here is this, that okay, you have IPsec VPN that's quite secure, following all the CIA norms. Then why still we are looking for SSL or TLS? One thing I just wanted to tell here is that SSL 3.1, so if you have SSL 3.1, is equal to TLS 1.0. So what's the difference? Now the normal standard is TLS, and you'll see that TLS 1.3 and more that researchers are focusing. SSL is nothing but secure socket layer, TLS is transport layer security, etc. Okay, so you can see that this is secure socket layer,
And I'm going to give you the transport layer security TLS. I'm going to give you the analogy as well. You will understand it very easily. So first of all, why we are using now to create the IPSEC VPN, either you need two gateway, correct? Two routers or two gateways, two firewalls, or one router, one firewall, a mix of that. Or even for remote access VPN, you need some sort of any connect client or some client agent to install in the laptop or end devices. No, that is not the case with the SSL or TLS type of technology. In this form, suppose if you are accessing google.com or youtube.com, etc., you are using a web browser. You will go to the web browser and you are using HTTPS, correct? The secure HTTP method, HTTP secure HTTPS. Now, while doing this, you don't need any gateway, you don't need any software installed in your laptop. Only thing that you have is your web browser in your laptop, like either Chrome or Mozilla, etc. Okay, so we are going to our browser and then we try to access these URL with respect to HTTPS. Now, while we are using HTTPS, that's either they will form the SSL or TLS way of doing the communication. So that means that our laptop that we have, let me try to draw one desktop here. So suppose your desktop or laptop, they will work as a client, correct? And then whatever web that you are surfing, so for example, google.com, they are working as a server. Now, what is happening that first of all, google.com, suppose they are the server and you can think like they have the certificate authority as well. So those servers, they are offering some sort of certificate to our web browser. Remember, whenever you are opening any unknown website, they're asking you, is this site is trusted? Means your browser is asking to you, is this site is uh, secure? Are you trusting this site? If you're not trusting, close the session. If you are trusting, then proceed with your own risk, etc. That means that your web browser don't know the certificate that is offered from the google.com or any other website. If you are opening that first time, correct? Even if you're opening some unknown HTTPS, it will ask you that question. So that means either you can go manually download the certificate or you can accept that new certificate that is coming from the server, correct? You install it and next time when you open, it will not ask you about the certificate because that certificate is installed in your browser. And you can go to your browser, you can check those certificates and their trustworthiness, their entities, their identities, etc. There are several sites where we can go and check these sites. So for example, check the tls.com and sslabs.com allow you to test the TLS implementation on a given website. There are tools also there where we can go and check the cryptographic weakness. So you can go and check test SSL and you can check the web server, means that particular site having what type of cryptographic weaknesses. Okay, great. So now what I have done here, that this complete process related to how the CA servers are working, how they are offering the certificates, etc. I'm going to record, I have recorded few videos related to CA certificate related to Cisco ICE. Now I know that maybe you don't know Cisco Identity Service Engine, but you please go and watch those ICE related two videos, small videos related to ICE, and you will fully understand that how this certificate enrollment process, everything is working. Because once we have one practical example, and ICE is a nice example related to CA certificates, then it will be easier to understand that. Okay, so let's quickly summarize here. In the summary, you will find that whatever we have a study, so we have a study about symmetric encryption. The examples are AES, DES, 3 DES idea, the asymmetric RSA, Diffie-Hellman,
The digital signatures one, RSA signatures, the Diffie-Hellman, they are going to use in IPSEC, and we will check this later as well. The confidentiality used by encryption, such as AES, DES, SSS, RSA idea. The data integrity used by hashing methodologies like MD5 SHA, etc. And SHA is the New Year standard, so do not use MD5, use SHA one. Use SHA actually, and the tightest bit. We know that the bigger is better. The longer the bit size, more security you are providing, but again, the CPU cycles you have to check. And finally, the authentication, we have pre-shared key RSA signatures. All right, so that was the good overview related to SSL and TLS. You can always check the document and the references that I am going to share with the slide, and you can do a little bit more research in this as well. Next important topic and knowledge area we have is related to certificates. We have to understand the fundamentals of PKI, public key infrastructure. And what I have done actually here that uh, I am going to show you. So there are two videos related to certificate. You will understand the certificates easily. These are 9-minute and 6-minute videos after this. So public key infrastructure, the definition is a set of identities, role, policies, and action for the creation, use, management, distribution, and revocation of public and private keys. Definition looks quite lengthy, but yeah, you will understand once you watch my videos after 2 videos after this video. So you'll understand the use of the certification, because it depends that what type of certification mechanism we have. We have one root CA server, and then we have the clients who wants that certificate, or if we have the hierarchy of root servers, and then you have the clients requesting. Okay, so it's like that. But anyways, the point being here is that the endpoints, they should be trusted. So before even sending, before even doing the communication in between Thor and Iron Man, they should have the certificates from the CA server, means these are the trusted parties, and then they can do the communication. Why we need it? Obviously, to provide the data security, we need certificate based authenticity. And in that case, we have the CA, certificate authority, coming into the picture. Okay, so PKI provides more rigorous method to confirm the identities of the parties involved in the communication and the validate the information being transferred. The same thing I told you, that PKI binds public key with identities of people, application, and organization. And the binding, and this binding is maintained by the issuing and management of digital certificate by the CA server. All these terms I'm going to explain nicely in these videos. You'll understand even the key importance of public key and private key, and what type of even protocols we are using for such type of enrollment, revocation, and distribution of certificates. Okay, so please go watch these 2 videos, and we are very much done with this particular section. Now we are into a very important discussion about ICE certificate. As we know that ICE is a next generation server, and whenever we are talking about next generation identity servers or next generation firewall, next generation appliances, that time certificate play a very important and vital role. Now let's understand that how ICE certificate is working. So we have this public uh, certificate framework, that is X.509. Most of the next generation appliances, they are using X509 certification. Now, what is the certification? That is nothing but one type of identity. So suppose if we have to go somewhere, we have to show our passport or visa and all. Again, if you check the passport, you'll find that you have the photograph, you have the expiration date, the location, etc., etc. Certificate is something like validity for the duration, and it has the identity stored as well. Now this X509 certificate, what are the identities it has? who is the user, what is the endpoint, what is the website identity. That's the framework. But how exactly it is working behind the scene, and what are the key concepts we have that we'll see in the upcoming slide. Now, 509 certificates, they have the extended key uses for server authentication, client authentication, key cert, signing, and many more. How it is working? Like most of the certificates at present, they are using asymmetric way of doing the certification. Now, what is asymmetric way of doing the certification? We'll see. Where it is going to use, it is going to use in between ICE node, so the PAN and PSN, and again the PSN to the sponsored or guest portal or any endpoint, they will do the certification process. The pixie grid communication for EAP communication for admin portal, end user portal, etc. In short, let me show you the diagram first and then I'll come back. So we have one summary diagram here, you can see, and I'll go and I'll show you each and everything in this diagram, but you can see here the visual representation that the certification is working in between everywhere. So everyone has to share their public key, plus they have the private key locally, and according to that the certification process happens. So before reaching to that point, let me quickly walk you a few of the important slides we have. First of all, the next generation identity services, identity service engines, that is ICE, they are doing certification with respect to each and every uh, communication, you can say, or each and every registration, you can say. So whenever any of the device or any of the node they get registered, they have to follow the certification process, correct? So again, here you can see either say e process or uh, PAN administration portal, web auth, sponsor portal, guest access, etc. Each and every places we have this certification process, and it's a huge. Now this how this certification process works, that's important. And I already told you the key is the public key cryptography or asymmetric encryption. Now, whenever we are talking about asymmetric encryption, how this asymmetric encryption works, let me show you in the next slide. So here you can see that all the devices, they have their local key. So they have the local key, that is private key. They have the local key, private key, and they have the local key, that is private key. And there is one shared key, that will be the public key. That will be the public key, public key. Now, how this asymmetric encryption happens behind the scene? Again, let me quickly explain you this. So you have public key and private key. Public key, that will be shared with everyone. Generally, what is happening, whoever is your root CA. So in this case, suppose my ICE is my root CA or root server. So they can generate the root cert key or public key, and that root cert key should go to each and every device because that is the public. So going to each and every device. Then again, when they do the authentication, they will do the authentication with their local key. So this local key, that is the private key, will go and do the encryption process first, and then the certification process with help of public key. So they must have the identity for the CA server, and that is nothing but the public key, and then they can go and do the private key exchange or the private certificate exchange. Now here you can see that how this is happening. Now again, let me go quickly back and let me show you the diagram that we have. So how it is happening, here you can see that we have A, B and C, correct? Now in the A, B and C communication, so we have A, we have B, and we have C here. Now the ABC, so the endpoint C uses endpoint A public key. So suppose C and A, they are using the public key. It can only decrypt by endpoint A. So suppose if he is using the public key of A, so that means he will be decrypted
only by endpoint A, correct? Likewise, P uses the public key of C. So public key of C. So P of C. That means that B will be decrypted with the C private key, correct? And that's the way that things are working. So whoever public key you have, and again I told you the public key is nothing but you know the identity of the root server. So generally, again I'll repeat this term, that it's actually easy. If you do the certification once, you'll come to know that you have the root CA, and that root CA will distribute the public key to all. So for example, A, B and C. So that means that they have the encryption, and whenever they do the decryption, whenever they will get decrypted, they will use the public key of the root CA. That's easy and a straightforward mechanism. Now the summary slide, where they are going to do, where we have the certification process. So here you can see in between PAN and PSN. So here you can see that PSN, here you can see the PAN, and then you can see the PSN. So in between that you have the certification. In between, so let me quickly clean here. In between the web browser and the PAN, so the starting should be like this. Let me draw here. So you have your PAN, you can see in the diagram, and so I have my PAN and in the browser first, then in between PAN and PSN, in between PSN and the guest portal, sponsor portal, and the endpoint. In between endpoint, we have the EAP. In between PSN and PAN, we have the admin communication, and likewise. You can see everywhere this authentication process with the certification will happen behind the scene. Again, that's the explanation we have for this particular slide. And the summary is that it's very important, it's very critical that how the next generation identity services is doing certification process with the rest of the devices, and it's easy actually. So in next section we'll go and learn about the certification scale factor. Now here you can understand the certification is happening with each and every node, but if you go and do this manually, that will be very much time confusing and maybe errors can generate. Same thing, if we can go and do via the automated process throughout the endpoint, throughout the network, then that will be the scalability that we can discuss in the next session. Certificate is very important in ICE to understand. Let us understand more about ICE certificates. Now, if you go and log into the ICE and the certificate page, so here you can see that you are in the dashboard. You can go to the administration, you can go to certificates, and then we have the list of certificate. Now here in that list, you can see that we have certificates related to. So let me quickly go and highlight that what type of certificates we have. So here you can see that we have system certificate, and then we have trusted OSCP certificates, certificate signing request, and all those certificates. So let me highlight one more time here. You can go to administration, you can go to certificates, 1, 2, then you can check the list of certificates. I'll go and explain all these things. So system certificate, trusted certificates, OCSCP certificate signing request, certificate authority. Each of these things will go and understand at least the term that what is this used for. So now let's start one by one. Now when we are talking about the certificate, system certificate, so obviously this is system generated certificate, means ICE has one certificate that will be system certificate. Trusted certificate means who is your CA, and you are trusting your root CA or CA server. So those certificates are belonging to trusted certificate that is coming from the root CA. Now in the
case that we have to distribute the certificate, we are using Simple Certificate Enrollment Protocol, SCEP. And now suppose if you are in the distributed environment, distributed deployment, at that time we are using certificate trust list. Now the concept here is easy. Suppose if you have to update the certificate to n number of nodes, we will do the updation in PAN, your administration node, and from PAN it will go and push to each and every individual node. Now why this is important? So here you can see that changes. Now in ICE 1.0 to 1.3, that is EOS EOL anyways, it was very hectic job to do the certification distribution across different nodes rather than in ICE 2.4, for example. It's very easy, it's point click, you can go click and it will go and push the certificate automatically. So the automation of the certification uh, enrollment has been already done and it's ready to use it. Now there are some color coding. If you are seeing that green certificate, that was valid, red means some certificate error, yellow means warning. Maybe your certificate is going to expire and you have to do the renewal of that. So here you can see that coming 1.3 plus, it's actually easy to do the enrollment. It's easy to push the certificate from your PAN to the respective PSNs. We can go to the administration and we can check the certificates, system, trusted. Now, interesting thing here is that while we are checking the trusted certificate, so here you can see that uh, for security purpose, we have trusted for infrastructure, Cisco service endpoints, admin authentication. And again, these trusted certificates, they may have attributes. Now, what attributes I'm talking about here is, here you can see that when we have the trusted certificate, and then now Cisco has given attributes as well, and we should go and check mark or check those attributes. So this trusted certificate for, so you can see the authentication within ICE, trust for client authentication and syslog. Now if you go and do the check mark, that means that these services, whenever it is required, in the back they will complete or they have to complete the certification process, and then only you can use certain services or these services. Correct. Now in case if you have to distribute n number of certificates and you want some helper, so in that case we can go and use the subordinate CA. In the large distributed deployments we are using subordinate CA. Those are the CA who is going to help the root CA to do the deployment or do the distribution of the certificate. We can go and use ICE as a root CA as well, so that option is there. Now two options are there: either you are using ICE as a CA, or you have your own enterprise CA managed somewhere. From there you want to trust to ICE, so that certificate you are enrolling to PAN, and from PAN it is going to all the PSN. Here you can see the hierarchy. So in this hierarchy, you can see that I have ICE as a CA, for example, on top. And then we have the, obviously we are going to push all the certificate to the PSNs from the PAN, but we can use ICE and then we have the standby PAN as well. There also we are updating the certificates. Chapter number 3, we have to learn, understand about software-defined networking and their security and programmability. You can see that although we are still in section 1, so you can see that in section 1, the last 3 subsections are 1.7, where we have to understand about SDN APIs and architecture, 1.8, provisioning, optimizing, monitoring, and troubleshooting APIs, and then Python-related Cisco Security Appliances API. Okay. Now, we are going to cover, and in this particular section, 1.7, where we have to understand about SDN architecture and their API. What I have done, that I have recorded 8 videos. First of all, you will understand that what is SDN, how Cisco is using SDN in their portfolio. So what is Cisco portfolio SDN? Like you have SD-WAN, for WAN, DNA for LAN or campus fabric, ACI, application centric infrastructure for data center. And the rest of the videos are related to understanding the architecture of SDN plus understanding the APIs for different SDN, and I have taken examples such as DNA. Okay, so go complete all these 8 videos, and we are very much completing section 1.7. That SDN is a term that you can decouple the data and the control plane. So if you decouple the data and the control plane, what will happen with that? Just for example, say, think like a normal Cisco traditional network where you have boxes. So where you have the routers. So I have a number of router over the data center and the branches. Now, if you see the traditional network or traditional devices, you'll find that in the same box, you have the management plane, you have the control plane, you have the data plane. Now, while doing this thing, what will happen that you need high-end devices, first of all. Now, suppose if I don't need high-end devices still, uh, what is the use case if I decouple the data and control plane? And that's the key here with us. So suppose all the branch devices, they have the data and, for example, when data plus the control plane, data plus the control plane means all these devices, they can take their own decision while processing the data, correct? So all these devices have data and control plane together. Now this is something you can think like, oh, this is a distributed type of architecture. In SDN, in software defined network, what we are doing, that we are taking the control out. So now I have centralized control plane, and then I have the data plane devices. So suppose if I do all these things, what is the benefit I have? That's the important thing that we need to understand. Now, if you see the definition that SDN architecture, the control and data planes are decoupled, network intelligence and state are logically centralized, and the underlying network infrastructure is abstracted from the application. This is the most important line we have. So now what you are doing, that you are decoupling the control and data plane. So whatever intelligence you have for that particular fabric, now you have centralized intelligence from one brain or one central brain. You can take decisions for all these devices. So how these devices will do, say for example, routing, how these devices will do, say, policy forwarding, how these devices can take other decisions, correct? So for that you have the common central intelligence, that is your control plane, and you have decentralized or you have data plane in the other dimension. So what does it mean that, say, if you think like this, say, okay, I have two coordinates, like in normal algebra we used to study, say, x and y coordinates. Now you think your data plane devices, they are sitting inside the x-axis, and you have data plane devices like here. Now with this x coordinate, you can think this as a physical. This is the physical world that is sitting here. Now what I can do here, I can have multiple abstraction of this physical world. So what does it mean that I have, say, view? I can have view 1, I can have view 2, etc. I can have abstraction, and then on the top, means on the top layer, I can have different logical views. So I can have logical view 1, logical view say 2, logical view say 3. Now what does it mean by logical view from the physical architecture? Generally, if you see other terms, you'll find that they are termed as a tenant. So they may be one customer or business unit or etc. But from the physical infrastructure, you have logical views So in our case, say for example in SD-WAN is nothing but two terms, software defined wide area network. Now in SD-WAN solution, you may have physical topology, like you may have two branches, they are in mesh, they are partially mesh, they are say hub and spoke, maybe they are point to point, like that. These type of traffic communication you have, but one of the say view, he is thinking devices they can communicate like point to point. Other view can think, okay, it is working as a hub and spoke. Other view can think, okay, it is working as a mesh topology. Now this is the thing we are telling, that you have the segmentation. So logically you have different views of the physical infrastructure, and this is possible because of one feature that by default SD-WAN is supporting, is the segmentation. Okay, so you can see the power here, that once you decouple the physical and the logical thing, or you can say like once you decouple the data plane and the control plane, at that time you have these many features that is listed here. Okay, let me go back. I think I jumped one slide. So yeah, SD-WAN. So first of all, what we'll do, that first of all, we'll study about all these things that is written here, and we'll try to draw a picture out of that. Okay, why it is so, etc. So for example, let me open this slide. Yeah, for example, I am telling that, okay, all right, the SD-WAN solution, or say SDN solution, a way to optimize common link utilization in the network in enhanced and the application driven routing. Remember, what is the feature of SD-WAN solution? The first solution is that you can create application aware routing, and here we are listing the SDN features. Later we are going to add WAN inside that, so this will become SD-WAN, correct? So application aware routing, like in traditional network, it's very difficult to load balance the application over multiple ISPs, MPLS and internet. This can be achieved with help of SDN solution, an open solution for VM mobility in data center. Now, in this particular list that we have here in our slide, you will find that this is with respect to SDN. Now, SDN you can categorize in, so for example, LAN, and you can categorize in WAN also. So SDN for LAN, again, you can categorize in two part. One part is, say, uh, campus area network. Other part, you can think this as a data center. So for campus area network, Cisco has introduced a DNA, digital network architecture. For data center, we have ACI fabric, application centric infrastructure. And here in the WAN side, the SDN solution is Cisco SD-WAN Viptela. So we have SD-WAN solution. For all these solutions, you will find that you have obviously decouple of the data and control plane. Some of the point listed in this particular slide, they are telling, okay, if you use SDN solution, then you have VM mobility. So in ACI, yeah, you can move the VMs, the endpoint from one place to other place seamlessly. There is no problem on that. Now this is the common for SD-WAN. This is actually for SD-LAN. Then a way to reduce the capital expenditure on my network leveraging commodity switches. Yes, that's correct. So once you have this type of a structure where you have decoupled the control and data plane, now you don't want control inside a box, or you have less control inside the box, then you can use some less expensive routers or switches to do all those things, because you're offloading the hardware capability for the edge devices or for the branch devices, correct? So that means automatically it will reduce the cost, and that's true. Then
A solution to build a virtual topology with with optimal multicast forwarding behavior. Actually, that is true. When you study ACI fabric, then you will find, okay, you have VXLAN type of virtual extensible LAN type of infrastructure. Behind the scene, the control for this data forwarding, or for this data plane attribute or data plane functionality, that we have the VXLAN. The control is residing over multicast, and not only that, you can run the VXLAN within the data center. But suppose if we have two data center, say DC1 and DC2, then you can extend that control from one place to other place, that you can extend your L2 layer 2 extension from one location to other location, etc. This is something like related to data center. This is also related to data center SDN. This is related to SD-WAN. This also can be mix of SD-WAN and SD-LAN, no problem in that. You can have this common feature. So we have some common feature related to SDN that can be used in the LAN, that can be used in WAN, that can be used in other SDN solutions as well. Correct? Let's see other points. A means of a scale my fixed mobile gateway and optimize their placement. Yes. Now this feature actually is in the data center also, where you have the mobility feature, but mostly we want this feature inside the campus area network, or inside the LAN that is residing uh, towards your branches. So suppose one of the branch, I have the LAN infrastructure where I have WLC, where I have say ICE, where I have different technologies are there. For example, Lisp we are using locator separation ID protocol just to decouple the data and control plane, and there also you have VXLAN as a data plane. So if you have VXLAN, that means you can scale your data plane capability, you can provide the mobility feature with help of SDN. Okay, a way to distribute policy, intent, and DOS prevention. Now this is true with SDN. So this particular point is true with SDN. This also is true with SDN. This is also true with SDN. Now a new SDN or SD-WAN particularly. So inside new SD-WAN solution, you will find that these ISR routers, you can enable firewall that we have seen in the previous video. I can enable IPS IDS feature. I can do some sort of WAN optimization. Plus, we can integrate with DNS based security that Cisco is providing. They are telling that that is Cisco umbrella. So we can easily integrate our SD-WAN solution with the Cisco umbrella to provide security from the DOS attack. Apart from that, we know that now we are in the world of the distributed infrastructure, where I have the control plane somewhere and my data plane devices are spread across the geography. So now from the single place, I can send or push the policies to the data plane devices. Okay, so we touch all these points at the moment. Let's stop here and we'll continue, and we'll see other points as well, that what are the features and benefit we have when once we are adding the SDN to the LAN or the WAN or other infrastructure. Okay, so let's stop here and then we'll continue from here in the upcoming recordings. Let us discuss the rest of the things. Now you can see that in the SDN solution, we have a platform for developing new control planes. And that's true actually. In our SD-WAN solution that we are going to discuss, you'll find that yes, we have the control plane, we have the data plane. This control plane, will come to know that in our SD-WAN solution, that is the SD-WAN solution, we have vSmart. Now, in this vSmart, we have intelligence built on. Means from vSmart, I can manage the routing, I can manage the security keys, I can manage the policies.
So that's why you can see that, okay, a solution to automate network configuration and control. All right. A means to get assured quality of experience. Yes, in Viptela, in Cisco SD-WAN, we have quality of experience. Actually, this is related to cloud services. So suppose if you are running, say, Office 365, say GoToMeeting, where I'm recording all these things, any type of software as a service SaaS application, then you do not have track, means you can't track what is the loss, latency, and jitter. That's why we have one term called quality of experience inside the SD-WAN solution, that you can track or optimize, the track and then optimize the SaaS based applications. Okay. Then a way to optimize broadcast TV delivery by optimizing the cache placement and the cache stations. Yes, that's also true, that because now you have the centralized solution, and that is not related to actually the SD-WAN solution, but you can run this broadcast services over SD-WAN solution. So we have the centralized solution, say vSmart, and then the data plane devices. They are offloaded from the various things or from the various tasks that my control plane can manage. So for example, routing, IPSEC tunnels, policies, etc. So that's why we can have some fast delivery system from end to end inside the data plane. That's true. A way to configure my entire network as a whole rather than individual device. That's again one key, because now we are talking about a unified fabric, and all these fabric devices are managed via the management plane. So I have common management plane, say in our case that is the vManage. So from vManage I can manage the components of the fabric or the devices inside the fabric with help of template, or in ACI we have objects. So everything is object, and you have object and objects of object, inheritances, and all those object oriented things from where you can manage everything. And that's true. So from the central management plane, you can manage the entire fabric. That's the key actually. We have an open solution for customized flow forwarding control in between data center. Now, you can see in this particular slide, you have something related to data center automation, something related to SD-WAN. So this particular point is related to data center optimization. Most precisely, say layer 2 extensions we can do. So I have the controller that can help me to stretch the fabric from one place to other place. That's true. Develop solution at software speed. I don't want to work with my network vendor or go through lengthy standardization. That's true. So nowadays, what is happening, whenever solutions and design they are going to be proposed or they are going to be built, at that time the application engineers or application developers or the server guys, they are sitting with the network guys and they are telling, oh, I need to run my application over the infrastructure. I don't want to see any network. So like that, they're telling that I want application centric infrastructure rather than network centric infrastructure. And that's the key. We have in our SDN solution, either SD-LAN or SD-WAN, that yeah, things are, uh, so we are thinking application and then we are building the infrastructure, rather than we are thinking network and then building the infrastructure. That's correct. A solution to build a very large scale layer 2 network, that's related to data center, that yeah, you have say VXLAN features that you can extend the VXLAN, you can extend the data plane. So you have data plane extension from one place to other place, and you can scale it. That's the nice thing, that you can scale it, the data plane devices, irrespective of what's the location and identity, you can stretch. Actually same is true with the SD-WAN solution also, because now you have the centralized control plane. So whatever geographical locations you have for your data plane devices, they have high scalability, because they can build the data plane tunnel or IPsec tunnels in between, and the overall overload for building the IPsec tunnels is very less because they are forming all these IPsec tunnel automatically, and by default like that is full meshed. A means to do traffic engineering without MPLS. That's the power of control plane. In our case is V smart, V and smart. It has lot many intelligence, so it can do traffic engineering without MPLS. Even we are thinking all these ISP as a transit. So independent of transport, that's the key, one of the key feature of SD-WAN, that it's independent of transport. Okay. Then a way to scale my firewall and load balancers. Yes. Now, if you see the new product that Cisco has offering inside the SD-WAN, that is the ISR routers, where you can have the containers for firewall, say IPS, IDS systems. Then you can do virtual WAS, means you can do the application optimization. You can integrate the fabric with DNA. You can integrate the fabric with Cisco Umbrella, not DNA. DNA is again a term used for LAN automation. So you can integrate the fabric with DNS. Actually, I want to tell DNS security, that is the Cisco Umbrella. All right, so then you have these features related to security and the load balancer and the firewalls. A way to build my own security encryption solution. Yes, actually by default it is secured. So this SD-WAN solution, at the moment you bring up the control and data plane, your tight IPsec security will start and running, and then you can redirect your traffic towards the application firewalls, and even you can have the containers and you can run the zone-based firewall inside that also. So those possibilities are there. Solution to get a global view of the network topology state. In short, I can tell that this point is nothing but the visibility. Now, due to all these application awareness and all these type of infrastructure and the analytics that we have end-to-end visibility. I can say in terms of SD-WAN that I have full visibility across the fabric. So inside that fabric, and even I'll show you in the vManage dashboard in the upcoming section, that with help of vManage dashboard, at the moment you open the vManage dashboard, you can see, okay, how many vBonds are there up and running, how many vSmarts are there up and running, how many vEdges are up and running, vManage up and running, then what is the top talkers, what is the health, what is the control plane information, what is the inventory, what is the transport health, etc. So you have so much visibility with the SD-WAN solution. So these are the main things that we have, means these are the driving force that why we want to integrate SDN with the WAN. So if we integrate SDN with the WAN, that will make my SD-WAN, and then inside SD-WAN we have these important features. Okay, so I hope you understand all these features and the new capabilities if I use SDN, then inside my SD-WAN, and that's the driving force to go for this new technology. Now the next question is coming to everyone's mind is, where Cisco stand in this SDN solution? Means, okay, we have seen that there are so much benefit if I use SDN solution, software defined network solution, correct? But where is Cisco standing in this market, and what type of product that Cisco has for to support this SD-WAN solution? Now, if you see Cisco blueprint, you will find that what Cisco innovation we have in this particular domain, in this particular SD-WAN or SDN solution, you'll find that, okay, let's break down the infrastructure. So in infrastructure, what are the things you have? You have, say, branches, you have, say, WAN, and then you have data center, correct? Branch, Cisco term is like campus area network. The WAN, you can think, okay, you have wide area network, that's the common thing. Data center is a data center. If you see that what type of customers we have, say in general, we have two type of customer. One is enterprise level customer. One is the service provider, correct? Now, so with respect to Cisco solution, so for example, with respect to enterprise, Cisco solution with respect to ISP, what type of branch automation, wide area network automation, data center automation, that we can see. Now, mostly Cisco is focused on enterprise solution, but there are so many devices which is supporting ISP infrastructure as well, like most of the ASR routers or maybe high-end Nexus switches that ISPs are also using inside their infrastructure, irrespective of SDN solution. Now, when we are talking about this SDN solution, then let's see one by one what type of things that Cisco is offering. First of all, branch. So see, this is my branch here circled, and this branch I can refer as a campus area network. For this campus area network solution, Cisco has offering SDA, uh, software defined access, SDA. Generally, the main frame or the common name for SDA, software defined access, is DNA. Digital network architecture. Inside digital network architecture for campus automation, we have software defined access, SDA. Now, the other hand, you can see that then we have the data center automation. For data center automation, Cisco has one very popular SDN solution, that is the application centric infrastructure, that is ACI. Other very popular VMware solution is NSX. But Cisco is offering ACI, where you have leaf and spine and those type of concept. Now, where our SD-WAN is fitting. So in between the data center to the branch offices, I have WAN automation, or I have WAN as a SDN solution. So that's why we have SD-WAN solution. And then again, inside SD-WAN also you'll find so many components. So DNA also you'll find the components. The SDN also you have various components. For ACI also you have various type of components. So what is the common in between all these automations or all these solution? The common thing is you have controller. So you have controller from where you can control these infrastructures. So for example, DNA, you have DNAC, DNA center. For SD-WAN solution, we have various components in the control management and the orchestration plane, but the engine from where you are going to manage the entire infrastructure is something called vManage. And here in ACI also we have the management plane or management device, that is the EPIC controller, application centric infrastructure controller, something like that. So we have EPIC controller, some C series server where you can do all these stuffs. So these are the controllers from where you can manage your different infrastructure. Now what Cisco is proposing, that by the end of day, means by the end of all these migration and solution integration, from DNA center you are able to manage the vManage, means your SD-WAN, and your data center, that is your ACI, and DNA center is already there for the branch. That means you should have one common. So now Cisco is telling, okay, we are moving towards a common controller, management controller, a single pane of glass. So from where I can manage the LAN, the WAN, and the data center. So this is the Cisco vision, and Cisco is moving on this particular area. All right, so let's stop here. All right, so Cisco has its own SD-WAN solution. Uh, Actually, it's not. Cisco has acquired one company for this called Viptela. Cisco purchase or acquire this company, Viptela, and then they have integrated the SD-WAN solution that was initially offered from Viptela. So now even you are not seeing this term like Viptela, even the devices, if you see, say V-Edge, V stand for Viptela. Later we'll see what are the components of the SD-WAN solution. But now Cisco has their Cisco SD-WAN solution. Basically, Cisco start their WAN journey, and better word is that they have enhanced their WAN into intelligent WAN. At the same time, so many vendors, they come with different approaches to automate and to provide better solution for the SDN plus WAN solution or WAN offering. So at that time, Cisco closely looked to different solutions, and then they acquire Viptela, and now we have the Cisco SD-WAN solution. Now we are talking about Cisco SD-WAN solution. So what are the components we have inside the Cisco SDN solution or Cisco SD-WAN solution? And in future, we can use the term as a Cisco SD-WAN simply. So I'm going to use this term SD-WAN, not SDN plus WAN, for our future references. What are the things we have? General things that we have in all the SDN solution, you will find control plane. So you have control plane. Then what you will find? You will find data plane. Okay. And then here you will find one other plane also, say management plus orchestrator plane. So here you can see the list also, the data plane, the control plane, and the management plane. So the actual movement of the data traffic will happen where? Obviously the data plane. So data plane are the devices hosted in the branches, in the data centers, in the cloud, maybe AWS cloud. They are actually there to forward the data or for do the actual traveling, or they are there actually to take the data and send somewhere or receive somewhere from somewhere like that. So data in terms of application data or any type of data traffic. But they are getting the instruction from where? So they are getting the instruction from the control plane. So now you can see the offloading of the data or the decoupling of the data and the control plane. So we have the data plane and we have the control plane. Data plane is only there to send or receive the data traffic, but as per the consultant of or consulting the or getting the instructions from the control plane. That is that we have the intelligent plane here. So here we have V edge, say Viptela edge, and now we have ISR or ASR devices. We'll see that complete list of the devices supported. In the data plane, control plane, we have purely software like vSmart, vBond, vManage, etc. So now in the solution, you can see that, okay, I am getting the instruction from the control plane to forward the data. Okay, and this control plane has, say, control connections with the vManage and the vBond. vBond is the orchestrator. vManage is something that from where you are managing the entire solution, entire Viptela fabric or entire Cisco SD-WAN fabric, etc. Okay, so important thing here to remind, and we are going to discuss more and more about this thing, that the data plane traffic has separate tunnel. That tunnel is IPSEC, from where the data will from where the data will transfer inside that tunnel, and this tunnel has so many characteristics as well. They are getting the instruction from the control plane, that is the separate tunnel, that may be TLS, that may be DTLS. From where you are getting the control plane information or control information, that is nothing to do with the data traffic or data information. And then these controllers are managed via the management plane device, that is the vManage. That means inside the vManage, I have databases for all these devices. I have a configuration repository for all these devices. We have some store. We may have backup, we may have different stuffs inside the vManage. We'll see the architecture of vManage as well. Lately, you can see that I can connect or attach this vManage with the third-party API tools as well. Inside the Viptela solution, we have inbuilt API as well. But if you want, you can connect with some third-party tools for the automation for the APIs as well. All right, so this is the overall solution that we have inside the SD-WAN, so, Cisco SD-WAN solution, and this is just the top view. That you have the controllers in that you have the actual hardware or physical devices, hardware, physical, and software devices in the data plane. You have the controllers in the management and the control and the orchestrator plane. That's true. One thing that we can note here, probably in the other part of the section, you will not see that all these devices actually they are paired with, so we'll see some sort of overlay protocol is running in between, and for all these data plane devices, their first interaction, so firstly they are interacting with the control plane device, that is the smart device, VS Smart. Its name is VS Smart. It's a smart and intelligent device to do various stuffs. And lately, they are contacting with the orchestrator and the vManage. Means they can send some uh, packets just to update or just to check about the view and etc. We'll see more on this. But at the moment, you can, if you see this diagram closely, or if you think this solution closely, that your data plane is tightly coupled with your control plane, and that's true actually. We'll see later on. So the main two component that we have in the SD-WAN solution is the VH or the branch routers as a data plane, and the control plane, that is the VS Smart. These devices are also very significant, but we'll see the use cases in the upcoming sections. Let's just stop here. That SDN is a term that you can decouple the data and the control plane. So if you decouple the data and the control plane, what will happen with that? For example, say, think like a normal Cisco traditional network where you have boxes. So where you have the routers. So I have a number of router over the data center and the branches. Now, if you see the traditional network or traditional devices, you'll find that in the same box you have the management plane, you have the control plane, you have the data plane. Now, while doing this thing, what will happen that you need high-end devices, first of all. Now, suppose if I don't need high-end devices still, uh, what is the use case if I decouple the data and control plane? And that's the key here with us. So suppose all the branch devices, they have the data, and for example, when the data plus the control plane, data plus the control plane means all these devices, they can take their own decision while processing the data, correct? So all these devices have data and control plane together. Now this is something you can think like, oh, this is a distributed type of architecture. In SDN, in software defined network, what we are doing, that we are taking the control out. So now I have centralized control plane, and then I have the data plane devices. So suppose if I do all these things, what is the benefit I have? That's the important thing that we need to understand. Now, if you see the definition that SDN architecture, the control and data planes are decoupled, network intelligence and state are logically centralized, and the underlying network infrastructure is abstracted from the application. This is the most important line we have. So now what you are doing, that you are decoupling the control and data plane. So whatever intelligence you have for that particular fabric, now you have centralized intelligence from one brain, or one central brain. You can take decisions for all these devices. So how these devices will do, say for example, routing, how these devices will do, say, policy forwarding, how these devices can take other decisions, correct? So for that you have the common central intelligence, that is your control plane, and you have decentralized, or you have data plane in the other dimension. So what does it mean? That, say, if you think like this, say, okay, I have two coordinates, like in normal algebra we used to study, say, x and y coordinates. Now you think your data plane devices, they are sitting inside the x-axis, and you have data plane devices like here. Now with this x coordinate, you can think this as a physical. This is the physical world that is sitting here. Now what I can do here, I can have multiple abstraction of this physical world. So what does it mean? That I have, say, view. I can have view 1, I can have view 2, etc. I can have abstraction, and then on the top, means on the top layer, I can have different logical views. So I can have logical view 1, logical view say 2, logical view say 3. Now what does it mean by logical view from the physical architecture? Generally, if you see other terms, you'll find that they are termed as a tenant. So they may be one customer or business unit or etc. But from the physical infrastructure, you have logical uh, views. So in our case, say for example in SD-WAN, SD-WAN is nothing but two terms, software defined wide area network. Now in SD-WAN solution, you may have physical topology, like you may have two branches, they are in mesh, they are partially mesh, they are say hub and spoke, maybe they are point to point, like that. These type of traffic communication you have. But one of the say view, he is thinking devices they can communicate like point to point. Other view can think, okay, it is working as a hub and spoke. Other view can think, okay, it is working as a mesh topology. Now this is the thing we are telling, that you have the segmentation. So logically, you have different views of the physical infrastructure, and this is possible because of one feature that by default SD-WAN is supporting, is the segmentation. Okay, so you can see the power here, that once you decouple the physical and the logical thing, or you can say like once you decouple the data plane and the control plane, at that time you have these many features that is listed here. Okay, let me go back. I think I jumped one slide. So yeah, SD-WAN. So first of all, what we'll do, that first of all, we'll study about all these things that is written here, and we'll try to draw a picture out of that. Okay, why it is so, etc. So for example, let me open this slide. Yeah, for example, I am telling that, okay, all right, the SD-WAN solution, or say SDN solution, a way to optimize common link utilization in the network, in enhanced and the application driven routing. Remember, what is the feature of SD-WAN solution? The first solution is that you can create application aware routing, and here we are listing the SDN features. Later we are going to add WAN inside that, so it will become SD-WAN, correct? So application aware routing, like in traditional network, it's very difficult to load balance the application over multiple ISPs, MPLS and internet. This can be achieved with help of SDN solution, an open solution for VM mobility in data center. Now, in this particular list that we have here in our slide, you will find that this is with respect to SDN. Now SDN you can categorize in, so for example LAN, and you can categorize in WAN also. So SDN for LAN, again you can categorize in two part. One part is say
uh, campus area network. Other part, you can think this as a data center. So for campus area network, Cisco has introduced a DNA, digital network architecture. For data center, we have ACI fabric, application centric infrastructure. And here in the WAN side, the SDN solution is Cisco SD-WAN Viptela. So we have SD-WAN solution. For all these solutions, you will find that you have obviously decouple of the data and control plane. Some of the point listed in this particular slide, they are telling, okay, if you use SDN solution, then you have VM mobility. So in ACI, yeah, you can move the VMs, the endpoint from one place to other place seamlessly. There is no problem on that. Now, this is the common for SD-WAN. This is actually for SD-LAN. Then a way to reduce the capital expenditure on my network leveraging commodity switches. Yes, that's correct. So once you have this type of a structure where you have decoupled the control and data plane, now you don't want control inside a box, or you have less control inside the box, then you can use some less expensive routers or switches to do all those things, because you're offloading the hardware capability for the edge devices or for the branch devices, correct? So that means automatically it will reduce the cost, and that's true. Then a solution to build a virtual topology with with optimal multicast forwarding behavior. Actually, that is true. When you study ACI fabric, then you will find, okay, you have VXLAN type of virtual extensible LAN type of infrastructure. Behind the scene, the control for this data forwarding, or for this data plane attribute or data plane functionality, that we have the VXLAN. The control is residing over multicast, and not only that, you can run the VXLAN within the data center. But suppose if we have two data center, say DC1 and DC2, then you can extend that control from one place to other place, that you can extend your L2, layer 2 extension from one location to other location, etc. This is something like related to data center. This is also related to data center SDN. This is related to SD-WAN. This also can be mix of SD-WAN and SD-LAN, no problem in that. You can have this common feature. So we have some common feature related to SDN that can be used in the LAN, that can be used in WAN, that can be used in other SDN solutions as well. Correct? Let's see other points. A means of a scale my fixed mobile gateway and optimize their placement. Yes. Now, this feature actually is in the data center also, where you have the mobility feature, but mostly we want this feature inside the campus area network, or inside the LAN that is residing uh, towards your branches. So suppose one of the branch, I have the LAN infrastructure where I have WLC, where I have say ICE, where I have different technologies are there. For example, Lisp we are using locator separation ID protocol just to decouple the data and control plane, and there also you have VXLAN as a data plane. So if you have VXLAN, that means you can scale your data plane capability, you can provide the mobility feature with help of SDN. Okay, a way to distribute policy, intent, and DOS prevention. Now this is true with SDN. So this particular point is true with SDN. This also is true with SDN. This is also true with SDN. Now a new SDN or SD-WAN particularly. So inside new SD-WAN solution, you will find that these ISR routers, you can enable firewall that we have seen in the previous video. I can enable IPS IDS feature. I can do some sort of WAN optimization. Plus, we can integrate with DNS based security that Cisco is providing. They are telling that that is Cisco umbrella.
So we can easily integrate our SD-WAN solution with the Cisco umbrella to provide security from the DOS attack. Apart from that, we know that now we are in the world of the distributed infrastructure where I have the control plane somewhere and my data plane devices are spread across the geography. So now from the single place I can send or push the policies to the data plane devices. Okay, so we touch all these points at the moment. Let's stop here and we'll continue and we'll see other points as well, that what are the features and benefit we have when once we are adding the SDN to the LAN or the WAN or other infrastructure. Okay, so let's stop here and then we'll continue from here in the upcoming recordings.
So here you can see that the capabilities that DNS Center has, it's a combined, complete solution, combined in terms of that we can go and integrate with the policy engine, that's the Cisco ICE. So here you can see the ICE. We have full automation capability. Analytics is inbuilt inside that. Then we can go and integrate with Cisco Umbrella. We can go integrate with the Stealth Watch. With respect to ICE and DNA, it can learn. So we have the pixie grid feature inside the ICE, and with that, DNA Center can learn the contextual information, and according to that, according to those information, it can run their algorithm with respect to artificial intelligence or machine learning, and then it can provide the solution. Correct. So inside DNS Center itself, there are correlation engines. There are multiple different sub processes that can analyze a particular event and provide the result. While using this DNS Center, you can see here that it has the adapter. So you can see that we have the intent-based infrastructure, DNS Center, and then it's open for different integration, either with Cisco uh, other product like ICE, Stealthwatch, Umbrella, Cisco SD-WAN, etc. Or it can be integrated with non-Cisco um, vendors as well, like Aruba or Juniper, etc. Correct. So that's the true power we have with the DNA. And in this slide, you can see the summary that what are the things and capabilities we have with the DNA. So we can go first time in I think in any Cisco SDN solution, that we can go and integrate the SDN solution with the IT automation engines like ITSM, um, live actions are there, W is there, all those infoblogs and other integrations are there. So we can completely automate the IT process. Correct. So whatever IT process automation we have, like Snow or ServiceNow engine we have, that can be integrated inside that. So what does it mean? It means that if any event will trigger inside the DNA, automatically one ticket will get created to ServiceNow, and inside that ticket all the steps will be involved. So check step number 1 with these commands, step number 2 with these commands, step number 3 4 with these commands, and finally if you are not able to resolve, then you have uh, the contact, means Cisco contact number will be there. You can go and raise attackers. Correct. So those type of things will be there in the integration. Then you can see that it has the business intent APIs that we can go and manage entire software inventory, network device discovery. We have the read based command runner APIs. We have the template runner programs. We can go and virtualize the branches, plug and play, troubleshooting. There are good amount of business or intent based APIs are there. If we use those API in proper manner, that means we can drastically reduce the operational cost and we can enhance the troubleshooting capabilities. Then you can see that we have the third party integration as well, like we can integrate with Meraki, Stealthwatch, Cisco ACIs, etc. And it is supporting third party SDKs as well. So in short, that DNS Center has full capability that it can be integrated either with Cisco or non-Cisco vendors. It has full API support, everything we can program, and with a script it can provide you the solution. And then it can be integrated with IT automation processes as well. Correct. So these are the capabilities we have with the Cisco DNA. Now coming back to DNA RESTful API, here you can see first of all the overall structure of DNA, where in bottom you have intent based infrastructure, where you have the endpoint devices and all IT related devices. Correct. Then we have the DNA center, that's the software that is going to glue the intent based infrastructure and the open platform. Now when we are talking about open platform, that means you can go and uh, integrate with so many different type of open available softwares. Obviously that will increase the agility, and that will overall that will increase the performance of DNA in terms of when we are using all of the capabilities. So obviously the total cost of ownership will get reduced. The overall end-to-end network optimization plus visibility will get very much improved. Now here you can see that we have integration with the IT uh, management tools, say for example ITSM, IPAM, Infoblox, etc. Third party integration is there. We can go and connect with the SD-WAN, ACI, security, stealth watch. Those are used inside the security monitoring. But even stealth watch is doing more than that. Even stealth watch can take the input and send somewhere for further analysis or other stuffs as well. So, but overall, we have the integration with other domain, cross domain as well. But where is the intent? Now, intent you can see an intent based API you can see on the top, where you have the business and network intent, where we have the application, policy, assurance, plug and play topology, wireless provisioning, network discovery, software management, etc. So the list is long, and here we are using the API. At this point of time, we know that when we are using a RESTful API, obviously we are doing HTTPS call, and the methods are, say, get is something like show command, means you are getting the output or result. Post if you want to create a new object. Put if you want to update object. Delete means if you want to delete any object. Okay, so means the important thing here is to understand that uh, whatever technology we have, either it's a ACI or SD-WAN or DNA, every year you'll find that same type of a structure is has been used for RESTful API. So once you understand the API and the calls, then that is applicable for all the cross network domain or all the other domains where this API, RESTful API, is going to be used. Now again, if we use this approach, overall uh, cost of ownership will reduce, the optimization for network will improve, and again we can add, or we can have new capabilities in the network. How we can do that? I'll show you. I'll log into the DNA and I'll show you that where you'll get it. But if it is a new installation, you can go to the software update. So here you can see that we can go to software update, and then we can go and install the software update. Here in the bottom you can see that we have the updates. Now once you do the installation, then you should go and enable the DNS Enter REST API. Once you enable DNS Enter REST API, then you can go to the development toolkit. Inside development toolkit, you can see now you have the get, post, put, all those methods. Suppose if you want to check the health of the network or health of the devices, so this particular first API get site health, it will give you the health of site, return overall health information of all the site. So once you do this get method, means you want to see, this is something like show command. If you want to see that health of the network, you can go there, click run, and then it will go behind the scene. This particular API will run, and you will get the output. So here in case you can see that you are going to use this REST API,
where you have the DNA intent API version 1 network devices, and then you will go and as per the query you will get the result. Now while you're getting the result, if the code is 200, that means successful. And likewise, you have all the codes here. So for example, 403, that means server recognizes the authentication, but client is not authorized to perform the request. So likewise, we have all these um, success code or the messages. A success code is 200, but suppose if you are running the API and how could you know that which particular state you are in? So if you go and check these codes, you'll come to know that up to which particular point you have any issue related to REST API. All right, again, so here you can see the model schema for the API, and you can go and click run, and you will get the output in the JSON format. But again, you can convert the output as per the desired. All right, so let's stop, and next section I'll log into DNA and I'll show you that where you will find this API. Alright, so let me show you that how you can go and verify any of the API. So once I log in inside the DNA, here you can see the dashboard, and it's quite robust. You can go deep inside the DNA dashboard and you can see so many things here. So what we want to do here, that first of all, let me show you that where you'll get the information about the API. So here you can go to the document section. Here you can see that you have the API references. You can open this particular page and you can get the information about the API. Let me open this and let me show you this particular page, that once you open how it look like. So here you can see that developed by DevNet, and then you can go and see the intent based APIs, and there's so many revisions and you can learn a lot from this place, correct? So you have the STA APIs, how it is going to work, what are the methods we have like post, get, put, delete, etc. Each and everything you can go and understand from here in detail. So this is the documentation page for the DNA API. All right, so let me walk you through that. If you are doing this first time, from where you have to go to enable it, and then how to use it. So for that reason, you can go and check the platform. Once you are inside the platform, here you can see that you have the bundle. Now in the bundle, you can see bundles are easy to use feature set for consuming intent based API. So if you go and click there, now here you can see that suppose your API REST API is not active. So what you have to do, you'll get one button called enable. You can click there and it will get enabled. So for example, ITSM service now is not enabled, and other integrations are also, you can see that not enabled, but our RESTful API is enabled. If it is not, you can go and click enable it. Now once you do the enablement, then on the top you can see that you have the manage bundles and configuration. You can just go and verify the configuration as well. But if you want to check the REST API, so for that you have to go inside the developer toolkit. Here you can see that you have the developer toolkit and API. You can go there and then you will get the RESTful API related to authentication, know your network, site management, connectivity, operation task, policy, etc. So suppose if I go here and click know your network, and inside know your network you can go and check the site, topology, device, clients, user, etc. Then site management, you can go and check the site management related stuffs. In policy you can go and check the policy related stuffs. Again, you can see the color coding is also there, and that's true for all these methods in most of the API runner. So for example, SD-WAN we have Swagger where we are running the APIs. So here you can see that the green yellows for get and then put and then post and delete is red. Okay. So what I want, suppose I want to know my network, and say for example if I go to topology, Inside topology, I want to know that what type of VLANs I have. So here you can see this particular API will run. Let me go back. So here you can see that you have this get the VLAN. You can go and click here to this blue get VLAN detail, or you have three dots. You can go here and then try it. Both is okay. You can go to any of the place and click it. So now you can see that the public URL, and you want to run this API, and success code is 200. That means correct. And then you are getting the response. So all the VLAN in your infrastructure you are able to get from here. If I go and click here also, so here you can see that this is the API, and again it is telling all these codes that we have seen earlier. Then here you can see that route map option response and version. So here you have little bit much more output, and that is adding the model schemas as well. Now again, if you run, it will go and reach to this place, and you'll get the output. Okay, so this is the way that we can go and execute the API, and we can go and check all different methods as well. In section 1.8, we have to learn, understand about DNAC APIs, and with those APIs, how we can provision, optimize, monitor, and troubleshoot. So I have created one playlist. First of all, you'll learn the basic configuration command with respect to DNA API, means how to get the token. So how you can go and start your DNA API lab. That's the first lab in video number 36. Then you'll find little bit deeper as per the agenda given by the Cisco. So uh, 37, you can see the command runner API, and then how to create, delete, add sites related to DNA APIs, how you can use Python mixing with API, and you can do this task. Network discovery, although it's an easy task via the GUI, but you can go and get the list of the discovered devices with the API, how to take up the backup, how to get the device list, and finally, how to play around with DNA template, and then the troubleshooting APIs. So please go complete all these videos, total 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. These 7 videos, then we are very much completing section 1.8. Let us check about our lab. So the lab you can go and use Cisco sandboxes. Here you can see the URL, username and password. Two sandboxes are there: sandbox dnac cisco.com, sandbox dnac2 cisco.com, and you can see the username and password. Definite user is the username and the password. Now this is the lab, and we are going to run our APIs with respect to this lab. Plus, when we built our post related APIs, we built our delete related APIs, then I will use private sandbox, a private lab, and at that time I will show you that the lab topology and other stuffs. All right, so now we are ready for our first program, and that is related to authentication API. Now what is happening that, suppose if you are running the APIs for certain task, at that time you need some sort of authentication token, means you are the valid user or you are the valid API user. Once you have that token, then using that token, that will be associated with other API, other task related APIs, and we can execute certain task. Correct? So I'm going to show you this post method, that how you can go and get the token. I am going to show you the token as well, that how with the program we are going to generate and get the token. Now in upcoming sections, we have to learn and execute so many different tasks, such as site management APIs, know your network APIs like client, your devices, client sites, etc. We have the command runner, template runner APIs as well, discovery APIs,
connectivity APIs, etc. So long list of APIs are there that we have seen in earlier videos, and in the upcoming section we are going to learn about that. Now for lab 1, or for the first program that we are going to execute now, what are the things we have, what are the programs we have in this program? Now you will find that we have actually 3 different type of Python program. So one file I will show you, config.py, or you will see that I am going to use a env underscore lab.py. Basically this will be one small Python program where I have stored the DNAC URL, the username, password, port number, etc. Now this is a variable file, and suppose if I am going to use this variable file, so suppose this is the first program, and second program, obviously I have the library API or library Python program. I will show you that the library name is dnac underscore API dot py, correct? And third thing that we have is the main program, correct? So main program. Now connecting program number 1, program number 2, program number 3, we will execute a certain task, correct? So what I was telling about that program number 1, that is the config or environment lab, or env lab.py, that this will be your variable. So you are not going to do any change inside your library program. You are not going to do changes inside your main function. Means obviously you have to generate and develop your program, but once you develop your program, then if you are running those program, what is the reference, which particular DNA you want to run? You want to run with respect to sandbox 1, you want to run with respect to sandbox 2, or you have any private or enterprise lab or network, correct? So that's the thing here, that's the scalability here, that the environment lab, we have to change the variables, and once we change the variable, then the library and the main functions will be as it is. Now in future, if we have the library, so suppose in future, if we have a new task, correct? So suppose if I have new task, then you can write your program. I'll write PR as a program, and then that program will point to the library. So that means inside the library, I have to go and create new function like function 1, function 2, etc. And then in the program, only program will go and call that particular function inside the library. Correct? So you can see the reference point here, that you have something called the variable, and then the variable is referenced inside the program, and program is referenced by the functions inside the DNAC API or the library. Correct? So let me quickly show you the program first, and then we'll go and proceed according to that. So here we have the program, and here you can see that I have my main program. What this main program is doing, that it's although it's a small program here, and inside this small program, let me take the drawing tool here, let me take a pen here. Yep. So here you can see that I'm importing certain packages. So import datetime, time, request, JSON, URL library, all these functions or all these packages that I'm importing is not required for this particular program. Okay, but what we need to import the URL library, and from request.auth, the HTTP basic auth, and again from URL library 3 exception, import insecure request warning, otherwise whenever you run the program it will generate some sort of certificate errors, correct? And then finally, so what important things we are importing here, let me clear the drawing. So we are importing, very important thing here is the DNAC APIs, line number 15. And then we are importing the DNAC URL, you can say URL, the password and the username, that's the line number 16,
from one of the function, one of the Python program, that is environment underscore lab, env underscore lab, correct? Now you can see the main body here. So the main body here, it's get the token. So dnac auth is the name, and this dnac underscore auth is calling something from the DNAC API. So you can see that DNAC underscore APIs is my library Python program. It's a big program. From there, we are calling one function, that is get underscore DNAC JWT token, and then we are printing that token. And that's the whole idea about this particular program, is that we want to print the token. So you can see the program itself is only of 2 lines, but you can see the overall structure of the program, where we are importing certain packages or functions. Then we are defining the main function. Inside the main body, we are writing our sub function or sub routines, and then finally we are closing the main function, correct? And this is the overall structure of the program we have. Now what we can do, that we can go and refer the other programs. So let me quickly show you the variable that we have, that we are calling actually. So that name is environment lab. And now here you can see that the DNAC user, the port, username, URL, password. And suppose if in future I will use some private lab section, so here you can see this is my private lab section credentials that I will use in upcoming sections as well. And because we have used this comment here, that means they are not used. Means in Python, if you use this pound symbol, that means they are not used inside the program. And then finally, we are referring our main function. This is the library function, and you can see this is a big, so many lines are there, but again, we will learn understand this in future more and more. So we have already understood the import functions that we have, and then you can see that we are calling this function, and in this function we have the API for the token, correct? So let me highlight those things. Let me scroll a little bit down, and let's check the API related to authentication token. So the API related to authentication token is API system v1 auth token, that was there in the slide as well. Then we have the header, and then we have the response, where we are using the post method, and that's the key. So we have different methods like get, put, post, and delete. So we are using this post method, and from the response, so you can see that from the response we are taking only that field related to token, and then it is returning the token. So this is one of the classical example that how we can build a function with argument. So what's argument we have? The argument we have is the dnac underscore auth, correct? So now this is the execution time. I can go here, and my code is inside this particular folder. So simply I can go and run that code. And what's the program name we have? The program name is get token py. So I can go and use get token py. So let me write that. And now behind the scene the query is happening, and we are getting the valid token. Now this token is belonging to which particular sandbox? You can see here the sandbox is sandbox DNAC, correct? And suppose if I make this 2, and if I go back to the program, because that is the different sandbox, so now you can see that this time it will generate a different token, because this is belonging to different sandbox, correct? You can see how easy this is, but there are so many baby steps involved here, and this is the same way that in future we are going to build our programs, correct? So let's just stop here. So let me quickly show you here the command runner program that I have. You can see that first of all we have the import statements, that we can go and import various things that we have related to the environment variables. Then if we have any specific functions like JSON or time or sys, URL library, etc. Then we have some user defined function, how we want to print, we want to get the token. Now these things that we are seeing here, we can put these information inside the DNAC API library as well. But if you wish, you can make local to this program as well. So we have the get DNAC token function, then we have get all device function, and here you can see the API. So one of the API that is used here is DNA intent API network devices. Then you can see that the device name where we are matching. So we are calling the get all device info function inside other function, and then we are getting the device ID as a return. So this will give you the device ID information, and then main functions related to command runners will start. So first of all, here you can see that we have the get the legit CLI command runner function. This function, what it will do, that it will get all the CLI legit CLI commands supported by the command runner. So if you go to DNA and inside the API, if you go and check the list of commands, so whatever list of commands we have, you will get with this output. You can see that it is returning the CLI list, although I can show you this as well. So let me quickly copy this function here, and I can scroll down to the main function, and here I can go and call this function, and then we can go and put this token because we need that token. So now what will happen if we run this program? Even before running the program, it will come. So let me do this thing. Let me cut this and let me put here. So that means once we'll get the print statement related to application is running, then first of all we'll get the list of all those commands, legis command, correct? So that's one of the API that is used here, and you can see the API network device polar CLI legit reads. Then we need these functions. So whenever we are running any type of configuration, we need it to put inside the file. So now for that we need get content file ID, and this will give you the content file ID. That means that once we go and run this with the file ID, it will give you the content of that particular file actually. And the API you can see here is the API version 1 file, and then we have to put the file ID. Now this file ID will go and get from the output command runner. So here you can see that we have file ID that will get called here, and this is the main function with respect to command and device name. It will, so once we run this program, we'll see that in the main function we have to call get output command runner. It will run, and then you can see that for device ID we are calling other function. Here we have the main API related to command runner, the device polar CLI, and read the request. Once we execute this particular command with respect to post method, then it will go and generate the task ID. We need the task ID plus we need the file ID as well, and then the command will get executed with respect to that device, with respect to that command, and then we will get the output, correct? So here you can see the task ID uh, and then the output. Check the task ID and output. We have some verification as well for the task completion as well. Now one key thing here is that while you are running this program, it depends that what's the round trip time we have with the DNA and the device. So suppose if there is a latency that say for example I am connected by the VPN, and then with that VPN I am requesting DNA to run some commands to DNA hosted or DNA managed infrastructure. So here you can see the round trip timer in terms of that my request will reach to DNA, and the DNA will run that script, and that script will query to that particular network device, and then the request will come to DNA, and then response I will see over the screen. Okay, so if you have certain time limit, if your network is not that fast enough, then you can go and put little bit more sleep timer there. You can vary from 2 seconds up to maybe
25 or 30 seconds depending upon the latency you have in your network, correct? Otherwise, most of the time you will see failure message, correct? All right, so that's the program explanation. Now in the main function, you can see that once we run this, first of all, it will give you the list of supported commands that we have added now. Then the command list, whatever command that we are going to execute here. And then with respect to the device, it will go and run that command and we are going to get the output, correct? So let's save this and let's go to the CLI mode and let's run this program. Here I'm in the CLI. Let me check the command runner is the program name. So what I can do here, let me go and run this program. So we can do Python exe and command runner. Here we need to give the host name and the command. So let's see that it is asking two argument and I should give some help function as well here. So let's see that how it is. So first of all, I have to give the command and then the host name. So let's do this like this. So I can go here and I can give the command, say for example, show IP int brief, and then one of the supported network devices. We have this network device, and let's run this program. Now, when you run this program, let's see. So we have given the program and two argument 1 and argument 2. Argument 1 with respect to the show IP int brief and 2 is with respect to network device. Now because we have given some sleep time delay there, so it will take at least 10 seconds of time because 5 second timer is there, and then it will go and run that command. So it is telling that it is not reachable. Do I have my VPN connected? So I don't have my VPN connected. I need to connect my VPN. Let me connect my VPN and come back. So here you can see that my VPN is connected now, and let me press up arrow, press enter, and we can wait till 10 seconds to get the result. Command runner is started. The command starting with show is supported. Okay. And then it should show us our program return as well related to supported command list. And the output, we got it. But show command, show IP int. So result is okay. Only thing I'm not getting here is, so let's scroll down. And you can see that we are not getting the output that I'm looking for related to this. So what I can do that support equal to this, and then I can go ahead and print the support. Save this. Let's go back and run this command one more time. And here you can see that we are getting the command supported command list here, correct? Show is there, sh is there, standby, syschat, trap, test, trace route, verify where, everything is there, correct? And then we'll go and get the show IP int brief. So this is the way that we can go and run execute our command runner. Suppose if you have n number of commands and if you have n number of devices, so in that case you can go and loop there. uh, so you can create different type of loop condition where you can loop number of devices and you can loop number of commands, and one by one those commands will get executed and we will get the result, the API for that. Now here you can see the program, and in this program you can see that if you want to uh, get the number of sites, how many sites you have, you can use this API group count, and the query is group type equal to site. So basically we are doing the query to the site and how many sites we have in that particular DNA, in that particular DNAC URL, we'll get that. Next, we want to print what are those sites. So with this group, and the query is group type site, and then obviously we have offset and limit. With those information, we are going to get the details. First of all, the number of sites, and then nextly that those sites detail, correct? So let's run this program. So I can go and run this site.py, and at this moment I should go and change the environment variable. So the environment variable I have here, I want to run with the other environment variable that you're seeing in the bottom. So let me go and enable that. Let's run this site.py. So now this is the URL you can see, and then the number of sites, we have 15 here. Now with the next run, it will give us that those 15 sites, what are the detail, correct? So we can wait, and you can see the details: name, type, address, and ID. These are the site we have with the detail with these information, correct? Now let me go and delete a few of the sites, and then again we'll go and create. Now if you want to delete the site, you do not delete the global one, or maybe we can take one list here in the bottom, you can see. So for example, if I want to delete these sites, let me copy these first. We need the site ID for the deletion program. So I have the program where if I go and put the site ID, as per the site ID, it will go one by one, check the site ID, and then it should delete those. So let's do one thing. Let's create one file with the site IDs that we have. And here you can see the site ID should be like this. So these are the site ID I want to delete from that list that we have. And then I have this delete sites program. It's very easy. You can see that we are going to use the site ID one by one, and we are going to put those site IDs into this particular file. So that means, let me go here and save this with this name. Oops. With this name .txt. Seems it is already there. So I'll do one thing. I will make this one. So one.txt, save this. And in the main program, I'll go here and edit this as one. So here you can see that the API that we have is delete. So let me show you this delete site. And if you want to see this, it's there in our library. So if I go here and check this, delete, I should have this inside my library, otherwise the delete will not happen. Seems this particular delete site is not there in my main library. And let me check one more time. Delete seems it's not there. I need to create one function related to delete the site. So let me add that function somewhere in the bottom, so it can go and delete that. Let me check one more time here. My delete site and site ID. So see, the input is site ID and the DNAC auth. So let me write that code inside the DNAC, and then we'll run this program. So let me go and add that code here in the library that we have. In the bottom, I can go and add the delete site code. Here you can see that delete site code we have, where it will get the site ID and then it will go and delete that. So it's done. Let's check here. And before going there, I should go and do delete the sites. In that, obviously we have given that the site list, and again I will go through that program as well. Site ID for the audit purpose, delete ID, delete status is not defined. No problem. Let's check this code one more time. So what error it is throwing, that delete status is not defined. All right. So let's check this here. If we go to the library, we have the library, and I can go and uncheck this, and here I should give message because it is giving the message. Let's run this one more time, and let's see if it will throw in any error. Site ID for audit purpose, this is the site ID. So these are the site ID it is printing. Okay, 5, 6, 7. How many we have put? Okay, great. So if we go here and if we check how many we have, 7, and I can see here also 7 got printed. Now if you go and check this site, let's see how many sites we have now. So initially it was 15. Now still it is showing 11, but still I can see that few of them have been deleted. So if I scroll up, uh, let's see how many it was. Initially it was 15. Maybe still that is in progress because DNA is generating the task ID, and that task ID is taking a little bit of time to refresh in the database. So you can see that here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Still I'm seeing 11. And what was the actual number here? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So let's wait for a couple of minutes and we can check. So it means that few of the sites deletion is successful and few of the sites not got deleted, and that's the automation script we have. So you can see that um, we are not getting exact what we are looking for. And if we go back to the code and let's see our code. So if I go back to the delete pack, and we are getting the message, we are returning the status. And if we go back to our main program, delete sites, and here you can see that deleting the sites, it should return some message as well, correct? So what I can do here is say I will message or something, anything related to this, and then print message. Let's go back and let's run this program. So already few of the site ID have been deleted. Let's check if I got the message as well, correct? So site ID request has been accepted for execution. So that was the message I was looking for. So request has been accepted, and maybe it is taking some time to get fulfilled. Meanwhile, if we go back to our DNA, let's go there, and from the DNA center, if we go and check how many sites we have in the dashboard, let's verify from the DNA as well. Let's go there. So what I will do next here, that I will go and add few more sites as well, and then we'll delete that one more time, correct? So DNA is still loading. Meanwhile, let's go back to the program. It's coming now. Let me open the dashboard as well so we can verify from the dashboard as well. It's coming up, it's popping. So here I'm inside DNA and I can see that number of sites showing 9 only, correct? And if we go and run the program one more time, the sites, let's see the count. So it's coming up, it's taking a little bit of time, you can see. So yeah, you can see clearly here that DNA is taking some time before generating the result. So we can see that how we can view the sites, how we can delete the site. In the same way fashion, we can go and create that site as well. Now while creating the site, so you can see the create site function that you can go and create. Here you can see that you have to use the post related function or the method. The API is API v1 site, and then we have to give the payload. Now important thing here is this, that in this payload we should give what is the format we want to create our site. So for that I have one JSON file. Let me show you this. This is one of the example. So here you can see that the area and then the name, parent name is the global, and again you have area, inside area 1, area 2, area 3. That's the hierarchy, and this area 1 is inside global EU, like that. Then area and building, you can see we have the area and then we have the building, and like that we want to create the site. Apart from that, I should have one more example, or maybe the same example we can try. So let's try site example 1 JSON, and let's run this and let's see that when we go and create the site, so how this is the payload. Simple program only. Only thing here that create the area, create the building. We have the APIs for that, and get the URL and create the URL. Those are the common thing. But then in the main function that you are going to assign the file in the JSON format, and then it will go and check the fields that we have inside the JSON. So area, name, and parent, all those information it will take one by one, and then it will load inside the DNA. Once it is completed, it will tell you the building creation is completed, the site creation is completed, correct? So let's run this. We want to create the site, and then we should have the JSON file. So I want to give site example JSON is okay. So let's go with that. Now you can see it is reading because we have given the pprint function here to read these informations. If I scroll up, you can see that we have the pprint function here. So it will read the information from the JSON payload one by one. So it is reading those things one by one. And if it is already there, it will tell you it's already there. Area 1 is already there. And if it is not there, if it is a new site, if it is a new area and building, then in that case, it will tell that I'm creating it. Correct. So you can see the site IDs as well here in the list, and with this site ID in future, if you want to delete, you can group the site ID that we have done, and according to that you can go and delete it. So it's already exists. Here you can see this creation completed successful. uh, you can see that site creation successful, like that we are getting the messages. So it is going as per the hierarchy. It is creating all those sites one by one. Once it will create this, then we'll get the final message. The final message is that the site and the, let me scroll down. So final message is the site creation completed, building creation completed, correct? Great. So one by one it is creating, and we can wait for Few seconds here, you can see that it's successful. Now if you go here and check the site detail, meanwhile let me quickly go back to the DNA. If I go and refresh this page, clearly we'll see that number of sites will be more. So it's refreshing, and once you can see now it is 15, correct? So you can see that the number has been increased. So these are the important function. You want to see whatever available sites information you have. You want to create if you don't have those sites with help of your payload, and then if you want to delete it, you can go and delete with respect or with help of API. All right, great. Let's stop here. Execute the task. So let me go here to the DNA. Here you can see that we have the DNA center where I have 3 devices that has been discovered and assigned to sites. Now, if you can go to the menu and tools, let me quickly show you first of all the discovered devices and the name of the discovery. So here you can see the view all discoveries, and in that discovery we can see that we have one discovery router switch where 3 devices has been discovered successfully, correct? Now how we can do the discovery, we know that you can go to the discovery, add a new discovery, and you can do that discovery, correct? Now point here that this is from the DNAC, and what are the related APIs we have inside the DNS? So for that you can go to the menu, you can go to platform, you can go to the development toolkit. Once you are inside the API section, then you can look for operational task, and here you can see inside the operational task, so it is coming up, you can see that we have the discovery. So all the discovery APIs are grouped here. Inside that you can see that we have group of good amount of discovery related task where we can go and check the get count for all discovery jobs, get the network device from discovery, these APIs. So for example, if we go to first API, check the count of the discovered discoveries, how many discoveries you have done. So you can go here and then you can click try it. Let me show you that how this particular API look like. Here you can go and it will tell that you have one response, means total discovery that we have is one, correct? And you can go and check the code preview and etc. Now once you check that how many discoveries that you have done, now if you want to know little detail about that particular discovery, here you can see that you have the get discovery by range option. So I can go here, get discovery by range, click there, try it. It is asking what's the start index. In my case, start and end index 1 only. So I can go and run this, and now you can see that we are getting the result. So this is the correct result. I can copy this to the notepad and I can show you this. Let me copy this to the notepad and let me open this. So we can check that exactly what are the things there. Clearly you can see that it is telling that which IP range you have discovered, the protocol order, and rest of the information. If you have n number of discoveries, obviously we'll go and get from there. But now if you have n number of discovery, and those discovery if you want in CSV format or any other printed format, it's difficult from this API output, correct? From here. So for that, what I have done that I have converted the program. So let me quickly show you the program. Here you can see that get discovery program. In this program on top, you can see we have the import functions, then some of the print function. In the main function, after the authentication, we are calling the get discovery one from the library, and then I'm opening one CSV file where I'm putting the information related to discovery name and pool name, and then I'm printing it. Now if you want to see that get discovery API, which API we are calling, so the same range API that we have seen, I'm calling here in the API. So this response will come here in the main function, and then that particular response with help of Python function and CSV file function, we are putting inside this particular CSV file, correct? So let me quickly go and run this program, say Python exe and get discovery.py. Now it is running. Since I have given pprint for the discovery, so you will see that JSON output here as well that we have seen inside the DNA output, DNA API output, and then you have this IP range CSV file that you can go to this folder from where you're running the program, and you can go and check that information. So here you can see that the discovery name, and then you have the list of IP ranges, whatever. Now again, if you have good amount of discoveries, all this discovery will get printed here line by line. Okay, great. So this is the way that we can go and run the discovery. So from GUI we can discover the devices, and then for the operational things, task, if you want to get the information either in CSV format or maybe in the table format, then with help of Python you can go and get like this list. Here we have the backup program. So first of all, what this program will do, that this program will go and create the log file as well. Then once the program will start, here you can see this is little bit new type of program that we are using, because we are not using our inbuilt DNA library, but you can go and you can do pip install DNA center SDK. So once you go and do this, say pip install, and then you can install this DNA center SDK. So it will get installed in your system. Already it is there, so that's why it is telling that it's already there. But it will get installed in the system, and then we can import different type of APIs. Again, if you go copy this name, and if you check in Google, you'll find the complete document related to DNA Center SDK, and there are programs, functions, or function modules. Those things nicely defined and nicely explained, so you can go and have a look. Then other thing here, that from the environment variable, when we are taking the backup, the folder name we are defining. So if I go here, and you can see that the folder name, if I can go here and give, say, sandbox backup, this is the name of my folder. I want to save the configuration inside this folder name. So that's the use of this. Now once the program will start, first of all, it will uh, take, obviously I want to take all the APIs from DNS Center, and this dnac.api is becoming my library. So device count, for that again there are inbuilt function. So if you go and check that document, you'll find that get device count is one function that will give you the list of devices. Likewise, we have a device get device list. This is the get device list. So from DNA underscore API, inside devices folder, you have subfolder or subprograms like get device list. You will get the device list. Correct. Now once we have that device list, obviously what we want to put all those configuration inside user defined folder. Correct. So here you can see that one by one we are taking the devices from the device list. So devices from the device list, and then for those devices, so device A, B, C, D, etc. What we are doing here is that first of all we are getting the device ID, because inside DNS Center, whatever configuration we are getting, those configuration we are getting in that API with respect to device ID. Correct. So device ID we are putting here inside this particular function that is giving us the device configuration. So get device configuration by ID is just the name. With the ID we are getting the information, and the response function will be your show run command. Correct. Then it will go and put those saved configuration inside that folder. Correct. So let's go here and run this device backup. I can go and run Python exe, and then the device backup. I can see that application run will start, it will generate the log file, and here you can see that 4 devices are there in the sandbox. So you can see ASR cat 912, and it is putting those configuration backups inside the sandbox folder that is getting created. So if I go here and if I go and check, see, you have the sandbox, and yeah, you have these configuration here. You can go and open and read, check those configurations. So these are the backups that will get generated and stored here in this folder. It's lightning fast, it's good, and this is the way that we can go and take the device backup. Correct? Now let's check the next function related to getting the device report either in Excel sheet or the tablet format. In this example, although you will find the report or the result in the CSV file. So let me show you this from the top. So first of all, we are getting the device info. This is the API. Although these things we can put inside DNA APIs, that's our library, and we can call from there. Otherwise, if you want to read from here, both options are there. So we can call these functions in the main function from here as well. So get the device info, and first of all get the token. Once we have token, we can get the device info. Once we have the device info response, from that particular response, we can go and filter whatever things we needed. So here you can see that all the device get all device info, then the device count. If device count is 0, it will tell you that none is there. If it is not 0, then the condition will start. I want to open a file called device report CSV where I want to put certain information from that particular response inside the CSV. Correct? So this is the response. It is a big response. If I go and print this API result, you'll find that this is a big information. From there we are uh, filtering device host name, type, software management, IP, serial number, but there are so many things. Correct? So this is the way that we can go and generate the report, and we can save inside this particular CSV file. So let's run this and verify this device report. Say device report, run this, and you can see 4 devices and it has been saved. What's the name of this? Device report.csv. So I can show you this device report.csv, and here you can see this information. The same it has generated here as well. So if I go back to the main folder, and you can see that device report timestamp also you can see. If I go and open that, you can see that yeah, you have the information. Correct? So this is the way that we can go and format and a script that we have here. So we have one script program here. With this program, what we are going to do that first of all, that this program will go and create one project. The project name is CLI templates, or we can give any name. Now under this project, it will go and create one template. So template name I'm giving basics.txt. Now this basics.txt, you can see I have some configuration here related to NetFlow, related to loopback 11, correct? So clearly you can see that what is the purpose here? Purpose here is this, that the script with help of API will create project, it will create a template, and then the script will ask us that what is your device, which is your device that you want to push this template. And once you give the device, uh, this particular program will run and it will go and push that template to that particular device. Now we have option, either we can give that device a host name, correct, in a program as a user input. So one device host name as a user input, or we can create some sort of loop, say for example while loop, where the device host name will put somewhere in a file and the program will read those files one by one, and suppose if I have a file of 100 host name, so for those 100 host name, this script will get pushed one by one, one by one, one by one. Because it's very easy. That's the power of program. Either you're doing this is scripting for one device or n devices. So if it is an n device, just put those names inside the while loop or for loop, and then one by one it will get executed, correct? That's the overall idea. So what we are going to do, that this program will create a template. First of all, it will create a project. Inside that, it should create a template, and this is the content of the template. And then it will go and ask you that which is the device, what's the device name you want to push this template. Once you give that, then it will go and push that configuration. Here you can see that we have the data input. From this data input, it will get the project name, it will get the template name, and for the device host name we have given as an input function. So it will ask that what's the device name you want to push this configuration. Then you can see that it is creating the project. So you can see the project ID. So it will go and create the project, and then it will go and create the template, it's a blank template, and then it will feed this particular template information in that blank template. So name of the template is basics. And then once we have the project, once we have the template, then the next thing is to push that template to the devices. So for that, you can see that once you have the project name, once you have the commands, uh, CLI config name is just the template file name, etc. But here you can see that we have the deployment, and inside the deployment you can see that you have the config name, you have the project name, you have the device name. So basically you have the template name, project name, and the device name, and then obviously the authentication should be there, and it should go and pushed. Now here I'll go and increase the time sleep. So if I have any latency connecting to my DNA to VPN to devices, it will wait till that point. And then you can see that we have the deployment status as well. So it is failed, success unknown, etc. It will go and give you those messages. Once it is completed, we'll get the success message, correct? So before running this program, I just wanted to go here and I want to run this program with my private DNA configuration. So let me go and uncheck these variables. Save this. That's the another important aspect we have. Now what I want here, first of all, I just wanted to know that which devices we have inside this particular DNA. So I will go and run this program, and seems that permission, okay, seems this file is already open. This is with related to sandbox, but this time we are running the program with new variables. Obviously the new information will get feeded inside that. We can go and check the devices. So now we have 385093004451, etc. Initially we have sandbox devices, now we have our own private lab type of devices with a VPN connection. Great. So what we want to push this configuration. So let's go here, and the DNAC config template py is the program name. So I can go here, and before running this program, I just wanted to show you that inside the VPN, I don't have any old template. So let's first of all go and verify that do we have any existing project like CLI template and existing template like basic.txt. Because if it is already there, then our purpose will not get fulfilled. So let's go inside DNA and verify that. We are inside DNA. Let's go to the tools and the template. Tools and the template editor. And let's see that what templates we have. So at the moment you can see that we don't have the project called CLI template, and inside that we don't have any template. So let's go back to the program and run that script. So I can go here and click enter. Now if everything is okay, the script is okay, so it will work. Here you can see script is running. Now it is asking about the device name. So I can go to
50, but you can choose any, and then we can wait. So now it has some problem. DNAC APIs has no attribute called create the project. So I need to map this with the correct library functions. I have one other file as well. So let me correct that. Let me go and remap with the other DNAC APIs library function file that I have. So what basically I'm doing here is that I have other library function where I have more functions, DNAC underscore APIs one, and then I should go back here, and when we are calling those functions, I can make this one, save this, and then I should do all those import DNAC APIs one in other files as well, correct? But even if I do not do this, this is okay. Okay, so now let's go back and check device name, and DNAC APIs is not identified in. Oops. Okay, so let's check line number 56. Line number 56, we have some. So I think that I need to go and yes, I should go here and replace this with all this, replace all, and save this not only in the import statement but everywhere, correct? And now let's run this. Oops. So the import statement, it got 2 ones. Great. You can see that the problem we have while running this, but let's check this. So enter the device to which deploying the template. I have given that name, and okay. So still the project ID, result task data. Still it is creating some small issues here. Let's fix this issue. While fixing this issue, what I will do this time, I'll go step by step and check. So let's see this time. Okay, the project with the name CLI template found, and DNAC APIs do not have any attribute called check IPv4 duplicate. All right, so you don't have that attribute, that I can go and check in my other files, and let's go here and copy, and then I can go to my DNAC APIs that is inside basic 2, and then I can go and add. So this is basically checking, this function is checking that if you are deploying the template, and already if you have certain IPs that you have in the template existing in DNA, so it will not go further and push. So it will basically be checking the duplicate IPv4 address, the stuff. Now run this one more time. The project with the CLI templates found, great. And then utils, so it is telling that utils identify this function is not found, great. I need to go and copy the utils function as well in the same folder where I should have this IPv4 matching parameters, correct? So let's do that. Now what I'm doing here is that I'm creating the new utils inside basic 2, and inside that I should have the matching function that it is querying. So let's go here and check. Yeah, I have that. Now let's run this program one more time. Let's see that what function it will ask one more time. So now you can see that CLI template found. Okay. Then we are getting some more problem inside DNAC APIs. Okay, so what I have done that I just fixed the utils and the DNAC1 APIs. And let's go back and run this program one more time. I'd like to press up arrow and print, and that's the problem that inside these files I should have the env underscore lab, and in the utils also if I have any function that is called, so it's okay, things are good. And let's check this device. What is your device? So this is my device. Then you can see now it has the ID, project ID, and that's we are doing good. And anyways, let's check the program. I'll come back to this DNA page. Now it is working as per the program, step by step. It should go and create the project, should create the template, and then it should go and push that configuration to this particular switch. Correct? Now let's go here and refresh the page. I can go back. We can go back to the tools and the templates. So let's go back to the tools and template editor. And now you can see that we have the CLI template, that's the project name. And then inside that we have the basics. You can see the configuration inside the basics. And then let's check the program. Still it is going on. Still it is in progress. And it should go and push this configuration, correct? Meanwhile, what's the loopback we have? The loopback is loopback 11. Checking the duplicate IP address if it has any. Then it is generating the ID, and we can wait. So you can see we have the success message. That means that we can go and run our other program. Let's check with the program only. So I can go to Python exe and we have the command runner. In command runner, we can go and give the command show run interface loopback 11, and then we can go here and give the the device name. So the device name we have here is this. Let's copy this and enter and enter. Great. Check with the device and then the configuration. Last time we have executed this, it is telling that it has some range issue. Let me quickly check the command that we have run earlier. Seems we are doing correct. So first of all, give the command and then give the space here. Let's see. It should work. Now it is working. So the space was missing. Now let's see that it is generating the loopback and the IP. So that means that the template push is successful, correct? We can wait because we have given some sort of sleep timer there. But once the sleep time will get over, we can get the results. So here you can see that yes, indeed, the template has been pushed there. And if you want to see the net flow as well, you can see here. Let me show you that from here also you can go and verify that. So you can go to the provisioning, you can go to the inventory. Once you are inside the inventory, we can go and check our device. So here we have
I can go to this particular device selectively. You have the command runner. You can go and check the command runner. And from the command runner as well, you can go and check. So show IP int brief. And then you can go and check the other command as well related to NetFlow. Shodan. Let me show the Shodan here. And if I scroll up, just to show you some of the configurations and details, we can see here that somewhere we'll find that our NetFlow configuration is also there. Here it is. Okay. So like that, you can create the project, then you can create the template inside that, and then with the given device, you can go and push it. Then you can use other command runner API to just verify from your CLI. So most of the things, so idea here is good that most of the things you can go and check from here. So you can check your site, you can check your command runner APIs with respect to those devices. You can push the template, you can get a lot of information about the templates as well. Correct? Alright, so let's just stop here, and in next section we can go for troubleshooting related APIs. Inside the DNA, that with help of path trace, it will give you various stats related to interface status, device status, ACL trace, and QoS status. So it's not like path trace or trace route, it's a robust path trace option we have in DNA, and that it will go hop by hop and give you detail about the ingress and the egress interfaces plus the device information, ACL and QoS stats. So let's start with the assurance API and feature. This particular script, what it will give you is that overall health of a client, overall health with respect to IP MAC, plus the average as well. So average with respect to DNA as well. So you can see that we have the argument parser, and with parser with respect to MAC addresses or the device name, we'll get the information about that particular device. Then even we have the option to get the output in the JSON format. We have the option to get the verbose output as well. The API used here, so let me quickly show you the API. And API used here is the client detail, is the device detail, but mostly in this particular program, we are looking for three different health. We are looking for client health, network health, and site health. Correct? So let me quickly show you this result. Now, this particular program I'm going to test with the sandbox. So let me run this program. If I go here and run the assurance, now you can see that the assurance we are running with respect to sandbox TNAC, it is telling that all sites, the site type issue, the router health, the access health, the client health. This is the summary, correct? But if you want detailed information, so we have options to get the detailed information as well. Still the program is running now. It is telling you about the client health. So here you can see the site health, client health, and then you have the network health, correct? So overall, what is the status with respect to client, network, and site we are getting. Now if you go here and check the options, so options you have that you can get the MAC details with respect to MAC, details with respect to device name as well. And let me go and check the device. We have some device name here that we have collected from the last run. So here you can see these are the device. So now if I go to assurance, and if I can go here and check the device name, and then if we go here and give this particular device name, let's see if it can resolve the host name. Otherwise I can go and give .abc.inc. Let's see. So now we want the detail about this particular device, and seems that it is not giving me the result with the domain name. So now you can see that it is giving you the result. So it is telling that this is this particular switch, the OH version is this, the health, CPU score, memory score is like this. Now, if you want to get the raw input, so it will give you the JSON output, and in JSON output, you can see that you have a much better detail. So you have the CPU score, memory, overall health, the stack, and all those informations that is required to do first line of troubleshooting. Now, once you are doing first line of troubleshooting, or suppose, let me give you one scenario. So suppose we are doing troubleshooting where client is complaining that they have some issue to reaching to some web application or web server. Now, the client may be at any branch and web application may be in data center or anywhere in the cloud as well. Correct? So from that particular branch with that particular application to reach out to that particular destination, how many hops are there, and in between those hops, what's the status related to network device, ACL or QoS. If we want to check those information, for that we have nice API, and those APIs are used inside the DNA, and then API is flow analysis. So we have this nice key feature inside the DNA, that we know that DNA can recognize the application and it can take action based on application as well. Plus we have this flow analysis, very much like we we are using such features in ASA firewall or any other application uh, security appliances, correct? Application security appliances, etc. So that feature is here. What this feature will do, that it will analyze the flow. So here you can see that in flow analysis we are giving the path ID, but and it will give you the ingress and egress interfaces and everything in detail. So you can go and give the source IP plus the port, source port in range from 1 to 65,000. Likewise, you can go and give the same thing with the destination IP and the port number. If port number is not there, you can just leave it as a null, and then you can run this application and it will give you nice output. So now if I can go here and run the path trace and enter, so you will see that it is asking input the source IPv4 address. I have taken the source and destination just for our example purpose, so I can go here and use the source. Then it is asking about the port number. If you don't have, leave it. Then the destination, so let me go and give the destination IPv4 address. Port number we can leave as a blank and leave it blank. Now you can see that the trace has been started. What's the source, what's the destination, and it's completed very fast. Wow. So now if I go up here, you can see the detail, hop by hop detail, correct? So information you can see here, it is going to get these information. Then the IP address, the source IP is this is the wired client, and this belongs to this particular switch. And this particular switch, what's the ingress interface, input packet, output packet, flow. We're getting all those informations, correct? And then the interface collection is successful, all those information. Then it will give you the egress interface output. So now you can see the egress interface detail. So it's started with one device checking the ingress and then the egress. Then it will go to other hop device. So it will go to the next hop. Then and in the next hop there is cat3k. Where is the IP of that cat3k? And for that particular switch also, it will give you the ingress and egress uh, packet information and other informations as well. So you can see output drop, input drop, etc. Correct? Those detailed information. And finally, is to reach to their destination. And in destination, what the ingress interface, and then the destination host is connected to which particular egress interface. So it will give you the information about that particular egress interface where the destination host is connected. Once we have all the information, then finally it will give you So here you can see that summary is completed, and then finally you can see the hop by hop, interface by interface detail. So starting from this interface, going to this interface, then reaching to cat 9k, then from cat 9k this interface means that's the egress of cat 9k, then the egress, then the ingress of cat 3k, then egress of cat 3k, then ingress of cat 9k, and then the egress of cat 9k and the destination. So you can see the complete flow and detail of the flow is very much needed to do the troubleshooting. And once you figure out that what problem and etc., then it will tell you that where exactly the problem is hitting. So these are the scripts supported to do the troubleshooting. Apart from that, DNA has nice GUI troubleshooting option. You can log into the GUI, go to the assurance section, and you have the visual representation of everything, like the client details, their diagram, the flow analysis, everything is there in the GUI as well, that we can go and do the troubleshooting from there.
In 1.9, we have to understand intercept basic Python script used to call Cisco Security Appliances API. That means with help of Python script, we have to understand this, how it is usable inside security appliances. Now, in this case, what I have done, I have created one small playlist of 4 videos. In first 2 video, you can see that I have explained that what is Python and basics of Python, but you know that Python is a big topic. You need at least 8 to 9 hours video just to understand the basics of Python related to networking, correct? Although I have other courses as well where I have explained about the Python, so that you can watch that. Or there are so many good resources in Udemy, YouTube, you can refer that. Now, after that, it is telling that use that knowledge of Python inside security appliances. And you can take any type of example such as um, firepower, such as Cisco IC, such as Cisco Umbrella, etc. So Cisco also has good portfolio related to security appliances where you can go and use the APIs. Now for this example, I have used Cisco Firepower, and you will see in the example in these videos, these are 12 to 15-minute videos, that how to use RESTful API inside FMC, how to use Python script calling RESTful APIs inside Python script to do some configuration related to FMC and FTD. Okay, so please continue, go watch 4 videos, and we are completing section number 1.9 here. Let us understand Python. We know that the importance of Python language, and nowadays it is used everywhere. So either it's a networking or machine learning or artificial intelligence, you will find that the use of Python is huge. Why it is this much popular? First of all, this is the interpreter level language. The codes are easy to learn. Again, if you compare with the traditional programming, so for example, C, C++, Java, and then if you go and compare the Python, you'll find the result inside Python is very fast, because it's almost like interpreter. Means you are doing the inline type of coding, you are giving input and you are getting the output. So not only that we can do the inline type of programming, but we can go and create a well documented program, and then we can run this as a script as well. So options are there in Python, and it's very lightweight, it's fast to execute, and it's widely used inside different type of operating system. So for example, in our case, you'll find that most of the Linux operating system by default, they have this Python running inside the box, or even it's very easy to install the Python language. You will see that I will go and install the Python. There is 3-4 commands that you want to do that for the installation. In Nexus OS, Python is there. You can go to Nexus OS, you can write Python, and you will move to the Python cell or Python interpreter. Alright, so here you can see that you can go to the Linux and you can type Python and you are inside the Python. So what does it mean that once you are inside the Python? So here you can see that I have my network automation tool, but before going there, I want to show you that you should use these commands. I think the first two, apt-get update and apt-get install, to do the installation for the Python language. So I can go here and do the installation because already we have Python up and running. So it will not run much. Even if some minor updates are there, it will go and do the update. Otherwise, we are running Python. That's the latest version. Correct. So you can see that you can go and copy paste all these commands, and you'll see that your Python and then the integrated modules are up and running. So once Python is getting installed in the Linux machine, you can go and type Python. Here you can see that we are in the Python cell. Once we are there, at this point of time, we can assign the uh, values and then say y equal to x plus 4 and then say print y. You can see that how easy it is to operate. But in upcoming session, you will see that we have big scripts related to networking, device SSH and configuration, and open and close a file and run these scripts in different type of for or while conditions. Okay, so those things we'll see in the upcoming session. Now let's come back to the Python. So it's very easy to use, and it's something like common to most of the networking devices. So that's why one Python can do the automation for most of the networking devices, and not only the networking devices, but there are other use cases as well in other technologies as well. So what are the benefits we have? It's a free and open source, developed, portable, easy to use, learn, object oriented and functional, named after Monty Python. Cons is that it's not a program that is written in hex or binaries. That means it is not written in low level code. So that's why it's compared to low level program, it is taking much time to do the execution. Now again, if you go and compare with Tcl, Perl, PHP, C, C++, C hash, all those things, you'll find that Python is a winner because it's easy to learn and execute as well. Now to run this program, Python program, we have n number of options. One option that we are seeing here, that will be the best one, that I can go to the Python and then I can write the script. This is the inline way, but I can go here. Say for example, let me go out from here and then I can create a file, say test.py. That's the Python extension. And then you can go and write your script here, whatever script you have, and then it will get executed. So at the moment I don't have any. Let me show you if I have any other script up and running. So I have say nano, and let me show you this if I have any old script that I just wanted to show you. So here you can see that I have few of the scripts that is already up and already there, that I can show you the format and syntax. But at this point of time, I just wanted to show you that the extension is .py and it's very easy to uh, build, and again it's very easy to execute as well. So I can go here to Python 3 because we are focusing on Python 3, and then I can run say wlc1.py. If I press enter, then this program will get executed and then we'll get the result. Although how I write this program, you will see that its complexity is there that you will learn in upcoming session. Okay, so it's easy to use and easy to execute, and there are several IDEs and all. So here you can see that you have IDE, you have Komodo, Python Win, PyCharm, etc. There are so many. What is IDE? What is integrated development environment? That you have one notepad type of say editor where you can edit the program and then you can run it. So I have one ID here, and by the end of this session, this video, I'll tell you that from where you can go and get it. So first of all, here you can see that I have my cell. It is looking like this. Again, if I go and put x equal to 10 and print x, so here you can see that how it is working. And then again, if you have any script, you can go and open, not like this. You can go and say create new file, and once you have this new file, this is your ID. Both are the ID. And then again, you can go and assign say equal to 55 and print say x, and then you should save this. So if I go and save this as a say 55.py, once I save it, then I have option to run this. So I can go here on top, run, say run the module, and then we'll get the output here. Okay. So various ways to write the program. The best option we have that we should use the Linux, and then in GNS obviously we have the automation option that we can use. We can use that, and again we can connect with various networking devices. Now here is some low level term about Python, so how the task is executed. So first of all, we'll go and save the program as .py extension. Then it is going to convert it into bytecode, that is the PYC, that's the internal conversion. And then we have the runtime PVM. So it's something like from high level to low level how the program is getting executed behind the scene. And here you can see this runtime is nothing but the Python virtual machine PVM. And again, with compared to C and other languages, you'll find it's easy to use, and it's using some sort of bytecode method to execute and run the program. The installation is very easy. Either you can go and use the Linux that we are using in the GNS3, or you can go to the link here, that is the python.org. You can download the version related to Windows or Mac OS, etc. Although in Mac OS you'll find this Python is already there. Even in most of the Linux system nowadays, Python will be there. Windows, you can go download the software, install, and I have shown you the IDE as well. But once you install that, then you can check that as well. Say we can go and run the uh, Python program in Windows. So this is showing, I'm showing in my laptop that it is looking like this. Say for example, y equal to 99. Again, I should assign from here, say 99, and then print y, then it will give you result. So various ways to execute the program, and it's very easy to install. It's very easy to learn also, and easy to implement also. So that's why Python is widely used everywhere at this present time. Now next topic, we have a Python conceptual hierarchy. We know at this point of time that we can go and write the program, and then we can save as .py extension. Now, what is happening that whenever we are writing the program, we have modules. Obviously, you have the blocks, and that block is nothing but the module. Inside that module, we have the statement of expression, and those statement that contains expression, they are nothing but objects. So everything in Python is an object. We have so many built-in object as well. We can write code to define the objects as well. And there is actually no concept of that you have uh, no concept of that you are using some old expression or something like that, because if you see here the notes, you'll find that Python is considered as a dynamic language. One way to understand is it to see that Python does not require variable. That's the thing. That's the game changer. You can say that it does not require variable, but it's a dynamically we can go and assign the variable. Correct. So suppose x equal to 5, we are assigning dynamically, means at that particular instance you are going and creating one variable and you are assigning it. You will find that because it is supported or natively supported inside Linux, so most of the Linux operating systems, it's very easy to install and use as well. So here is one example, and it's not required in Python 3 that we should go and write like this. But what we can do, that we can start with this shebang. This is termed as shebang, but it's not required. Let me quickly show you this, the same program in Python 3, because Python 2 is now, it is announced officially that will be out of support, out of live. You can think US, UL, etc. So there is no longer support for Python 2 in upcoming time. So what we should do, that we should go and focus more on Python 3 and the syntax. Correct. So let me show you here that how this program that we have look like. Let me write one program. Let me go and write here. So what is this? That simply you can go here and you can give, say, course equals Cisco networking programming. That's the course, because this is the string, so you should close inside the quotes. Either you can use single or double quote, but you should not mix a single with double, double with single, etc. And then you can go and print. Now in other versions of Python you have some issues like this, but when you are using the Python 3, you should use the syntax like this. So print the course, and here you can see that Cisco networking programming. Now here you can see the example is with the old version. If I go here and use a print course, it will not work. Okay, because it is telling that print is a function you should go and use in this format. Now next we have three very important terms here, or you can see the help utility function, that help, dir, and type. And this is actually very important to understand all these three. So help means, let me quickly read out this. Help means that we have the Python inbuilt document about the object. Dir means that what methods related to that object, and type obviously means that what type of a string or what type of uh, function or expression you are using, or what type of object you are using, to be more precise. So here if I go and say, for example, if I type x equal to 1, and then if I go and type x, so here you can see that type is integer. Okay, likewise if I go and do dir for x, so what methods related to x, you will find that these are the methods like avs, add, bool, seal, class, del attribute, dir, etc. So these are the supported method with the integer. Suppose x equal to a, that's the string. Then I can go and use, say, type x, and now here you can see that initially x was 1, now x is a, so we are dynamically assigning the variables. And then here you can see the type is now a string, and if I go and type, say, dir is say x, so you can see the methods related to string, methods related to integers, and then methods related to a string. Then finally we can go and use the help utility, say help int, so it will go and tell you the int related object. This is the class int object, and the methods inside this class, all these options inside this class, it is telling that you can do all these things. Likewise, I can press up arrow and I can go and check say str string, and then inside the string add, contains, equal, format, length, etc. All these methods it is telling that we can go and use inside this particular object. Okay, so that was the important information. The same explanation here also, just for your reference, you can go and read it. Then finally, we have to go and study about Python data type. So in upcoming session, we are going to learn about the string, number, list, dictionaries, boolean, and file. Although you'll find that all these um, important information that we have here as a basic understanding of Python are easy, and all these concepts that we are going to learn here, we are going to use in the advanced section, where we'll go and configure the network devices. There are so many operations that we are going to do. So we'll telnet configure, we'll SSH configure, we'll use various methodology related to SSH and configuration as well. Okay, so these basic understanding and knowledge of all these uh, data types or the objects is important in the upcoming future videos. Hi, in this section I will show you that with help of RESTful API, how I can replicate the configuration from one firewall to the other firewall. Okay, so let me first log into my FMC, and then I'll show you what is the configuration I have for one of the firewall, and then we will log to the API Explorer. From there we will run some scripts, or you can say the APIs, that to copy the configuration from firewall 1 to firewall 2. So let's go, and first of all let's log to FMC. I'm inside my FMC, and let's just check the devices. So I have the devices, and in this firewall 1, click here to edit just to see that what configuration I have. You can see I have ISP and LAN side, and these are the IP addresses. If I go to routing, let me check that what routing information it has. So ideally we should have a static route pointing towards the ISP side. Let's verify that. Inside a static route, you can see we have the static route. Okay, now what I'm going to do, that I'm going to log into API Explorer. So let me log to the API Explorer. So I am inside my API Explorer, and if I go to devices, I will check that what type of APIs we have. So one API I have something called device copy config request, and we'll check this API what type of program it has. The second API I have is the device record. So first let me click here to check the example of the configuration for the copy the configuration. Let me click here to the example, because this time we have to write our own API. So let's click here to the example, and it will pop up what is the test type of configuration we have for this. It is coming. Now here you can see that you have one source with UID or UUID, then destination or target with the ID, and if you want to share the common configuration, you have to use copy share policies. Okay, so from here to here I want to say replicate the configuration. Let me do one thing, let me quickly copy this, because we are going to use this script, and then we'll populate the source and the destination IDs to do our API based configuration. So let me copy this. Let me open Notepad. and let me paste this configuration here. What I want to change is the UUID. So let me do one thing. Let me close this first because I want the source and destination, say firewall 1 and firewall 2 UUIDs. So that for that reason, I need to go to this device records. Let me click here to get, so I can get the UUIDs. So press here to the get, and once we'll get that, so here you can see in the right hand side, let me click here to get. It is fetching the device ID informations. Now you can see this is success, and if I scroll slowly, then you will come to know what will be the ID. So the program, let me do one thing here. Let's copy this program as well to the notepad. Okay, and we'll check this program as well. So this is something, some API that we have get some information, and we'll check what is the programming or the code for this, and then the UUID will copy to the first API. That is the first program that we have. Okay, so let me quickly go here to the new page. Let me simply expand this. Let us paste this. Now here, let me expand this more. Yeah. So here it is telling, okay, link item. In the item, the ID, type, devices, self URL. The name is, say, next generation firewall branch 1. Now, I am very much interested with this ID. Okay. So the ID with the branch 1. I am interested with the ID of firewall 1. So I can copy that ID to the firewall 2. Okay. So let's do that in order. So let me copy the ID of, say, firewall 1 here, and then I'll paste this to the template. Let me drag and copy this first. Copy, and then I'll go to my other program. This will my source. So let us paste this here, and then where I want to send this to the firewall 2 ID. So copy that as well. And then paste this in our template program. So once I'm done with this copy paste, and you have to do it carefully, let's do it slowly. So once I'm done with this copy paste, then copy the entire program first, and then go to the API. Now here, what I want to do, I want to post this information here in the first API. So click here to the post. Okay, and then in the right hand side where we have the API console, in the body, put it, click here to post, and if you get successful message, that means you're good. Parallelly, what I want to do here, let's log to FMC and check this, that from this place it is getting the information or not. Inside my FMC, if I check the deployment status, if I check the task, device configured copy is complete to next generation firewall 2. That is one verification. Now if I go to the devices and if I check the device configuration, it should copy whatever there. See, it has copied all the configuration. Now you can see that these IP addresses are belonging to the IP addresses of my firewall 1. That means I need to change these IP addresses. Okay, so as per our topology diagram, I will change these IP addresses. Okay, so let me go one by one to the interfaces and let me change the IP addresses. So first of all, I will change the IP address for the ISP side. Let me click there, go to IPv4, and the IP address to the ISP site is 198.181.133.18. That is correct. Okay. Then let me change the LAN side as well. Let me click here, edit. In the LAN side, IP address is again 198.110.123. Okay, as per our topology. You have to save this. Before moving further, we can check the routing information because we have a static route as well. So go to a static route, check the static route information. It's a bit slow to popping up, but still it is coming. Now ISP side to FMC HQ WAN gateway like this. We can verify it. So ISP side interface, that's correct. What is the gateway? Address, because we need to verify the gateway address as well. Okay, so once these are figured out, then click OK. So we are very much done. We checked that according to our configuration, they have copied the configuration from one place to other place. No problem on that. Now one other thing I want to tell you here before doing anything, that if you check the configuration here, you can see the copy share policy I haven't changed. This copy share policy should be true. And what does it mean? So if it is not true, let me first save this, because I'm going to edit the policy again one more time. This time we have changed the API. So let me edit and let me deploy this configuration. I want to reply to next generation firewall to deploy. While it is deploying it, let's go to the policy and we'll check what is the policy for firewall 1 and firewall 2. Do they have common policy? So let me click here to policies and access control. So one option that I can check from here, the other option that I can go to devices, and if I am here in the device, you can see for firewall 1 and firewall 2, by default they are using the same policy, so no need to change that. They are using the same policy. Say in case if they are using different policy, and if you make that true, so they will copy all the policies as well. Okay, so now it is okay. It is very much done, means we are very much done with the configuration of 1 and 2, and you can see that with help of API how we can replicate the configuration. The minor changes we can edit it manually. Okay, so before moving further, let me again go back to my API Explorer, and this time I'm going to show you that how you can check your success message or your deployment messages. Okay, I'm back to my API Explorer, and if I check the ID value here, so this is the ID value here. Let me copy that ID first. What actually you can do here, that you can go to the stats in the API info portion. In the stats, you can get the stat if you give the ID, and if the ID is correct, then if you click here to get, you'll get the information about the ID. So I haven't given the correct ID value, so that's why it is throwing this error. No problem, again we can go to the devices. You can go there again. Now this time again, if I push here, then it will push the values that I don't want to do. But the story is this, that you can go to the status, you can put the correct ID there. I think I have the ID there in the notepad, so let me take the ID from there. Go to the notepad, we'll take the ID. Oh, this is the configuration, so we don't have the output ID, but yeah, if you put the ID value, then it will show you that whatever success message is there, it will show you that successful message. Okay, so this is the way that we can push the configuration with help of API from A to B. In this section, we'll learn that with help of Python, how we can create the policies, plus how we can register a firewall to the FMC. Okay, so let us log into the FMC and check what type of access rules we have, and once we run the Python script, we'll check that how we can do that. Then again we'll see those policy changes, and plus I will delete one of the firewall, and then again I will add them with help of Python script. Okay, so let's do it. I am inside my FMC, and you can see that I have only 3 policies, say base policy, branch one, and minimum access policy. Let me go to my internal Linux server. So let me log to that. I'm logging to my inside Linux server with username and password. Now here I want token to authenticate with my FMC API. So for that I need this get token keyword. Once you type that, then it will contact with the API, FMC API generator, and it will give you 2 keys. One key is something like XAuth token access, and that will be valid for say 30 minutes, and then the second one will be valid for 90 minutes. Okay, now let me go and create one policy from here, and to create this policy I will needing this token. So let me go to make policy. Let me copy paste this token. What I want here, I want one block type of policy, and that is for all the junk type of traffic. Let's say junk ACP is the name. Press enter here. Now you can see that sending request to create policy, create was successful. Now if I come here and let me refresh once, so I can go to the policies and I can refresh this page. Once I refresh this page and come back, so let me go to the analysis for the moment, and let me come back to the policies. Now you can see access policy, and if I click here to the edit, let me click that. then you will see that what is the rule inside this junk access policy. So I have this policy called junk access policy. It is inside mandatory and default, so that's okay. That's all our purpose, no problem on that. Now next, what I want to do here, I want to add one of the firewall here. Okay, so before doing that, let me go here and show you that that what is inside this make policy. Okay, so for that I can go and check, say more user, say user local binary, and then I can check make policy. This is the Python script which is using the REST API to create policies, and you can see that first of all I have some library, then the username password. So the overall construct you can see here, that is not that difficult. It's simple Python programming which is creating the policies. Now what I'm going to do here next, that I want to go to my FMC, and from here I will go to the devices. Let me delete one of the, say, next generation firewall 2. Let me delete that. Yes, I want to delete it. Once it is deleted, the process is on. Then what I will do parallelly, I will go to my putty. So let me create one new session here, new putty session. Here I can go to my next generation firewall 2. Let me log in here. Once I logged in inside this, then let me check the manager status. All these things I have done in the basic lab. So now we can see that no manager is configured. Now I'm going to put the manager configuration, config manager add, and then the DNS of that, and then the password, the default password. Now once it is done, and then again if you check the show manager status, so let us this process be completed. Again if I type show manager, it is in pending status. Okay, now what I'm going to do next, I'm going to execute the Python script. Python script name is run API script. Then what this script will do, I'll show you that in a moment, but before that I want to run this script. So I want to run API script. Let us run this script, and parallelly I will show you the Python configuration as well, that what exactly it is doing. Okay, so although it is running, now it is asking that specify firewall to register, which firewall you want to register. Let me show you this script here. This is the Python API script. Now in the configuration section, would you like to register manage devices? Yes, no. Enter the name of new access control policy. So all these things it will ask one by one. According to our policy, even it will check the license, the access policy. Okay. Once it will do all those things, then it will configure the interfaces with the IP addresses, configure on it. Okay, so all these things will happen. Let me go back to my Linux here. So I want to configure ngf2 firewall 2. Yes, enter name of new access control policy. What you want? Say my new access control policy. Now you can see that access control policy is created, attempted to register ng firewall 2, status code is 202, post was successful, registration is in progress. So it will show you that registration is in progress, and we'll wait till it will do all its functions, and plus it will configure the IP addresses as well. Parallelly, if I go to my FMC, and if I go to my status task, remove all the older tasks. Now here you can see that I started the registration of next generation firewall 2. It is showing that registration process is on. We can check it parallelly. Communication with ngf2 established, discovery is in progress, discovery of device is in progress, and here you can see that it has done all these steps. Now initially it was the post, now get was successful, interface discovery is in progress. So first thing was the registration, then the interface discovery. Okay, so we'll wait for some time to let this process be completed. We'll wait. You can see the process is going on. Once it will do this get discovery, then it will start configuring the interfaces. Okay, and we'll see that how many interfaces it will find. Now you can see that interface discovery completed. Although the process is slow, and on the top you can see that health policy applied successfully. Now it has found two interfaces, and now it is configuring those interfaces. Okay, so likewise it will do its job. Now put was successful. Okay, so here you can see the with the run of this Python programming, post first, then get, and then finally we have the put that is successful. Now again I can go to my devices. So let me go to devices, because initially I have deleted that. Now you can see that I have my device here, but what importantly I want here, let me go to the policies, say my new access policy out of order. So what I want for that, let me click here to deploy, and that is still in progress, seems. Still it is in deploying. So we'll wait till we'll get the final okay, and then we'll deploy it. Once we'll deploy, then we'll move to the next section. So let me close here, because now you understand what is the progress and what is the process. Let me close here, and in the next section I'll continue from here. Hi there. Thanks for your enrollment. We are in 1 minute ad break. In this break, I'm going to show you that I have so many courses uploaded over Udemy. And if you're going to enroll my courses, you will get 95% discount. Every month, 3 times. First week, mid of the month, and the last week of the month. I am sharing the coupons. If you go and use those coupons, then my courses related to CCNP, related to CCI, all those courses, you are going to get heavy discount up to 95%. You can see the prices are a little bit higher here, but if you go and apply the coupon, the prices will go rock bottom. So go use those coupons. Suppose if you don't have those coupons, then you can always ping me over YouTube. You can send me email. You can ask for those coupons. I will provide you that coupon. So get the coupon, get the discount. Some of my courses over Udemy, they are bestseller. Some of the courses are quite new, like SD-WAN automation, DNA automation, CCI data center 3.0. Those are the new uploads as well. So please go, continue your learning, take the coupon, enroll my courses, and study well. All the best.